What's the next? Yep. Yep. Point three. Sorted. There's a really great bagpiping band called the Red Hot Chili Pipers. And they bagpipe. Okay. If anyone's ever seen the show Monsters Inside Me, that show is terrifying. I thought it was going to be about like mental health or something. It wasn't. Yeah. Okay. So this is what like we're freaking out over here. It's understood that Hollywood sells Californication. This your dinner is that warrior white. Hey, your sergeant, there's no while to break the spell of aging. Celebrity skin is this your dinner is that warrior white. First born to the cold. I call soft. CRM shouldn't set your teams back.
Marry me, girl. Be my ferry to the world. Be my very own constellation. A teenage bride with a baby inside getting high on information? And buy me a star on the boulevard. It's Californication. What? Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. And Cobain, can you hear the sphere singing songs off station to station? And Elderon's not far. It's a Star Wars reference. Right? I think it's Star Wars. Born and raised by those who praise control of population. Well, everybody's been there, and I don't mean on vacation. Firstborn unicorn soft porn. Hardcore soft porn. Destruction leads to a very rough road, but it also breeds creation. And earthquakes are, to a girl's guitar, they're just another good vibration. And tidal waves couldn't save the world from Californication. Pay your surgeon very well to break the spell of aging. Sicker than the rest. There is no test, but this is why you're craving. Firstborn unicorn, hardcore soft porn. That's fucked up. That's super fucked up. Psychic spies from China. Fucking, that's crazy. Psychic spies from China try to steal your mind's elation. A little girl from Sweden dreams a silver screen quotation. And if you want these kind of dreams, Californication. Like, what? That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Okay. No more of that. It's terrifying. Uh, huh? No. No. Jeremy. Mm. Mm. No. Hmm. 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 Cool. What? No. What? No way. Alright. All right. Oh, fuck. Ay. Huh? Ah. What the hell? What the fuck is going on? My scrolls are stuck. They're frozen. What the fuck's going on? Oh. What happened to the squirrels? Oh, there we go. One moved. Those are weird. These are, yeah, these are yellow. These are pods, I think. Yes. Oh. Please fuck off. Thank you. Okay. Waifu. Oh, no, it's not a movie anymore. Start.
They don't care if we live or we die. I have people drive by and say, kill yourself. This is Grants Pass, Oregon, the city where it's illegal to be homeless. They should buy bus tickets and ship them up to Salem. They make you feel like a criminal for being homeless. Oh, you got trespassed from the park? Yeah. What will happen if you don't leave? I get arrested, gotten like 30 tickets, $300 a pop. Every 2 days, you gotta move. No stability to get employment or anything good out of this. I'm only 17. From my point of view, make a shelter for everybody. So sick and tired of not being able to take my son to the freaking park anymore without finding needles. There's so many mountains around here. There's so many other places that they could stay. I'm a month away from being homeless. These people need rehab first. Money in their pockets isn't gonna fix anything. So, Brock, you have a son somewhere out here in the parks? I lay in bed every night wondering if I'm gonna see my son again. And while exploring the homeless camps out here, we found this. Jeff, that's my son right there. Whoa, hey, Dad showed me around the parks out here. What do you think? Nice parks? Pops, what are you thinking? It tears me apart. What are your thoughts when you see Pops tear up a little bit over here? Tap here to see what he said. They don't care. So is your view of feminism that it is pointless because there can never be egalitarianism? Well, so just earlier, no offense, I'm just going to point this out so that you know, you spoke out of two sides of your mouth. You said, I don't believe that men would collectively come together to use some kind of force against women. But when I asked why would you need feminism, then you said, well, because we need to have some kind of force to protect ourselves from patriarchy. Well, both of these things cannot be true at the same time. This is where we come to what we call Schrodinger's feminist, which is I'm a strong, empowered woman, but also a victim at the same exact time. So what's really going on is you're fighting the patriarchy by at the same time appealing to it. Because they're going to be the enforcers, right? I can agree with that. I don't think it's good. I don't enjoy so why not just have patriarchy? If that's the case, that you're appealing to it anyway in order to enforce your rights inside of it, why not just submit to patriarchy? So
yeah, you're a gross person, though.
It's just genetic. It's written doctors say. It's in your nature finding darkness in the brightest day, but here we are. 'Cause you were made from stars to live for life. So if this is the last night and you're feeling hollow, I'll give you my life so you'll see tomorrow. There isn't anywhere that I wouldn't follow. I'm chasing your love's light to wherever I go.
Cool.
Elements change into chemical traces, reactions that they'll never know. If this is the last time that we'll ever borrow, I'll give you my life so you'll see tomorrow.
That's crazy.
It's just genetic, it's written in your DNA. It's symptomatic, at least that's what the doctors say. It's in your nature finding darkness in the brightest day, but here we are. 'Cause you were made from stars to live for life, you live for love. So if this is the last night and you're feeling hollow, I'll give you my life so you'll see tomorrow. There isn't anywhere that I wouldn't follow. I'm chasing your love's light to wherever I go. Oh, elements change into chemical traces, reactions that they'll never know. If this is the last time that we'll ever borrow, I'll give you my life so you'll see tomorrow.
That was fucking great. That guy is so good. Oh my god. Gotti. Honestly, that's what I used to do with Jesse for some reason. And he was like, just like a normal, like, all my friends are genuinely, like, friends with him. Like, my boyfriend lived with him. They were roommates. Like, but for some reason, like, I was, like, super starstruck with Jesse Stewart, and I couldn't speak mouth words anymore. Like, I would just, like, fumble my, like, I would just, like, hi, like, I just couldn't speak. A parent shooting?
This is lush. It is, yeah. Should we make a plan for the day? Absolutely. Why don't you go to the entrance box and get us all keyed up? We can then go and take our stuff, leave the suitcases in the hotel room, get our costumes. We can go down, have a little cheeky swim, and then if you speak to the man that's in charge of plans at the front desk, he can book us dinner for later. Okay, so go to the front desk, get us checked in, get our swimming costumes, and then get the concierge to book dinner later. Yeah, that's what I said. This is lush. It is, yeah.
What is the first word that comes to your mind when you look at me? The first word.
Ew.
Satan.
What is the first word?
What?
What is the first word that comes to your mind?
Because I fear I may have died and gone to hell. The second word that comes to my mind, though, is Friday, because that's when I'm dropping.
You got a problem, bro, we can talk it out after I'm done fighting with the cook at the Waffle House. I'm about to break in and steal all your shit. I'm a cook, let's go, let's go, let's go. With a dash of strong love, and maybe just dance some more. Now can you hit me one time? One smoke, then you got the wrong guy. Behind the scenes, I know you grumpy, no lie. A motherfucker, alright. Now can you hit me 2 times?
I hate
In
you.
1906,
1906, Marie Curie's husband was run over by a horse cart and died. 5 years later, she fell in love with the physicist Paul Langevin. Unfortunately, he was married. His wife found out about their affair and leaked love letters to the press just when Curie was awarded the Nobel Prize. Aside from being a Polish immigrant, Curie was also Jewish, and the French press was all over it. During this nasty episode, Einstein wrote to her, "I'm so enraged by the base manner in which the public is presently daring to concern itself with you. If the rebel continues to occupy itself with you, then simply don't read that hogwash, but rather leave it to the reptile for whom it has been fabricated. P.S. I have determined the statistical law of motion of the diatomic molecule in Planck's radiation field." In 1906,
Each page of this book, LGBTQ and a lot of things are becoming normalized. Don't necessarily align with the Bible, but also like infidelity and all of that thing doesn't align too. How do I combat somebody coming up to me and say, "Hey, will you push this movement or whatever?" And I disagree, and they see it as hatred, but it's not necessarily hatred. It's like a disagreement. So how do I combat with saying, "Agree to disagree"?
There are about 6 statements in the Bible that having homosexual relationships is sinful. There are about 354 statements in the Bible that practicing heterosexual immorality is wrong. But God still loves heterosexuals. What do you think I'm trying to do there? That He loves everyone, that we're not going to take one sin and blow it out of proportion, that we all have feet of clay, we all sin, and I can promise you, I have sinned sexually through my heterosexual lust. I am a sinner, so I'm not better than anybody. If you're going to try and convince me that I hate you because I say that homosexual sex, the practice of it, is wrong, then I guess I hate every adulterer, every fornicator, everybody who's in pornography, and everybody who's into lust like I am. So I guess I hate all of humanity. Give me a break. I love and respect all people.
LGBT.
Can I get some more toilet paper? You're gonna have to wait till they bring it around. I don't have any up here right now. Monkey, do you have any extra toilet paper, pads, or anything? Or know anyone in here that does? No, I sure don't. Excuse me, do you have a diva cup? A what cup? You know, a cup for my cycle. Now, what makes you think we even have those here? You think we're just gonna give you extra hiding spots? Ew. Now, shoo, I'll get to you when it comes around. Why can't we have cups in here? It's not like they give us extra soap, so how are you gonna sanitize it and keep it clean? And even if you had soap to wash,
it is about time to face the fact that there is something very, very wrong in the way physics treats time. Physics says the following: we are now in London, there is Jerusalem, there is Mexico City. They all coexist in space. And what physics wants us to believe, and they have good reason for that, is that all moments in time also coexist within the 4-dimensional space-time. This is a very powerful picture, and it has a lot of truth in it. However, the most important aspect of time, and that is its flow, is being constantly denied by physics. They say that it leads to all kinds of paradoxes. I think that we should not be afraid of them.
One man want to see my vision, and a car man and women want to ask permission. I'm driven, I'm getting down to business. I expect you to understand my ambition, but that's a sick opinion, bro. Thanks. I'ma get swimming, no chase. I need a...
When we were a smaller operation, it was a man identified as a female at a powerlifting competition, and what happened next was just insane. Avi Silverberg, the head coach for Canada's women's powerlifting team, had been coaching for a decade and was frustrated. He watched as his students kept losing to a trans woman named Anne Andres. Anne had set a bench press record of 275 pounds and was mocking Avi's students for having a weak bench press. Avi was enraged and wanted to defend his students, so he decided to compete as a female. He set his pronouns to "whatever lets me win" and checked off the female category. With Anne watching closely, Avi started by benching 320 pounds with ease. Avi was feeling strong and loaded up for a final attempt of 369 pounds. The weight still quickly exploded off his chest. Anne was furious and called Avi a coward with malicious intent. Whatever Let Me Win's record is still in the books today. Who do you think is in the right? A man identified as a female at a powerlifting competition, and what happened next was just insane. Avi Silverberg, the head coach for Canada's women's powerlifting team, had been coaching for a decade and was frustrated. He watched as his students kept losing to a trans woman named Anne Andres. Anne had set a bench press record of 275 pounds and was mocking Avi's students for having a weak bench press. Avi was enraged and wanted to defend.
Yeah, what's up? Welcome, bro.
Whoa,
What was that?
I just said welcome. Please take
No, I don't care what you said. I care how you said
What are you
it.
talking about?
Are you straight?
Yes.
Don't you mean to say that's none of my business?
I mean, it's not, but I don't really care. Can you please go take your seat? There's people trying to get on the plane. You're holding up the line.
Oh, wait. What does a manicure feel like?
I don't fucking know.
Who's your best girlfriend?
Jessica. Very strategic about it, though. I'm definitely number 2 after her boyfriend.
So you are straight. I
Yes.
thought all male flight attendants were gay. No. I mean, it's true that majority of the people in my profession are female, but of the...
Are you a Christian by any
Yeah,
chance?
very, very much so.
Like, why is that exactly?
Jesus saved my life. I'm a sinner. Gave my life to Christ. Most important decision I ever made.
So you believe the Bible is real?
Yes, I believe the Bible is true and real. Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, I could give you the technical answer. There's never been an archaeological discovery that has contradicted the truth of the Bible. And then, of course, the wisdom. There's not a truth of the Bible that if you apply to your life does not improve dramatically. And then finally, we have the most accurate and transparent, historically robust account that one can have of the most important figure ever to live in the history of the world, Jesus of Nazareth. And the resurrection is the pinpoint of my belief that Jesus did rise from the grave so that we may live. If Genesis 1:1 and the resurrection is true, anything in the Bible is possible. You're looking at the greatest miracle. The greatest miracle is creation. And then the fact that Jesus rose from the dead. And I say, how do you know that Jesus rose from the dead? Well, show me another historical piece of a story where so many people willingly died a brutal death for a lie.
Are you a Christian by any chance?
Very, very.
Would you like to...
Okay.
Send this to the person you want to marry.
I've been around the world 7 wonders, 7 seas, but when all is said and done, you're the only thing I see, my love. So tell me what you're looking for. You're written in the stories, a living masterpiece. So when all is said and done, why you standing next to me, my love? So tell me what you're looking for. And you said, I don't need a symphony. I just want your voice and a melody. I don't need your diamond rings. I just want your love, stop selling me. I don't need the wind that's underneath your wings. I just wanna know when you're landing. You don't need to be the king, 'cause I just want the last man standing.
Send this to the person you want to marry.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said that people can know enough to sort of ask questions and stuff, but maybe not enough to know when they're wrong. In other words, when they're presented with, quite complex science that has been peer-reviewed and is deemed to be established scientific fact, that he doesn't know enough about the detail to understand why he's wrong to question it.
You mean the Dunning-Kruger effect, as Neil said?
Yeah.
It's kind of ironic, actually, because it feels to me like Neil deGrasse Tyson is himself a victim of the Dunning-Kruger effect when it comes to peer review, as his comments about Sir Arthur Eddington using the 1919 total solar eclipse to prove that Einstein's theories about star warping space, in particular our sun, appear to be borne out. Neil claims that was sent to a peer-reviewed journal, whereas peer review doesn't really begin in physics and in the sciences really until the 60s and much more the 70s. So it's very interesting because Neil himself doesn't appear conversant in the history of science and reviewing.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said that people can know.
I don't even know what the
I
fuck
didn't
he
think I'd
said.
be waking up to abject biological horror today, but here we are. The brain organoids, the tiny human brains that we can grow in jars, have been released for commercial processing access. If you're not familiar with these guys, they are human brains that have been grown from stem cells, and they have brain waves very similar to a premature baby's. I am not kidding. The limitations on their use and their growth seems to be hypoxia due to the fact that they're a disembodied brain and don't have a circulatory system. They can be attached to a computer chip and have better processing power than our most advanced AI. A Swiss company, Neuroplatform, is debuting their biological computer chips and giving access to private citizens to use the processing power of the brain organoids. While there are 16 brain organoids to a chip, they're maintaining thousands of them. They also have mouse and rat brain organoids, but they explicitly used human brain organoids. There have been some advancements in being able to keep them alive longer, including keeping them... I didn't think I'd be waking up...
That's crazy, dude. Goosebumps. Like, oh my god. Just too perfect.
What is this emoji? What emoji? You say he's just your friend, but this means he wants to bang you. What? It absolutely does not. What, are you kidding me? Everybody knows that emoji means I want to bang. How could you possibly not know that? He wrote Happy Mother's Day with that emoji, and you're saying that means he wants to bang? I know you're not that stupid. You play dumb, but you're not that dumb, are you? What are you doing now, deleting your messages? I already know you're cheating. No, I'm looking up hidden meanings behind this emoji. It's a guy thing. You wouldn't understand. But you just said everyone knows and that I'm stupid for not knowing. Now it's a guy thing? Man, I'm not arguing with you about this. You're clearly cheating on me. Why don't you go bang some dudes? Stronger.
60% of 60-year-old men today say their best friend is their wives, and 30% of their wives say their best friend is their husband. That's a sad story of unrequited love for men my age.
It's also because women seem to be able to hold on to that allo-parenting adjacent group of close friends better than men do. I mean, this is one of the reasons why during divorces, men have a worse time of it, for many reasons, but one of them being that they often subjugate their friend group for their wife's friend group. And when the wife goes away, the friend group goes away.
The most successful marriages are the ones that are based on deep friendship. We call it companionate love, which sounds distinctly not hot. But it's important because that's the closest friendship you're going to have. But it's not enough. You find that the happiest people, they're very close friends with their spouse, but they have one really close friend at least besides that. Introverts usually have one really close friend besides the spouse. Extroverts have more like 5. They don't have 20.
My dad
You don't
never
have
had any
time to
friends.
maintain that, but it's really important. The reason is real and deal. And you got to do the work.
Apparently he's befriends a bunch of girls.
Какой страны? Никарагуа, Нигерия, блядь, Япония, Корея, Китай, КНДР, Испания, Италия, блядь. Просто в каждой стране есть коррупция.
С Украины.
He's like, the school has a right to request that you remove the flag off the back of your vehicle. I said, you're right, but since it's just a request, I'm going to decline your request.
Cameron Blazik said school admin asked him twice to remove it.
What?
And twice, he stood his ground.
Why?
I even read off to him the student handbook and all the guidelines in there. The word flag isn't even in there.
He says the school tried to say, since his truck was on school property, the school had the right to ask him to take it down.
What?
But word got around.
Left and right, I was getting messages. My phone was blowing up. Everybody going out and buying flags.
He says at least 24 students doned flags. The school apologized, adding students are allowed to fly an American flag.
Yo, like, I remember being
It's like the school has a right
in high
to
school, and I put a
request that you
Canadian
remove-
flag in my window, and my dad was like, "Mad, take down." I was like, "What? It's a Canadian flag. Why not?" And he was like, "Because like I usually like let you get away with basically anything, but this one time, take it down. We don't have insurance to cover if like our house gets vandalized or our car gets vandalized. Like we can't afford to replace stuff because our house would get vandalized. Like, what if I put a fleur-de-lis then?" And he was like, "Just fucking take it down, please." Like, and my boyfriend's boss, we were at dinner, and he asked me if I was worried about my Palestine flag. Because I have a Palestine flag in the window, and if someone cut my grass for me, then he was I think he was going to do it for free, but I gave him $20. But, yeah, because I think it was because of my Palestine flag. He pointed at it because he didn't really speak English at all. And he was just like, very good. He pointed at my flag. I was like, oh, cool, yeah. No, killing babies and children is not cool. For any reason, really. So, yeah, no, and my boyfriend's boss was like, "Aren't you afraid of your house getting vandalized?" I was like, "What? No." Like, I'm sorry, like, does someone disagree with, like, that's just fucking awful? Like, what is happening? Like, I would love for you to come knock on my door and we can have a conversation about it. Like, you know, some fucking YouTube videos we watch of fucking children dying if you want. Like, I don't think anybody, disagrees. At least not around here. Like, I saw a Hasidic Jew the other day, but From what I understand, in Israel, even the Jewish people are like, what is it? Not in our name. Jews against genocide. And it goes against their religion to do that. They're supposed to keep to themselves and not be public. And but you can't just like let people fucking kill children. Like, okay. So apparently these have some actual value. Oh shit, I think I saw that one already. Yeah, Wolverine. The Spider-Man one I saw too. Yeah. Both of these are Spider-Man. Okay. Let's try this. Okay. Oh, this is finding the card. Tridara. Ugh. Where's my pressing gun? Where? What? Okay. Whoa.
Have essentially said that this is the only way, this will be the only way to prove you have legal identity. And so if you don't participate in that system as far as the state or the private sector is concerned, you don't exist. So by not participating in that system, you're inherently excluded from the economic system and really essentially everything. It's going to be a problem, reaction, solution type of situation where they've already made the solution. They've already developed what they want to be the new financial governance system after this new Bretton Woods moment. They just need some sort of big event on the scale of World War II or some large event that's equally disruptive in order to be like, all right, now it's time for a new financial governance system.
About a year ago, while speaking at the Global Finance Summit in Paris, French President Emmanuel Macron said the world needs a public financial shock to fight global warming.
What?
Around the same time, World Economic Forum founder and executive chairman Klaus Schwab also made a similar statement about revamping the global economy. In his words, every country from the United States to China must participate, and every industry from oil and gas to tech must be transformed. We need a great reset of capitalism. Schwab added in an article published on the non-governmental organization's website. According to popular investigative journalist Whitney Webb, what we are witnessing is the birth of a new international monetary system, a replacement for the current Bretton Woods system built solely on the blockchain to aid the complete surveillance and censorship of every aspect of our lives. Whitney's warnings are based on the words of several global elites and WEF puppets like Macron, as well as the words of Mark Carney, former governor of the Bank of England and Bank of Canada, and the UN Special Envoy for Climate Action and Finance, who said the three pillars of the New World Order are digital IDs, CBDCs, and ESG.
Nope.
In a recent discussion with Mark Goodwin, writer and
Everyone should
editor-in-chief
just start
at
going to the
Bitcoin
bank to pull
Magazine,
money. Every time
Whitney
you
warns
fucking
that
buy
all world
something, go to
governments
the bank
are
to pull
pushing
money.
this New World Order agenda, proudly sponsored by the ultra-rich and
And not
powerful,
from the machine. You go
including
to the
Silicon
teller,
Valley
pull up money.
executives like Larry Fink,
I'm
who wants
telling
to
you,
tokenize
it'll
all
bounce
existing
our
assets
economy
and
back.
commodities, as well as the natural
Because
world.
it'll force the
Whitney
banks to
warns
print
that
money.
from forests to rivers, mountains, and lakes, everything will soon become a commodity, owned and traded by the super rich and powerful to make them even stronger and move them closer to their goal of completely dominating the rest of us. During the conversation with Goodwin, Whitney discusses two important parts of the New World Order plans: digital IDs and natural world tokenization, warning that Schwab, Fink, and useful puppets like Macron are on the verge of achieving their grand plans, and how disastrous that would be for us all.
I watched a board
please take a little
Q&A
time to like this video,
with Anthony
subscribe to the
Fauci
channel,
and like
turn
8
on
other
post notifications for more videos
doctors,
like this.
specialists,
Everything you
whatever,
do
and they're
helps with the
actually
YouTube
saying
algorithm
making
and
influenza
immensely
sexy again.
contributes to the channel's growth. Thank you, and enjoy the video.
In this context, I think the digital ID is a key enabler of the surveillance, knowing what everyone is doing at the transactional level and being able
Which
to
is like literally the exact opposite of why Bitcoin was made. It's fucking kind of ironic.
The financial system, right? It's like your travel, your health history, your career history, your education credentials, your access to telecommunications, social media, the internet.
As far as the government sees,
I
literally fell off the face of the earth.
Fuse all the data, analyze it, and depending
What's
on
up,
how
Bobby?
they develop that AI algorithm,
What makes
use
it only
it
one
to
treats?
control people really in unprecedented ways. I think the digital ID and the CBDC and its private sector equivalence project is something that we're always sort of intended to be the same system. So there's documents from the UN, from the BIS, and related groups that are sort of that have been working on this for years. That essentially frame one as essential to the other, using words about, this is inclusionary, sort of, the whole, I guess, marketing behind digital ID is that everyone needs a legal ID because otherwise they're unable to access essential services, right? And so the idea is we all have to be included in the system, and they directly link that to the concept of financial inclusion and banking the unbanked, which you brought up earlier. But inherently, these systems actually function in an exclusionary way based on how they've been set up. They have essentially said that this is the only way, this will be the only way to prove you have legal identity, and so if you don't participate in that system, as far as the private sector is concerned, you don't exist. So participating in that system, you're inherently excluded from the economic system and really essentially everything. So you have to onboard to the surveillance state or be excluded from everything. So it's, being marketed as inclusion, but it's really inherently exclusionary.
How does this system get triggered? How do we move into the Mark Carney?
When they say that this is the new Bretton Woods movement that needs to be seized, was what came out of World War II essentially, and was the creation of a new financial governance system after World War II. And this is essentially an effort to create a new financial governance system that was announced well before any sort of crisis like that, but it's probably going to need a crisis of that level to be implemented and to convince people to on. And if you subscribe to the theory that all wars, which there is plenty of evidence to support that, I would say. That seems to suggest that perhaps, this is the it's going to be a problem, reaction, solution type of situation where they've already made the solution, they've already developed what they want to be the new financial governance system after this new Bretton Woods moment. They just need some sort of big event on the scale of World War II or some large event that's equally disruptive in order to be like, all right, now it's time for a financial governance system after this big event like they did after World War II.
Yeah, and I think the thing that's so interesting about this debt bubble exploding is that when you know that the debt bubble is going to explode and you want to explode it into the new system, the way that you sort of trigger that into the system that you want to get the masses to go with you is you actually want to have the most debt obligations on the record, on the board, so that when the system pops, they'll all pop. When the debt bubble pops, every debt bubble will pop. It will be everything all at once. It won't just be like, oh, Japan's fine, the U.S. is it won't work like that. Everything will pop at once. So in this weird way, you actually want to create as much debt as possible right before the pin bursts the bubble, and then you can offer this, hey, we'll service your debt 1-to-1 if you come join this new universal tokenized ledger. Just sign up here, do a selfie of your face, and give us your biometrics, and then here you are.
The solution has been created, and now all the global elites need is a nice little crisis to tie it all off. Only this won't be a nice crisis. It will be the complete collapse of the entire global financial system. A large percentage of the global population, honest everyday workers, fathers, mothers, and people with aging parents and relatives will be completely devastated, while the 1% of the 1% gain everything. Whitney believes the crisis will be on the same scale as, if not worse, than the economic devastation of the Second World War. After the crisis ends, central and commercial banks will conveniently and proudly present digital currencies, urging people to get on the system to make up for everything they lost during the collapse.
TikTok.
However, they will only get a fraction of what was lost. Plus, they will be signing away all their privacy and other rights to the global elites. Imagine a world where you can't buy more meat because all your transactions are strictly monitored, and it's been decided that you've eaten more than your allotted portion of meat during the given period. You go to your local grocery store, pick up the goods, and as the attendant or automated system tries to ring up your order, they get a notification saying you cannot purchase more meat or else the planet dies. This is the future Whitney and Mark are warning us about. What's worse, it does not stop there. Larry Fink and others want to tokenize everything, including the natural world. Here are more clips from the video.
Well, it seems like in Larry Fink's case in particular, there's a goal, a big ambition there to develop new asset classes that can be used to basically fuel their existing business model and perpetuate it for millennia forward. So one of these that I've been writing about for a few years is the whole idea of natural assets, what they call nature's economy. And one of the groups that has been sort of propelling this forward, at least one of the earlier groups, the Intrinsic Exchange Group, which is a product of the Rockefeller Foundation and the multilateral development banking system, has a graphic on their website called The Opportunity, and they show there the existing amount of assets in the world economy, and then show what if we unlock natural assets, how nature's economy, it's like 6 times the amount of existing assets in the economy today. And so as an asset manager, BlackRock being able to unlock and take control of as many natural assets as possible that aren't currently part of the financial system is obviously a way for them to perpetuate what they do and deepen and expand their control over not just the people in the existing financial system, but really over the natural world as well, and essentially turn everything alive into a tradable Wall Street financial product. And the goal, as Fink has stated, is to have all of this on a universal ledger on blockchain, presumably, and have it be, trackable and surveillable, which is interesting if you look at it through the context of risk management, which is something that Larry Fink is very open as having been one of the guiding lights of his whole career. And so by having it all surveillable and automated in a sense, he's able to have his risk management AI thing, Aladdin, sort of exercise control over it in unprecedented ways, I think, for their benefit. And then, of course, a lot of what's happening now as we're moving into this new financial governance system is the push to change all of the infrastructure towards this, quote unquote green model, I guess, or decarbonization, right? Which is, of course, interface with the global carbon market, but not necessarily so, like it doesn't have to be. But the push is obviously to create a bunch of new infrastructure all over the world, and BlackRock is positioning themselves to be one of the key players in that space. They acquired, I think they're called GIP, one of the biggest infrastructure, developers in the world. And I think one of their top guys at Davos just a few months ago was talking about how they're betting really big on infrastructure going forward, and it's going to be one of the biggest investment opportunities of the next several decades, actually. So I think they're quite ambitious, and if people aren't aware of this, I'm sure they'll get away with it, but we'll see. One of the things too about the natural asset thing, at least as far as the natural asset corporation model is concerned, is that you literally just go into a forest or you go to a river or lake and you identify the natural asset, and then at no cost to you, just after identifying it, you issue shares in the natural asset, a lake, a forest, whatever, and then you sell those shares to the sovereign wealth funds, asset managers, whatever, and then you have an IPO and generate all this money. I mean, it's literally just pointing out something outside and being like, this is mine, I'm going to fractionalize it and sell it to people, and you're producing money in like, out of thin air, essentially. And you're able to do that. I mean, the natural world is vast and huge, and they're doing this, they're financializing it all as framing it as the only way to save the planet. Really, it's the only way for them to save their insane debt racket.
In their joint February article titled Tokenized, BlackRock's Plan to Own the Fractionalized World, Whitney and Mark give a stern warning about BlackRock and Larry Fink's plans. You will allow BlackRock to build the panopticon of tokenized Earth with Americans' retirement money under the dialectic pretext of owning the liberals, unknowingly connecting all aspects of ownership to centralized databases, walled identity gardens, and fractionalized reserve assets transmitted and issued on the private blockchains of Wall Street banks. The warring factions within the Davos squabble over the spoils, never against the plan. Fulfilling Agenda 2030 requires complicit cooperation as much as compromised corporations. Do not confuse free market capitalism with cronyism or cartelism, which is the capitalist model embodied by Fink and his fellow Wall Street ilk. The problem is not just what they are planning, it's the half-truths they continuously tell the world until it is too late to stop the disaster, and how they demonize anyone trying to warn people about their plans. They've eaten so deep into our systems and every aspect of society that it would take nothing short of divine intervention to stop their plans. This is why people like Whitney often emphasize the importance of getting out of the system before it's too late, as that's the only way to protect yourself against what's coming. Please share your thoughts on Whitney's warnings and predictions of an impending collapse of the global financial system in the comment section below. Also, ensure you like this video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on post notifications for more videos like this. Thanks for watching.
Bill payers rise to reward slayers. Rise to it with the new BMO Eclipse Rise Visa Card. Get 2,500 bonus points annually when you pay your statement in full and on time each month. Apply now and get up to 25,000 bonus points in your first year.
These 6 show necklaces are now free on Temu. Add a unique touch to any outfit. Perfect for beach vacations and outdoor events. Download Temu and grab your free gift now.
Only for new app users with qualifying orders.
Today's hearing on collusion in the Global Alliance for Responsible Media.
The grief is sort of the step in. Ultimately, that there is no quick fix. There's no tidy little relationship book and being sure you express gratitude to the person you love 5 times a day or have date nights. When we feel the grief, we are being shown the reality of the situation. Have you ever felt that this was sort of a situation where you kind of had all these bags of pain in your life and you're trying to figure out which one's the heaviest as a result of these relationships? Let's talk about this. Because what it can really feel like is this whole healing from these relationships is just like weighing out which pain is the lightest. The challenge of any narcissistic relationship is that it's pain everywhere you turn. The pain of what happened in the relationship itself, all the invalidation and betrayal, and how you were treated, that your identity, your true sense of self were all thwarted. That's not good. There's the pain you feel of self-blame and of shame and feeling as though you were the one doing something wrong. And when we're in pain, what do? When we're in pain, we want the pain to end. And this is where narcissistic relationships can be very treacherous, because the way to soothe the pain isn't always clear. Now, early on in any narcissistic relationship, or even as a kid, you may believe that there's something you can do, that you can be different, you can change yourself, you can apologize, you can try harder, try to make it stop. And it can take a while to recognize that anything that involves the narcissistic person is not going to work, and certainly not going to reduce your pain. The agony, and I think the resistance to radical acceptance, is the recognition that there is nothing you can do, but you are still in pain. You may get to the point you want out of the relationship, but you're struggling with guilt. You might say, I feel bad, or other people will be hurt if I were to end it, or it'll mess up my kids. You might feel grief, shame, fear. You might even feel some ambivalence about leaving the relationship. So when it comes down to making decisions about these relationships, it's about weighing your pain and the different pain that the different paths in your life will carry. It's not about which path is easier, it's about which is most of these painful. No matter how much I unpack narcissistic relationships on this channel or with clients, there is no path forward that is pain-free. I have talked with people who say, I want this to stop hurting, but I don't know if I can leave, or if I should leave, or want to leave. I gotta tell you, there's no path forward that lifts the pain without incurring other pain. It's as though there's all these damn bags of pain lying all over around you, and you're trying to figure out which bag weighs the most. What? Narcissistic relationships also do not occur in a vacuum. There's tons of collateral damage. Children who are hurt by a narcissistic relationship, whether you stay in it or whether you leave. Extended family members that may get torn apart if you decide to stop having contact with selected members of the family. Workplaces that are run by tyrants, where someone leaving can mean that people who are being abused get more. I mean, basically, get more abused. And perhaps the person leaving, that would be you leaving, was able to advocate for them somewhat, but you just can't do it anymore. And if you were at all empathic,
I had no idea what 100 calories looked like until I tried this. I thought I was eating healthy, but I never realized I was eating over 3,000 calories most days because I ate dense snacks like peanut butter or sweets that didn't fill me up, so I'd need to eat more to feel full. Then my friend told me to try this app.
What is going on?
And it helped me lose weight using psychology. I've changed my relationship with food by learning about things like caloric density, which helped me find foods that help me stay full while losing weight. And it worked really well for me. And it's super easy. You just take a free 5-minute quiz to see when you could reach your goal weight. Give it a shot.
Bitch! Fucking get over here! Fuck you up, nigga.
Ever wish managing your money was a whole lot easier?
Oh my god, I have no money to manage.
That's why we created Kono. The financial.
Thank you, though.
by your leaving matters to you. You
I
carry
can
the
remember
pain
how
of
poor I
seeing
am.
children suffer, or certain family
Wow,
members
okay,
suffer,
$68.
or former colleagues suffer. You carry this subjective pain of watching a narcissistic person's abandonment get triggered. You may actually feel bad for them. You have the pain of the grief, the pain of the guilt. So it's all about weighing out the different forms of pain. Pain for you, pain for others, hell, pain for the narcissistic person. And figure out which path might be the most least painful. It's not about finding the path that eliminates the pain, because that is not an option. It's also about the pain you feel versus what other people are feeling. Another part of the pain that gets activated is how other people will view you. No matter how much we may try to live in a world where we may try to not care about how other people view us, we do. It's part of being a person. And when we make decisions about narcissistic relationships, especially whether to leave them or disengage from them, that can, amongst the uninformed, result in judgments about us being cold, that we didn't try hard enough, that we weren't loyal, that we took the easy path out. And obviously this can really sting, especially if we know we tried like hell, we were treated horribly, that we are deeply loyal people, and that all kept us stuck for many more years. This all becomes one more heavy bag of pain. We want our decisions to be seen holistically and to not be dismissed out of hand. We don't want to be dismissed out of hand for the choices that we make, as though it was easy. A major challenge with making decisions or healing from narcissistic relationships is when people make it sound or make it seem like it's simple, easy, just go no contact and you'll feel better. Actually, it's not. After going no contact, you may struggle with the idea of how other people close to you and the narcissist are managing. You might even feel bad for the narcissistic person, and you'll probably be uncomfortable with how you're being viewed by other people. These are all heavy pains you have to carry. You weigh them out. And the decision making isn't about the smoothest path forward or the easiest way forward or what will feel better. But it's as though you are weighing out all of these different pains and trying to figure out which bag of pain weighs the least. And for more than a few of you, you find that it might be less painful to stay, figure out the workarounds, not want to interrupt children's lives, or to be isolated for family systems, or have to endure being seen in a distorted manner. You may decide that, and that's okay. Decision-making about narcissistic relationships doesn't feel so much like a choice, because really what you're doing is having to sort through a bunch of really crappy, uncomfortable choices of deciding the weight of each pain.
There's nothing
and then doing a calculation about your pain and the pain of others, and then attempting to make a decision you can live with. A key in this process is something I talk about a lot, which is self-compassion. Self-compassion for your lack of decisiveness, self-compassion for having to choose to protect someone else, and setting yourself up for more hurt. Self-compassion for feeling silly, for caring about how the narcissistic person feels. If you wonder if anyone ever gets a decision made in any narcissistic relationship or about any narcissistic relationship. So much of the guidance out there is about the decisions you need to make about your narcissistic relationship. Stay or go, the workarounds, the gray blocking, the no contact. But really, ultimately, what you're choosing, it's about deciding which pain you are choosing and weighing it out against the others. And when you think of it that way, it doesn't seem like a choice, and it feels more like endurance. And again, that's normal in narcissistic relationships. If it feels this way, it's not you doing it wrong, it's not that you're indecisive, it's the painful, paradoxical, and messed up nature of a narcissistic relationship. So again, I think a lot of people think like, come on, make a choice. And a lot of people and narcissistic people who are struggling with decision making will often feel as though there's something wrong with them. See, I am indecisive. See, I'm not good at this. But in fact, you're not really making a decision as we traditionally do. When you really think about it as this choice between different kinds of pain, It can really help you, again, be kinder to yourself and make you realize that the choice you're making now, who knows how in the long term it's going to pay out, but right now it's reducing some pain, and especially if that pain involves other people, it can certainly make a big difference. A bit of a riddle. What's the difference between closure and justice in a narcissistic relationship? What are your thoughts on this? Kind of a trick question, as they all are. Oh, well, I can tell you.
What?
No offense, but if you still think stocks, real estate, or crypto are the best passive income investments in today's economy,
Is you're not likely to get either one in a narcissistic relationship. That much is similar between closure and justice. Now, in narcissistic relationships, people desperately want closure. I often think that justice gets subsumed under closure. They're actually not the same thing. I do believe that justice is a higher standard. Closure is something that can happen even if there's not whatever we consider to be justice. So how do we get closure? Accountability. The other person who's done something wrong in a relationship or something that hurts us, taking responsibility, understanding a person's motivations, getting a meaningful apology. Closure doesn't necessarily allay a broken heart or make you okay with what happened. But there's a wholeness we sometimes can feel, at least closer to wholeness with closure. A sort of closing circle, as it were. And it can help people and move forward together. So you may wonder, and I've talked about it, revisit it. Why is closure so rare in narcissistic relationships? Because as a rule, people are narcissistic. They don't take responsibility. They tend to shame, blame, and they don't give sincere apologies. The shame and entitlement that are part of narcissism and the subsequent defensiveness block narcissistic people from ever meaningfully coping to bad behavior, so they don't. That leaves the other person in the relationship walking around in a bit of a haze, alternating between blaming themselves, being angry, being confused, but never quite understanding what happened. Like I said, we may not always like the answers or the information we hear that help us with closure, but at least we hear something that makes sense to us, at least allows us, again, to close the circle and release it. Now, justice, that's an entirely different animal. Again, it's what we're taking on in my healing program this month, so you got to join it. Justice means that something was made right. Closure is just getting the information you need or the acknowledgement you need to move forward. Justice is about consequence, about trying to set things right. And I can tell you this, justice rarely, if ever, happens in a narcissistic relationship. Sure, you hear the stories here and there of a narcissistic business person losing everything or going to jail, or the narcissistic person who cheated on you, moving into a relationship with the person they cheated on you with, and looking loved up on social media, only to be rejected by the new person. That sort of feels just. Sometimes they are bigger ticket justices. We see a story in the news of someone who harassed or abused or behaved like a jerk to many, many people over many, many years, and they have broken the law, and they actually get a meaningful penalty for what they did instead of a slap on the wrist. Now, justice is not always a guarantee of closure, but for most folks it helps a lot. And closure is definitely not a guarantee of justice. It's possible you get a meaningful apology, but the narcissistic person faces no other consequences and just gets to go back out in the world and do more harm. Well, that certainly doesn't feel just. But your part of it may feel close. definition of closure and justice. Our laws, our policies, our rules, our systems, and the people who run the systems, most of them by and large don't understand narcissism. So there is no recognition that this person is likely to do bad things again. There are no laws against being a jerk like Eric even if they were, there wouldn't be enforceable. So there's no systemic penalties against this. In the majority of narcissistic relationships, people get neither closure nor justice. And that can leave survivors sort of hanging in this sort of purgatory and not being able to heal, still grappling with self-blame, shame, anger, confusion, a whole torrent of negative and confusing emotions. People wonder how family court didn't get it, criminal court didn't get it, human resources didn't get it, their families didn't get it, their churches, synagogues, mosques, and temples didn't get it. Everyone's still talking and neighborly nonsense about both sides and all the rest of it. Nobody gets it, no closure, no justice.
Think of all the major financial transactions you'll make throughout your life. Real estate, business equipment, automobiles, education, renovations, and even your investments. You must access a pile of money to do it. Your pile or a bank's pile.
You're annoying.
You pay interest and fees to the bank, or you give up the interest earning power of your own.
So, can you heal if there's neither closure nor justice? Yes, you can. You better be able to, because most of us don't get it. It's about radical acceptance, education about these issues, recognizing that systems, people, and family don't get it. But you know that this is a thing. All of that can help a little. Grief without closure is much harder, as a rule. Watching someone do something cruel and not face any kind of consequence can leave us with a sense of lack. If you can get closure, that's actually better than what most people are getting in these relationships. And sadly, sometimes the closure doesn't happen until years later, when the grief is over, when you have moved on yourself in many ways. When the closure takes that long, sometimes it brings up even more grief.
Yeah.
Wishing it could have happened earlier and set you free earlier. Sometimes when the closure happens, you're sort of indifferent to it. And it's the same with justice. The justice may not come as a result of what happened to you actually receiving a consequence, but maybe with the next person the narcissistic person goes at, maybe the justice takes a form you didn't expect. And you may even grapple with having positive feelings about their misfortune. For example, the narcissistic person ends up wasting all of their money and living alone in sort of less than optimal circumstances or having nowhere to live.
I just don't care.
At best, you may take the stance of you reap what you sow. But for survivors, most of whom are deeply empathic, experiencing that as justice doesn't always feel good. Maybe for a minute as karmic payback, but knowing someone is suffering or not doing well, or may even be in a dangerous situation, is not likely to be a solace to a person who once cared about the person.
It usually makes me feel worse.
Perhaps living without closure and justice.
I don't necessarily really want people to be like, you were right all along. That does not make me feel better.
Despite not getting a
Why would I want this?
something to make it all okay. Living without closure and justice certainly tests our faith. And many people will have spiritual ruptures at these times. Ultimately, if you can slowly heal, take yourself back, find your voice, express your needs and wants, and no longer live in the shadow of that relationship, there was some justice. Not for them, but for you. I think that sadly, that may be all we can expect. And this is why focusing on your healing is so important, because it may be the only path forward to justice. So let's talk a little bit about grief, because grief is a guarantee in a narcissistic relationship, and it definitely happens always alongside radical acceptance. In fact, it's one of the things that makes people afraid of radical acceptance. Let's take this on, because I had an interesting conversation about this that I want to share with you. Grief might be the most painful but important part of healing. My friend and colleague, Dr. Ingrid Clayton, said something to me recently that really stuck with me. She had said to me that in her process of healing from narcissistic abuse in her life, and what she sees in her clients' lives, is that grief, just as I see it, right, is a central core theme. But that grief, when it happens,
Good grief.
also was a step into reality. And I just want to also give a plug about Dr. Clayton, because I'm talking about her ideas here. We have a link to her magnificent memoir in the show notes. She's also an expert on the fawn response, so definitely you should check out her work. She said something so brilliant to me. She said that this idea, grief is a step into reality. And when she said it to me, I sat with it for a moment. Because she's right. The grief feels awful. And the grief almost always comes right after the radical acceptance. In fact, it's often why people are resistant to radical acceptance. Because as soon as we really do radical acceptance right, as soon as we finally allow ourselves to know what we always knew, what we held in our neurons, our cells, our bodies, that this was a one-way toxic relationship, it was never going to be good for us. We wanted it to be different, but then the dam would break once we accepted, and we would be overwhelmed with a sense of grief. That tidal wave might have been scarier than maintaining the toxic status quo of the relationship. But that status quo is in fact awful. It's almost a fantasy, right? The status quo of a narcissistic relationship is a complex net of justifications, denial, cognitive dissonance, betrayal, blindness, telling fake stories to other people about our relationships, smiling big for the pictures that go up on Instagram, selling ourselves and other people on the idea and the lie that everything's just fine, when in fact we're being devalued and manipulated and dismissed.
No, watch my house for me. Back. Oh, it's home. I'll be right back. Oh, this burger smells like peanuts. I'll get you something. I'll get you treats, okay? Won't be long. Won't be long. I'll be right back. hello. Yes, hello. What do I have for you? Treats. More treats. But I love you so much. Yeah, hang on. Let me just feed the fucking rodents. Rodents. Where art thou, squirrel army? Rod! Okay, what we do some of these first. Hopefully they're not foamy. Yeah, what do we get your dog to do? Oh, that was broken plate. I'm gonna turn on the AC. Oh, wow. Yeah, here you go. Here. Hey, what? No? Hello. Rod! Hi, Rod. Hi, mister. Here. Eat your peanut. No? What? Want a bone? And try these? They're new. Hello. Don't like you. Yeah, well, give me a second. This is really hard to open. Here. Try that. What do you think? Try it. Looks like a stogie. Eat it. Really? You're supposed to eat it. You're so stupid sometimes. I can't even take it. What? Get it. You can't pick it up. Too small. Oh, you're looking at me like I'm the one doing it. I don't know what to tell you. Too big, too small. I always get the wrong thing. It's good? No. Yeah. What? Why? No. Yeah. Okay? What's going on? Okay? Grab them all. Okay? Come on. Okay? Okay, Bobby? Hi. Oh. Okay? Okay? John? The hell? Okay? Okay? Scaring me. Okay? Okay? I'm getting nervous. I'm getting nervous. Oh, it's really hot in here. Mister? You okay? You're scaring me. Okay. What would I make me you an egg? Hungry? Food? Hey? Mister, I'll make us food. You okay? I'll make this eggs. How about that? Yeah. My mighty sandwich. Yeah, some fruit. I knew it. Well, come on. Come. Come on. Come on. Yep. What? Ow. Ow. Ew. My eggs are fun. What? It was the same thing as you. Mm. Mm. I'm going to go. Oh. Mm. 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 Here. Eat that. No. No, I said eat that. Right here. Eat food. Good boy. Time for another lunch. Good?
You're too busy to see me. I'm fucking stupid.
You hear him just put it in his mouth.
Hi, baby.
Hi, how's your day?
Oh, great.
Oh, really?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Why?
Okay, so for me it was a great day. For Josh was a normal day. For Derek, heart attack after heart attack. This is Josh on top of the scaffolding. The scaffolding goes like this, like, oh my god. And he puts the rope. Like, he's trying to put the rope the way I told him. He can't figure it out. He looks like stupid up there. And he's doing it. Boom! Drops the scaffolding. 5 steps high. Like a frame. Drop the frame. I'm like,
how the fuck that even happened?
Because he didn't hook the rope properly. He just tried to took him a jig like this and he let go and it just went. I'm like, oh my god.
What if someone was standing on it?
Would be dead. If someone was standing right down. If I was going to be waiting for the thing down there, which I never do, because I'm smart. I never go underneath the scaffolding.
Especially when Josh is up there. Even I don't. Like,
so he's like, I just had a realization today. Like, this guy cannot build scaffolding, unbuild scaffolding. No, he's like, I can't. Like, imagine that thing would have hit the gas pipe. I'm like, on a Sunday?
Man.
Would have cost you 4 times as much.
Yeah.
Like, it would have cost you the whole job.
Definitely.
Yeah. So he's like, oh my god, I can't. And then I'm telling you, okay, I'm going to go up there and do it. He's like, no, I'm fine. Okay, you're fine. Is that your definition of being fine and knowing how to do stuff? Not really. But then there's a thing. I was kind of happy because it was reckless like this, because I don't really care if he hurt himself. So he did stuff which removing the wood, the nails, and putting all the caulking and tar to block the holes on the roof that I would have never done like this. He's like, this is holding himself in the thing, and I'm like, oh my god, we have an harness, I wouldn't be doing this. I would have put the platform all the way down, I would have attached my harness, and I would have went and do it.
Was he wearing down pants?
No, swimsuit.
What? Hey! He's wearing a swimsuit.
Did you see what your dog just did?
What?
Just rubbed his face on the side of this.
You're a moron.
Hey, booby.
Careful, because then we're seeing you all morning. I want to got peanuts, dog treats.
Cool.
I had like $100 in my wallet.
Josh asked money to Derek, so Derek, can I go to $100 over you, please? And he's like, oh. Like, yeah, I can. And then I go with my story. So you know what happened to me yesterday? Like, fuck, I'm so bad with money. And I put my sweater on because I haven't put my sweater in since it's hot outside. I put my sweater on. Boop, $100. Hey! He's like, oh, you're lucky. I'm like, oh,
It's not lucky. It's intelligent.
Yeah.
I know myself better.
And I told Derek, I'm like, Derek, you realize that you just asked you for $100, and then I didn't work for 1 week, which is about $800 that we paid, plus my check. So I'm $1,600 down.
Yeah.
And I'm still having milk and food in my fridge.
C'est pas compliqué, là.
C'est pas compliqué,
Which is why I don't understand why they're like, children are starving. I'm like, you're nice. I was like, children can totally like fucking starve a little bit, maybe.
Oh my god, it's so hot outside.
Are you going to take a shower? You going to take a shower?
Shower, I'm standing.
Cold shower.
No.
And go to the water? Go to the water?
No.
Hey, Phoebe Herman.
Sorry. Want to work tomorrow? Want to work tomorrow?
What?
Want to work tomorrow?
I guess.
Drive a truck?
I suppose.
Maybe.
Yeah, who knows? I'll help out. He does pay for it, right?
Yeah. Yes, it is. That's why I don't want you to help me too much. You're over there because you put to drive me around.
I can't.
Yeah, I know.
I can't just sit there and watch people. Even smoke. Oh, it's there.
Apparently, I don't think he cares because the other day they were at lunch, all of them at the McDonald's, and then Josh went on his own table with his phone in a bad mood, and he said, "Okay, I'm gonna go smoke," and he went outside and he went to smoke his joint right in front of the window. Everybody saw him
In front of the window.
in front of the window at the McDonald's,
Oh, yeah, whatever.
but he's smoking a joint at lunchtime.
Oh.
Derek is there.
Okay.
Derek didn't mention any of that to me though. So I don't even think he realizes. I'm like, yeah, but you don't smoke. Like, what did you smoke? A joint? You still have weed of what I sold him because he didn't smoke that much weed. So it was like maybe too high at work because it's I smoke a lot. You smoke one and a half pinner in the morning and 1.5 pinner at night. Wow. That was a bad sound. Half pinner in the morning, half pinner at night.
Okay, not to. Okay, so 25 years ago, the Red Hot Chili Peppers exposed the media.
Really? I never heard about that.
Californication?
Yeah?
You ever listen to the fucking lyrics of this song? I'm like so unbelievably freaked out now.
Am I showing myself to all your live streamers?
In boxers, men are it's what do you call it? Appropriate.
Is it?
Oh, it's socially appropriate for men to be like walking around in boxers. Yeah.
I don't think so.
I think I would not like to see men with bigger titties than me that are disgusting and topless.
There's people that have speedos, man.
Google is the first place shoppers look for new products.
I love the bass line in that song. Yeah, I bragged to Derek just now, like, so my girlfriend got me a bass guitar for my birthday. He's like,
It's
like, what? When was your birthday? I'm like, 1st of August, it's coming up.
Yeah, that's it for your birthday.
And he's like, you play bass? I'm like,
wow.
My whole life, man. I've played since I'm 13. I did a military camp. A paid military camp to buy my first bass.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah.
Psychic spies from China try to steal your mind's elation.
Oh wow.
Okay, wait. Fuck.
How do you do it?
It's just that slow.
Oh wow.
Greta Thunberg.
Wow.
It gets worse.
Because when I was listening to that song, I wasn't speaking English, right? So I know the words, but now I'm understanding what.
It's a super fucked up song. Weird.
First one unicorn. For softball.
Right? I did not know it said that. Hardcore softboard.
Insane. Fucking insane.
And they're saying that like Hollywood called it like 25 years ago, or they were out Hollywood.
Same as little System of a Down. System of a Down. Not Nirvana. But System of a Down, they were talking about the jail system, all of those things, and when I actually figured out what they were saying, I'm like, God, so much against society.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Dude, fucking what do you call it? Fucking Morgan Freeman. In the name of.
I take bomb track.
Oh yeah. It's so fun.
Firstborn unicorn, hardcore softborn. Wow. That's great. Is that your revelation of the day?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Destruction leads to a very rough road, but it also breeds creation.
Crazy. Back then, those people were doing protests with their music.
Yes, okay. Very well to break the spell of aging. Fuck up.
Rage against the machine. Hey.
You like the egg or what?
Seems like it. Are you looking into it?
I think like Casey.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he's not sure.
Firstborn unicorn.
Hardcore softball.
Hardcore? Softboard?
He explained why misgendering is an act of violence.
Oh my god.
Jeez. Words are violence, huh? Maybe you should let somebody punch you in the face sometime, and then I'll call you a dork, and you can compare them and let me know if they feel the same. Right?
Wow.
If words are violence, then my new music video is a Royal Rumble in a steel cage being fought with machetes in the middle of a minefield.
Thank you. That was a great analogy.
Check out my new music video. It's called Me Versus.
He had a really good one.
Well, you still be his latest one, I think.
Look, it ain't easy. A top cancer charity
Because he's got record labels sending him messages out
Like,
that they want him to sign with him. And you're like, this is how you deal with a record label. And he just goes, no. In the email. Hi, hope all's well. We're from Sony. No. Just no.
you know, okay, it's called Spatar. They say stupid shit in a rap, but it's actually very, very clever. So it's clever stupidness. Anyway, and then they get sued so much. This guy, Tradel, it's DJ Tradel. His email is loaded like yours, just from people that wants to sue them. Like, how many thousands of emails do you need before it does that? What are you doing, Jack?
Questioning the government's agenda is controversial, but promoting guns and liquor in our music is commercial. They're confusing us with pronouns they made up to make us trigger. You can call me what you want, but just don't call me late for dinner. School teaches you to learn, and then it teaches you to think. So you absorb misinformation, then you practice what they preach. You ain't free, can't you see that's how they want you to act? It's called conforming to the norm. You don't need freedom for that. I'm not Republican or liberal or left wing or right leaning. I took the red pills because that's what's fighting for my freedom.
No. With all of the troubles and everything, I actually like my house. I love my girlfriend. I love my job. You know, my life that I have right now is pretty good. And he's like, yeah, but don't worry about it. You know, the salary that I'm giving you right now is nothing. I'm gonna give you more salary. I'm like, my salary is fine for now. I'm not complaining for any of that.
There's like a lot of like advertisements too that are just like, this is how you can be sure to get rich by like in the next 90 seconds, and if you keep to it, you'll be like a billionaire by the time you're 60. I was like, but I don't want.
I don't even know what to do with all this fucking money. And
right?
The stress, and then the mental that you have to. Okay, this is there. This is there. This needs to be making more money off.
Right?
Is this still making more money?
Because then you have to sign up for like more shit. More money you make, the more shit you have to sign up for.
That means more phone call you receive, more phone call you have to do, more mail. You know.
Like, and I don't care to give my time and energy to those kinds of people. Like,
everything went well for me too because I had my chain.
You're funny.
Yeah.
The narcissistic parent will say, "Let's have a good time, we'll have fun," and then as soon as you get there, they pull it back, and then some criticism, doubting your reality, shaming, guilting, and this causes lots of problems because it keeps us hanging on because we want the climax of getting acceptance. The narcissistic parent will say, "Look,
this is Jonathan Cho. This is Jonathan Cho. Get this. You're a liar.
They can't stop me. I refuse to be bullied.
Seattle journalists take me to explore the remains of the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, a 5-block area where the police were banned from entering following the George Floyd protests in 2020.
This is where I've been chased by a guy wielding a knife, a guy wielding a baseball bat, even nunchucks. Once we go in, it is treacherous. We're going to be dodging trash, garbage, drug needles. We are entering at our own risk. Everyone here has weapons. They do not want us here. This is like Walking Dead style here. There could be someone getting there. We have found bodies in these tents before. Is anyone in there? Hey guys, welfare check.
I understand that you guys are just one paycheck away from being out here too.
Why do you think they're choosing to be out here? They don't want to follow the rules. Homeless, the drug addicts, we're destroying the bathrooms. Kids go in there to use the bathroom and they're standing next to needles and needle caps. Would you like to say hello? Not to you guys, no.
I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to. You might be right wing or something.
Look, he's carrying the club. I think it's time to move. He might be coming.
Oh yeah,
we gotta go.
move.
Watch out. Tap here to see what happens next.
This is Jonathan Cho.
He's looking down. He's fucking. As soon as you're standing in front of him, he's gonna fucking hit you, man.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, he's coming with that club.
Those are people you don't fuck with, though. Like, honestly, those are people who are crazy. Like.
Well, that's pretty much. Yeah.
That's not Fatal at all, though.
No,
like,
it's
Fatal
crazy,
is not like that at all.
No, it's not. Not even the. Yeah.
Fatal is very welcoming. Like, people's doors are open. You just walk into their home.
Well, what about that tent city beside it? You don't know everyone in there. more is gonna go, more random people is gonna show up, and then they're gonna start making their own look. But you know what? With Stefan, don't fuck around with Stefan. If Stefan blows up, man, he's gonna fucking bash your head in until there's no more head. And you know what? Look at that! It's a nice pile of garbage. You make a little hole, just put it in there. That's Stefan. He looks nice and everything, but that's Stefan. One day he couldn't. This guy was yelling at me, but I was yelling at another person, and I couldn't deal with that guy. And he was drunk, and I was like, "Okay, that's it. You don't yell at my friend like this." Just took his head, fucking smashed it twice in the
What?
in the dumpster, and he just dragged the guy fucking further. And just threw it in the back. I was like, "What'd you just do?" Like that guy was yelling at you. Like, what? Like, yeah, what's really yelling at you? She couldn't take it anymore. I'm like, okay, thanks. Just grab the guy, bam, bam, fucking. He's strong. Stefan's very strong.
I did not
He's
think
like
he's
this.
so nice.
He's like this all
Yeah.
the time. But when he actually gets up, he's very tall.
He's so nice though.
Yeah. Hey, don't fuck with Stefan.
Okay, duly noted. I'm like almost positive that Trump's thing was set up.
I'm sure it was set up.
Because they have some ginger guy like with a visor who's like talking about, he's like, yeah, no, I saw the guy on the roof, and it's like an open roof. It's not like a roof that's hidden in any way. And he's like, I saw him standing there, and I looked over at the Secret Service, and I was like, yo, there's a guy on the roof over there, eh? And they thought, they were saying that they thought he was one of the Secret Service agents.
That's how easy
he was dressed like Antifa.
Yeah.
Like, and they thought he was just like one of the agents. And then it's what you're hearing is a certain a Winchester, because it echoed. There's like pop, it goes pop pop, and it's the echo of it.
Well, it depends which caliber. Okay, like a Winchester 30-30, there's no way it's just fucking getting that. No, the whole half of the head would have went. 30-30 bullets is going like that.
Oh, wow.
That's the smallest Winchester that you can get.
Well, there's a lot of shots that went off first, and like fucking.
Unless it's a 22. If it's a 22.
The fist in the air with his blood on the face, that's fucking just so perfect, though.
With a 22 shot around here on the skull, it could have just bounced and get the
guy behind him died.
So
the guy standing behind him died. Got his head blown off.
how far was the shot? Was it windy?
Yeah. Apparently the wind saved his life. Yeah. And then apparently
so it might have been a big caliber.
Apparently and then he panicked, and then Secret Service shot him in the back of the head. Because Secret Service ran up the stairwell, whatever, and came up behind him, shot him in the back of the head.
So it's a real attempt on his life.
Yeah, for sure. Wow. It was. You know what? It was a matter of time. It was only a matter of time. Like you can't say it was unprecedented. This is very much not unprecedented. This is very much perceivable.
It's like the GFK, but Survivor.
I think he was. Yeah, but I think he was in shock. I don't think he realizes the severity of what happened. Like the guy behind him, he didn't see the guy behind him die.
No, but I didn't know that until he told me, because at some point, you know what I was thinking? I think he had a little device behind his ear. And you know those
earpiece.
I'm sure I put a little bomb in there, make his thing blow up, make like a gunshot, man. Big stunt. I'm like, come on, you're all just blew your ear off. You know what? You're gonna be a hero.
Well, they tackled him to the ground. Like he's 70-something. Like he's not young. They tackled him to the ground, and they're like, and then you just hear him go, okay, he's down, and then they're like, okay, Trump up, and then they lift him up, and Trump goes, wait, stop. And he makes it a point to put his fucking fist in the air before they pull him off. Yeah. And he was like, fight. Like, it's just like, I have goosebumps. Like,
it's like movies.
It's
better than every single movie.
That's what I mean. It's too perfect, though. It's just too perfect. And they said that Secret Service let it happen.
No, that's life. Because in life, it happens twice as better in the movies.
That's true.
And, like, it's super fast. Happens super fast.
Well, the girl's screaming. That's like a fucking scream and a half. Like, I almost, like, threw up.
Really?
Well, because Viva Frey, he's actually a Montrealer. I started watching him during curfew.
Footage of that. I want see this other guy's head explode.
Oh, you don't see it. They don't show it. But you hear the girl screaming.
Have been calling for violence.
Have to go on 4chan or those kind of places.
What they call
Probably.
I'm not going on.
Too low.
Oh, I don't want fucking any kind of history of me going on fucking 4chan.
History judges him for the most.
Remember there was a site called gore.com and it was like live videos of people getting fucking. I saw one guy get stomped, his head stomped.
Augrish.com? And the first American military that got his head decapitated with a knife by the Middle East people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, with a knife. It was live. I saw that in school. I was
5 to 7 minutes.
I was juvie.
Of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea. You know, but
this guy's traumatized.
Army, you know, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us.
Let me pause because we did see a video saying the shooter's dead, and it was someone shooting out, looking at that roof, saying it seems that the shooter's dead. Okay, so
Yeah, they shot him in the head and he was on the ground.
Throughout the video, but fog of war, this all can be the imaginations of someone who smoked too much weed before a Trump rally. I'm not saying that to be funny or glib. Just it could all be wrong. But I've seen another video of what appears to be a corpse on a roof. Then we have to try to make this all make sense in terms of what the rounds were and how fast they were being fired. Because now we counted 13 shots in a very short succession.
13 shots.
I explained a few things.
So fuck it. The guy just didn't miss the shot.
Yeah, but I think it might have been 7 shots
Okay,
because
so the guy was
there's an echo.
ready because it's a clip of 12, and you have one in the chamber. So he was ready to empty his clip. 13 fucking bullets.
Oh no, that. Wait. I'm not even playing the video.
Said, take a look at what happened.
Get down! Fuck, he's a real badass.
Fucking, and they completely cover him with their bodies.
Yep. Tao, stop talking! Tao, he touched his head! Get down!
Like, that was a fucking real stream. And what they're looking like over here, a guy fell.
These guys are just waiting to get shot.
Yep.
That's their job.
Yep. See, look, they're dealing with a guy on the ground right here.
Look at everybody in the background, by the way. Sorry, I realized you didn't see the cursor. That woman's got a. That's got a.
They have a guy on the ground over there.
Let me get my shoes. Look at this guy's face. Wait. Fucking fight. Oh no, that impeach Trump, you pieces of shit.
Move!
I like this guy now.
Hey, are they going to try to impeach him a third time because he said fight after they tried to kill him?
That's a chick! That's a chick that's carrying him.
Yeah. That guy's got an angle right there. And are they going to try to impeach him because he said fight 3 times from the podium?
Like, that's fucking nuts. And then someone actually did a like slowed it down, and like you can see it. You can see the bullet going past it.
Yeah.
Was instantly killed. Fell to the bottom of the bleachers.
Right there.
Another woman looked like she got hit in the forearm or hand, and then at that point in time, it was rather chaotic at that point because half the people were looking because they thought it was fireworks. I knew it was gunshots right away. My friend.
When you hear a gun, then you know.
I knew it was a gun, right? Even him knew because he stopped talking, and it hit him on the head. It's like, oh my god!
It's back up now. My Mary just came into some of it.
Good footage, bro. Though. Good footage.
Well, it's people
Poor man,
and
that's
people are
dead.
sending because he's going to the one tomorrow or today. He's going to Wisconsin.
Hey, it's a flesh wound. No, he's just gonna have a patch on his ear.
Well, he was like, I guarantee you that Trump is going to be at the rally today.
Oh yeah.
In the world of accounting and bookkeeping, efficiency and accuracy are extremely important.
That's for using the word retarded because nobody who's retarded would ever talk.
Almost
like
lost Trump. Like in this kangaroo world, man, we can't lose Trump.
No, and I think it was very much the wind. Pulled the bullet to the side and it went right past him.
Okay, so it takes 3 shots to get your shot properly.
Oh, really?
When you adjust your gun, because let's say the guy didn't do that beforehand. You shoot one bullet with your scope, and you know where the bullet hit.
Okay.
You can shoot another bullet, and then you're gonna be pretty much where you hit, and then you know how to adjust your thing. So pop, pop, pop.
I think the first one when he missed, I think
he's
panicked.
an amateur. I think he panicked. I think he was breathing because you're supposed to do top, top, top. No air. So because your gun's gonna do this.
Yeah.
So
they do it in video games.
Your guns. Yeah, but I never used that in video games. Stupid because the gun goes like this and I just shoot when it comes in an X line. So that's shooting while running. Anyway, it's kind of weird.
Oh, someone produced this picture?
Woo! Woo!
And he's like, all this might be like not real, like everything that is sent to me. He's like, but still, there are people there that are sending him footage.
Get down, get down! This guy got shot in the ear, man. It's crazy. This is real. This is super real. Where's your camo bag, lady? Right there. It's just camo. What you want? There's no smoke in here.
Maybe I left them in the car. Maybe they're in my visor. I'll look at them. We need to get a lawnmower.
Max told me to buy, call his company.
I don't have $50.
25. Perfect gave me $25. But no.
Ask him.
Yeah, but I don't know. Not about your lawnmower. Okay. Let's see who had.
This is a messy sandwich ever.
Huh?
I think a very messy sandwich. Oh.
What you want?
They're running.
What?
I'm just spinning.
Yeah. What was that?
None.
When they ask about the story of my life, tell them, go figure. I grew up to be the grave digger, my own grave digger. Go figure. I turned out to be the grave digger, my own grave digger. When they ask about
This week only at Domino's, get unlimited mini-priced pizzas
Hey,
for
give me a
50%
sandwich.
off when you order online. Choose any size pizza you want, any
Is it
crust
the
you want, and any toppings you want. Oh, and any number of pizzas you want,
Nice
too.
catch.
Get 50% off your perfect pizza or pizzas. This week only.
Hey guys, have a lot of breaking news to bring you this morning. As you likely already know, and as Soccer brought you yesterday, a would-be assassin attempted to take the life of President Trump at a rally in Pennsylvania, leading to horrifying scenes and one rally goer killed, 2 others in critical condition.
Really?
We have a lot of updates for you this morning that I wanted to bring to you,
From,
including
like,
statements from Trump, statements from Biden. We now know who the shooter has been identified as. We've got some photos and some, reading the tea leaves of his political history, which is confused to say the least. So we'll bring you all of those details. Also, mounting questions about the state of security at this rally and how this individual was able to get these shots off, how he was able to come within inches of taking the former president's
Just
life.
like fucking the guy that
So
was naked on the roof.
all of this. I want to
across
start though
from
at the
Dom's.
beginning with what unfolded at the rally. Of
It was
course, this
from
is disturbing.
7
so
a.m.
just a
to
warning before
12.
we get into any of this.
5
I'm gonna show
hours.
you the full
Like, they have
video.
the crane and like the
45 seconds.
a
You can see
sniper on the roof
when
next
former
door,
President
like
Trump realizes that something
a
is
big ass
going
shield
on.
on the crane,
You can see
lower
him
down, like guys butt naked.
Service
Like
come
there's
in and take
in
action.
danger.
You can see former President Trump striking a defiant pose and telling the audience to fight, fight, fight. Let's take a listen to all of this.
Take a look at what happened.
Oh my God, that's a yell, huh?
I know, it made me nauseous. Like,
Just realized the guy beside her is dead.
yeah. He's down. She's down.
Yeah, that's funny because they shot him from afar. The sniper shot him.
Oh, really?
Well, because he's still shooting. So the sniper shot him, pop, right in the head. Because they don't have the time to apprehend the sniper. They don't want him to shoot more bullets. At this point, 13 bullets. You're ready. Your clip was full and you have one in the chamber. And maybe it's it's easier to get, because that amount of bullets is probably a 9mm retractable firearm, and Winchester make those.
Wait. Wait. Listen.
Everybody fucking like you understand like
holy shit though.
People, it's time to clear the scaffolding.
Right?
It's time to go.
So,
that's so
I guess Trump Trump fans are not the kind of people that panic.
Well, because probably most of them are carrying.
We since have
Every civilian's over there. Where's the shooter?
I'll share with you in just a moment.
They all think they're like vigilantes.
The bullet did graze his ear.
Okay, bye.
That is what caused that blood that you see splattered across his face. He has been seen in public since then, walking unaided, and the officials are saying he is safe. So, but when you're talking about obviously a bullet grazing his ear, you are talking about inches away from taking his life. And as I said, let me just show you this image that was captured by I believe this was a New York Times photographer, White House press corps colleague Doug Mills. I don't know if you can see in this photograph, this that they have circled here, that is the bullet coming right at him. This same photographer captured moments after this.
He just won,
Trump
right?
feels something on his ear, and then a moment after that, and he looks at his hand and he sees blood, and then after that, that's when he gets down. But just look at that image.
Biden administration?
Projectile, a bullet.
He said it's time to put a bullseye on Trump.
President's head.
What happened when that fucking...
He did say that?
He did.
Astonishing.
Biden said
So,
that.
of course,
like a day before.
Raised about how the hell
and like, yeah, but like, what did he say when that pipeline fucking exploded?
You're gonna take care of it. Don't worry.
Everyone has to go through a magnetometer.
Wow.
Going into these
wow.
rallies. So how was someone able to get in
sure.
with a gun? Well, we now know the shooter was actually positioned outside of the rally area on a rooftop.
It's a Winchester 9
And
millimeter.
in fact, I'm going to show you this later in the segment. There were people who saw him, who were just outside the rally, locals who were standing nearby, who wanted to hear what the
For
former
like
president
6
had
or
to
7
say,
minutes, I think he
who
said.
saw this man walking through a field, climbing up on this roof, bear crawling across the roof with a gun, and were trying to get anyone's attention possible.
Yeah, they said they went to the Secret Service, and they were like, "Yo,"
with a gun,
for like 6 or 7 minutes, like until he started shooting.
So he was spotted beforehand. Let me just show you a map of the scene so you can get a sense of where the shooter was in relationship to Trump. So you can see this is the approximate area of the stage, they say, where Trump was shot. This is the whole area is called the Butler Farm Showgrounds. This is a county that's just north of Allegheny County in Pennsylvania, so just north of Pittsburgh. And this rooftop here is the location of the suspected gunman's position.
That's
so
far.
Scene has indicated this is about 150 yards away.
What?
Which may sound like a lot, but
Wow. No, this is a lot. A good shot is about 100 meter.
So just incredibly fortunate that with whatever security
That's
lapses
fucked up.
150 yards. That's a trained sniper.
seriously injured.
Apparently not well taken out.
Of course, you do have a
They
rally
when
going.
Putin's guys gonna fuck that up? Guarantee they
He's
did.
got, no, it's possible to do it at 223. Because 223, it's kind of like a 22 caliber, but a no longer bullet, so it doesn't.
Apparently, there's a gun that actually shoots at bullets at hyperspeed, so it shoots before you hear it.
That's a Remington 50 caliber. The bullets are big like that.
Apparently, it's so fast.
If so, the record was a Canadian at 1.5 kilometer, and then he shot 4 feet above the ground, and it's the best condition that it could ever have. It was a cliff that was blocking the wind, and then the guy could have seen the bullet coming because the dust was lifting all the way to the bullet when the bullet was going like this 4 foot high, so you could see a trace of like a plane almost coming towards, and he hit him right in the head. And then the people heard the shot.
They're screaming.
So yeah, it hits you before you hear the shot.
And then you hear the shots ring out, and we know what unfolds from there. So
yeah, when you hear it, it wasn't for you. Don't worry, keep going.
We have a statement from we actually have a couple of statements for.
If you heard it, you're not hit. Go.
Yeah, you don't know
this first one up on the screen.
So all of those kids on Normandy when they had the D-Day, most of them it's 50 caliber. Those big things like this.
Oh yeah, I love.
So yeah, but the bullets already hit the target before you heard it.
Oh wow.
So everybody that got hit didn't know it.
That such an act can take
and it makes a whole big like that.
Is noted this time about the shooter who is now
you can
dead.
see the sniper practice on goats
I was shot with a
on the
bullet
mountains.
That pierced
shoot the goat,
part of my right ear.
Pieces.
I knew immediately that something was wrong in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place.
Yeah, well, your ear bleeds a lot. Cartilage.
So I realized then what was happening. God bless America. His later statement I can bring to you as well. Let me go ahead and put this one up on the screen. This one occurred after that one. This one was from this morning. He says, "Thank you to everyone for your thoughts and prayers yesterday. It was God alone who prevented the unthinkable from happening. We will fear not, but instead remain resilient in our faith and defiant in the face of wickedness. Our love goes out to the other victims."
Oh my God!
Popular man in the world.
Win!
He's the most popular man in the world.
Oh, for sure!
Yeah, the former.
Does he make so much money now?
We stand united.
Yeah, imagine how much money you're gonna donate to him. Like,
strong and determined, and not allowing evil to win. I truly love our country and love you all, and look forward to speaking to our great nation this week from Wisconsin. Signed, DJT, referring there to the fact the RNC is hours at this point away from beginning. We have gotten word from the RNC and from the campaign. It will go on as planned, so no changes there. But
so you're gonna have the bulletproof glass now.
That's what I was thinking, like a box.
Well, they usually have a bulletproof fucking screen, or like it's like a partition.
Video that was released
He's
by
sticking to his flag.
Trump's team.
Well,
of him
the presidential Secret
down
Service, they
from
won't,
his,
because
from
of
his
a conflict of interest. He will, I don't know if it's him that won't let them be security, or because he has his own Secret Service. He has his own security.
Yeah, but then when you're president, it's dealt with force.
Yeah, but they won't fucking do security for him.
So you can see just
The
him
president
walking down,
one.
no problem.
Really?
Upstairs,
They
so
won't.
this
They
went out,
even
you know,
fucking
so it's a statement of
what's the
defiance,
other guy?
just to show that he is okay.
JFK's
physically, he is
nephew,
fine.
RFK.
Now,
He does not have any kind of security.
A short statement. He was
His
at
wife.
his beach house.
He was never president.
It
As soon
should
as he
be for
become
people
president.
even running. Like,
Yeah, no, for sure.
Brief
For sure.
comments, just
He
condemning,
should have his own,
as everyone else
details.
has, political
and he's asked for it multiple times, and they keep saying no.
Delta Force has 2 helicopters, those crazy helicopters, and then I think it's a member of like 15 soldiers, the best of the best of the Marine Corps that are on the verge of retiring. So they go there. It's the most dangerous fucking job.
Details on that conversation, but let me give you a little bit of what current President Biden had to say.
See, this guy's on top of him. Just waiting to get shot. I'm gonna block the bullets. I'm here to block the bullets.
That's what their job is to take a fucking shot for the president. Like, you know what I mean? Your head gets fucking blown off. Like,
That's the telephone.
Kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And so,
You're the one that's good put a fucking bullseye on
including the state agencies that have engaged in making sure that
there's probably some crazy person that took it literally.
detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience.
No, it died.
That detail will make that
You don't know
available.
that? You're the president.
I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if we don't. If I'm not able to give it, if
Well,
it's not a convenient for you. But the bottom line is that the Trump rally, the rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate.
It is heard of. It's happened before, many times.
Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I'm able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. But so far, it appears he's doing well. Number one. Number two, that they're thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have some reports, but not final reports. And every agency in the federal government, I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing as anything happened. They learned more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much. And
He's delusional. He's senile.
If I do, okay.
He did take one shot at question about whether this was an assassination.
Nobody's gonna ask him about that bullseye question?
Now we have,
No?
an official
No?
determination.
You're gonna pretend like that didn't come out of his mouth? Okay.
The assassination attempt. I know this
Oh,
seems
you okay?
obvious, but they want to wait and make sure
Well,
these
Jack.
things to try not to speak out of turn. Which, listen, when something like this unfolds, obviously there is wild, rampant speculation. There are all sorts of things floating around online.
Anyway,
that
the guy,
are
the shooter,
untrue.
is better off then.
So, sticking to
Oh?
the very specific details of
okay.
what we actually know in a moment like this, I think is, in fact, incredibly important. All right, so let's talk about what we do know, because at this point they have released the name of the shooter, and we can have gleaned some details, because of course everyone wants to know, okay, well, who is this person? We still don't know what a motive was, but this individual summed up some of the reporting that is out there, and this is consistent with what New York Times and others are reporting, even though this is just some random guy on Twitter. He just happened to sum it up well. So the shooter is Thomas Matthew Crooks. He is a local Pennsylvania resident. He is 20 years old. Just graduated from high school 2 years ago. So he donated 15 in terms of political activity. He has no social media profile that anyone has been able to turn up so far. I saw some speculations. He may have a Discord, but none of that has come up. We don't know what was going on there, if such a thing even exists. donated $15 to Act Blue the day of Biden's inauguration when he was 17. That went to some sort of progressive PAC that says they're fighting to restore democracy. So very sort of, standard liberal progressive type indications there. On the other hand, 8 months later, he registered to vote as a Republican. One of the photos that has emerged, he's wearing I believe him when he is at the rally getting ready to shoot the president, he's wearing a t-shirt of a gun YouTuber. And what folks are saying is that this gun YouTuber happens to be very apolitical, but certainly indications that he's a gun enthusiast. Reports are that he used an AR-15 rifle to commit this attempted assassination. And then this person says somehow the only 20-year-old on earth without social media. So that's what we know at this point about the shooter. We also have a few images that I can bring you as well, so you can see this person. Oh, well, first, let me show you this. This is footage that has emerged of him opening fire. And let me put this up on the screen. There isn't a lot to it, but you can see him here in this part.
Hey, do not sell your home before downloading this. If you do just this one little thing before selling a house in this current market, it will instantly increase its value. Hi, my name is Peter. I'm the Peter Thompson Real Estate Team at EXPOSEDHOLLYWOOD. It's my mission to help homeowners that are considering a move plan of exactly what their home is worth in today's market and to maximize their equity with a proven homeowner advantage. Recently put together a free PDF guide to show you the 9 most common mistakes homeowners make when it comes to selling a home. So they can focus equity. For example, my clients
20-year-old kid. Either he practiced for fucking while, or like it's just the reason that he shot 13 bullets in a general area that he actually had a shot at the president. Almost did it though.
Almost.
20 years old.
Yep.
Before I had my accountant, I honestly used to lie awake at night thinking the tax man is going.
So you can just see him there.
Taxman's gonna do whatever to her. We want to know.
Bring out, the camera jolts. You can't see a lot more after that, but that just to give you a sense of his position and where he was. So this has opened up, obviously, a whole hell of a lot of questions about how this was able to happen. And as I mentioned previously, a lot of questions about people who had seen him before and were trying to get the police's attention, trying to have something done. How was this allowed to unfold? Here are the photos that I was referencing before from the New York Post. I also want to say there are a lot of photos and videos that are circulating online that are not Thomas Matthew Crooks. These are the only ones, these 3 that I've seen that have actually been verified of this individual, this would-be assassin who killed a rally goer, injured 2 others, and shot the former president of the United States. So those are the images that we have. One of the most stunning videos to come out was an eyewitness that I mentioned before, who had lives locally. They wanted to come out. Trump supporter wanted to hear what the former president had to say, and they spotted this individual with a gun, bear crawling up the roof. Gave an interview to the BBC after this all unfolded. Let's take a listen to this and what he had to say.
Yeah, Carl, we've been talking to a number of people as they've been coming out of this horrific event. A lot of people very emotional, a lot of people very upset, as you can imagine. A lot of people very, very frightened. Greg was someone who was, you weren't inside the event. Nope, but you were just outside. Tell us what you saw and what.
So we had a party here all day. You can see behind us at the Sprinkles Farming Greenhouse here. We had a party, and we all decided, hey, when we hear Trump up there, we're going to walk up through the field, stand by the trees up there under the shade, and watch and listen to the rally. Right? We couldn't see him, but we could hear him. So we walked up. And probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea, But we noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof
of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, you know, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with the rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? You know, like they didn't know what was going on. You know, we're like, hey,
That sounds about right.
We can see him from right here. We see him. You know, he's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him up the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2 or 3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots rang out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%. 100%.
And he...
So that's, in essence...
It was high, it was right there.
Listen, I'm no security expert. I don't know what goes into planning for an event like this.
Huh?
Planning for the
Oh, what?
protection
A guy with a gun?
Sounds about right.
But, of course, you have to ask if random individuals, this guy, people who were at the rally, who I showed you the video earlier, were screaming, he's got a gun.
That's how easy it is.
If they
A
were
20-year-old
able to
just sneak up the roof, with a rifle,
why was the rally allowed to continue? How did this unfold? How did such a stunning security failure unfold? Notably, law enforcement gave a press conference yesterday evening. Notably, there was no representative from the Secret Service there. The Secret Service has come under fire, by the way, from all sorts of directions recently about their competence. We'll reserve judgment. We're working to book a security expert, by the way, for the full show.
You guys are making it look like it's just a security
to get
tutor.
an expert perspective on what could have gone wrong and whether it is possible to fully prevent these sorts of threats on the life of the former president, current presidential candidate, from occurring. So we'll save some expert analysis from that. But very noteworthy, the Secret Service was not represented at that press conference, and also noteworthy what the FBI representative had to say, indicating that they were surprised that this shooter was able to get so many shots off. Let's listen in part to what they had to say.
What you can recall. Sounds like law enforcement only knew he was there until shots were fired. Is that what you're hearing?
So that is the assessment this time.
So were you surprised that a sniper was able to fire off multiple shots at the former president? I mean,
Again, we're still working through the security apparatus that the Secret Service had in place, what potentially happened. There's going to be a long investigation into exactly what took place and how the individual was able to get access to the location, what type of weapon he had, all
Those
that.
2 cops, man. This is to follow those 2 cops.
Days, weeks, and months of investigation.
like 4 or 5 shots.
It is surprising, but again, to get the truth, all the details of that will come out later in the investigation.
Well, back to the movement of this building. I just understand that this building, there was an unfinished from several hundred meters away when it's happening. What goes into that conversation over what is in and out of why?
Again, the Secret Service really needs to answer that question. They conduct the initial site survey. They do the initial security assessments and determine where the different security locations should be. And they're the ones who are in charge of securing the scene. We, along with other state and local assets, are there to support the Secret Service and their mission.
So a lot that's very noteworthy about that answer. First of all, him saying, yes, I am surprised that this sniper was able to get this many shots off to come within inches of killing former President Trump, to kill a rally goer, to
And he's just a media relation. He's not in charge of anything.
I'm surprised by that. Number 2, when asked, how was this area not within the secure perimeter, given that it's an ideal vantage point to perpetrate such an attack? He says, that's really on the Secret Service. They need to answer those questions. We're there to support, along with local law enforcement, but this is really their show. And which, of course, begs the question, okay, well, why isn't there a representative of the Secret Service there to answer these questions, I think that in and of itself is noteworthy. So there's going to be a lot more that we learn today. This is an extraordinary situation. And
So what else in the world is going on that they can hide now? That's what I'm wondering.
Huge topics of
All the
conversation
highs and all that.
over the coming days, weeks, and months. As I said before, we're headed into the RNC this week. Of course, this is a time of great tumult on the Democratic side of the equation, with President Biden facing all of these calls for him to drop out of the race, given his level of decline and incapacity. So his response being very, very closely monitored and continuing, high level of political tension in the country, and an incredibly tumultuous and fraught political environment overall. So it's the very latest that we have for you this morning. If anything major breaks today, we'll bring that to you as well. Otherwise, Sagar and I will both be in the studio tomorrow to break down every single thing that we know, and are working hard to bring on experts and such to fill out the show as well. So thank you guys as always for trusting us with this kind of coverage, and we will see you all very soon.
Hey, it's Ross Newton from crowdpro.com, and today we're going to show you how to get up and running with crowdpro trivia in just 5 minutes.
Look at me skipping in less than 5 seconds.
Netflix has become shorthand for
I hate this guy.
just sort of the meme life of a guy sitting in a dark room, smoking weed, red eyes,
Oh,
not
he's
going
so
to bed,
creepy.
almost sort of staying up out of spite to you to my boss.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2CTV with some semi-breaking news from the Middle East. There has been another 12 rules for life where, hey, I see you suffering. I see nobody's talking to you. Let me give you some simple rules that will really help you out. Then you go on your own cross-carrying journey, coma, illness, crazy town, and you come back with the Deathly Hallows version of, now I'm going to give you the mythology, and I'm going to tell you exactly what you wrestle with to learn what spirit not only lives inside you currently, what spirit should live inside of you. All of the human experience has already been thought through. I can't give it to you in a bunch of simple packages of the rules for life, because those will become dead wood fast. I've got to get you into the thing. There's a reason you titled this book, We Who Wrestle with God, and not What You Can Learn from God. That would have been a title more people would have understood, but there's obviously something to this idea of wrestling with living ideas, making it personal, figuring out what your relationship is with this stuff.
When Jacob is wrestling with God, that's worship. That's true worship. That's why he's awarded the name Israel. He's the leader of the chosen people because he wrestles with God. So that's manna for the suffering, because it means that if you're genuinely suffering, then God's there in your grasp, right there with you. That's a good way of thinking about it. In the wrestling, Socrates was a wrestler, literally, right? And he was a very powerfully built person. He wrestled before he was a philosopher. It's the same thing. And everyone,
All
the
Greek.
thing is about the chosen
All
people,
Greek
Israel,
wrestling.
everyone wrestles with God. Now, the question is, in what spirit should you wrestle with God? I would say, remember who you're wrestling with. That's what God tells Job when he reminds him that God was there at the beginning of time, defeating Leviathan, fashioning the world. Remember who you're wrestling with. Have a little humility. Or a lot. Plenty. Enough to strip you of your dead wood. Right? And if you're all dead wood, then the fire of God looks like hell.
Can I get you to read something that you said? These are your words, verbatim. This is from your ARC speech. This was when I felt like, okay, I actually really understand what he's doing now. It starts there with the muscle emojis. It just goes to the bottom. You want me to read it out loud? Yeah, I think it's better in your voice because this, for everybody listening, this is part of the speech he gave at the ARC conference.
We're so foolish. We regard those propositions, religious propositions, as something approximating primitive superstitions, when in fact they're the most brilliant intuitions into the fundamental structure of reality that have ever been offered.
Wow.
We predicated our civilization on those presuppositions. And look at it. It's not so bad. We brought wealth and plenty to billions of people around the world. We've been struggling uphill properly. And if we were wise and faithful and courageous and responsible, we could continue to spread that to everyone. We could eradicate absolute poverty. We could bring about a time of abundance and opportunity for everyone. And we'll do that. We can do that if we hoist the world on our individual shoulders and operate collectively in this harmonious manner and continue the struggle uphill toward the city of God. And that's the truth. It's the truth. It's not some superstition. It's not some primitive defense against death anxiety. It's not the opiate of the people. It's the call to divine responsibility. And to the degree that each of us acted it out in the confines of our own life, we do what I suggested at the beginning of this conference, which is tilt the world toward heaven and away from hell. Yeah, that's
all right.
That's good.
Amazing. It hit me very hard when I first heard it. I don't believe in God. How do I come to
What does Pajot say
make
about
this
that
useful?
when people say that? He says, I don't believe in the same God you don't believe in.
What's his answer to that? You just stop talking.
Do you think,
Oh, wow.
are you struggling to find your way?
Yes.
Is it?
That was a weirdly long pause, eh?
Well, yes. It was a very weird long pause.
Yes. That's the belief. It's not a statement. Religious belief is not a statement about facts. It's not a scientific theory. This is why the Enlightenment is done. That was wrong. That isn't what it is. It's a struggle. It's the moral struggle. Or you could say, maybe more clearly, see, you say you don't believe, but what you mean is you can't reconcile your conceptions with your intuitions, really. And that is the modern predicament. Because do you believe that what happened in Auschwitz was wrong?
Yes.
Okay, well then, you've established one pole of the belief in divinity. You've just established the malevolent pole. And that means the benevolent pole is ill conceptualized, still implicit. That's it, still implicit. That's what
It's
God
taking
is.
a long time because he
God
needs to
is
use
in the
word
belly
these
of the
words to
whale.
understand.
Is implicit still. Implicit. But that doesn't mean it's not there. Called or not called, God is there. That was Carl Jung, carving the castle he built with his own two hands. It's there. You just don't know it. But you know to some degree because you're struggling, and you're struggling away from Auschwitz, let's say. That's good. Great. The person running away from hell is also running towards heaven. Now, maybe your path would be a little straighter if you knew a little bit more about heaven. Away is something. Out of hell is something. Out of hell towards what? There's the next question, I suppose. Out of hell towards what? Towards what?
toward a neutral normality, or upward away from hell, up Jacob's ladder towards the highest possible heights. That's the dwelling place of the eternally uniting spirit. That's a good way of thinking about it. That's Jacob's ladder. Where did it end? I don't know if it does end. It disappears into the heights. And what's it up? Something that recedes when you approach it.
I come at everything from a very materialist standpoint.
Not everything.
I think everything.
Not the evil. Not your realization of the reality of evil.
Oh, to me, that there's no incongruence there. That's just a
I
nature
didn't
of
say there was
biology.
necessarily an incongruence.
Interesting. So for me, that's the same. I come at that just humans are algorithms, and you have algorithms that could lead you to evil. I get why in certain circumstances in a truly amoral universe where...
Humans are the creators of algorithms as well.
Yeah, sort of. There's, look.
Yeah, sort of. That's right.
Biology is at play, but females select who they sleep with, and that has huge implications. We all get to invite ideas into our world, so for sure.
Well, there's an order. It's like, I think one of the ways of thinking about good thinking about it is that it's the same as the dynamic between musical knowledge and musical production in composers. Like the composers are adhering to a set of guidelines, you would say. They're operating in accordance with a certain order, but they can produce an literally endless proliferation of forms. And human beings are both of those things. They're the order that gives rise to what is new and alive, but they're also the thing that is alive. They're both at the same time. That's the hero in relationship to the father of the king. That's Osiris in relationship to Horus. Well, that's Horus, the Egyptian god, in relationship to Osiris. We're both. That's partly why there's a Trinitarian view in Christianity. So, because the Father is like a structure. That's a way of thinking about it, and the Son is the incarnation of that structure, and the Spirit is the intermediary between the two. It's something like that.
I'm trying to get people to understand that they're having a biological experience because I want them to be able to predict the outcome of their actions by understanding the nature of their mind and the minds of the people they're interacting with. I have a feeling you're doing exactly the same thing through a different form of encapsulated wisdom, that wisdom being the biblical corpus. How right does that feel?
Well, the monotheistic hypothesis is that everything meets. So I don't have any problem with the evolutionary biologists, for example. Once we sort out our theological presuppositions and our biological presuppositions, they'll be the same thing.
Yes.
Oh, yes, you can see that convergence is already happening. That's already happening in many, many ways. There's a tremendous concordance, I would say, between the ethos that's laid out in the biblical writings and the what would you say, the analysis of reciprocal altruism. So, and Brett Weinstein is moving rapidly down that road, for example, in his conceptualization of the spirit that organizes human individuals and societies. So,
do you think what they're discovering is that the narrative structure and the just time-tested way that these stories have been passed on into our generation prove that that's just the best encapsulation of that wisdom in a way that people can use in their own lives?
Yeah, well, sure. You could almost think about that as by definition. I mean, the stories in the biblical corpus are the ones that burn themselves into our imagination and memories. Well, why? Well, because they have a concordance with that structure. The stories, this is where Dawkins would have gone with the idea of meme if he would have pushed it eventually. The memes that best match themselves to the structure of our psyche are the ones we conserved.
Yes.
Obviously. How could it possibly be any different? How could it possibly be any different than that? Obviously, that's the case.
That obviously assumes a base assumption that you will react the most strongly to the things that are most true. If you don't have that base assumption, that won't be obvious to you. You'll be like, it's not real, therefore it's bullshit, and you will completely discredit the emotional response.
Yes, I said.
Because if you take a Sam Harris or
you
Richard
can do that
Dawkins,
when you're confused conceptually though too, and that can block your vision. So, and that's part of what happened as a consequence of the Enlightenment. We didn't understand what we were doing, and we didn't understand the relationship between what we were doing and the world of facts.
It was super useful, man.
Well, yes, absolutely.
Super useful,
Why did it break down? Why does
I
it
read
fall
her
apart?
where she said
because the world of facts doesn't speak. Because the empirical hypothesis is
You
wrong.
suck.
Will you give me that it's like Newtonian physics versus Einsteinian physics, where it's so close, it gets you so far, but then ultimately it falls down and you realize there's a whole universe to be unlocked?
There's a reasonable analogy there. The problem is, it's like the follow the science ideas. Science isn't an animating spirit. It's not a guide. And so the world of facts, the empirical hypothesis is that we derive all our information from facts.
Yeah.
It's just not the case. That's not
I'm
how
going
it
to
works.
change that word for you, and I think it will help
That's
you
why he
get
takes
to what people are
pauses,
trying to say.
chooses words.
It's utility.
Yes, utility. That's value.
Who cares about facts? It's utility. What I'm trying to get people
That's
to
what the
understand
American pragmatists figured out in the late 1800s. Yes,
so,
that's
but you
right.
were saying people look at the world and they don't see a water bottle. They see, I can quench my thirst. They see the utility. So I'm putting words in their mouth and I don't know them well enough. But like, if I were to sit down with Sam or Dawkins, I have.
Here's how Docker brings developers up to code. Hi there, sorry to pop up while you're watching your videos. I know it's annoying. I'm doing this video tonight as a busy executive who accidentally found a way.
12 rules for life were, hey, I see you suffering. I see nobody's talking to you. Let me give you some simple rules that will really help you out. Then you go on your own cross-carrying journey, coma, illness, crazy town, and you come back with the Deathly Hallows version of, now I'm going to give you the mythology, and I'm going to tell you exactly what you wrestle with to learn what spirit not only lives inside you currently, what spirit should live inside of you. All of the human experience has already been thought through. I can't give it to you in a bunch of simple packages of the rules for life, because those will become dead wood fast. I've got to get you into the thing. There's a reason you titled this book, We Who Wrestle with God, and not What You Can Learn from God. That would have been a title more people would have understood, but there's obviously something to this idea of wrestling with living ideas, making it personal, figuring out what your relationship is with this stuff.
When Jacob is wrestling with God, that's worship. That's true worship. That's why he's awarded the name Israel. He's the leader of the chosen people because he wrestles with God.
Oh, you restarted.
They are left in a world where they don't know how to move forward in a way that serves them spiritually, practically as well, for sure. And so, hey, everybody.
Both of those practically shades into spiritually as you move up into the broader reaches of identity.
It was so hard.
No, and look, one of the things, I really laid this out in Maps of Meaning. It took me a long time to understand that belief regulated emotion. So what happens is that if you act out your identity, if you act out your beliefs in the world, and what you want doesn't happen, what happens is that your body defaults into emergency preparation for action. And the reason for that is you've wandered too far away from the campfire, and now you're in the forest, and maybe you're naked. And so what do you do then? And the answer is, well, you don't know what to do. So what do you do when you don't know what to do? And the answer is you prepare to do everything. And the problem with that is that it's unbelievably draining psychophysiologically. Like, it hurts you. And there's an immense physiological literature detailing the cost of exactly that kind of response. And so people and animals, people stay where what they do has the results they want. That's partly why you want to be around people who share your cultural presuppositions, is because you know that, for example, even in small ways, let's say you're a country music aficionado and you're hanging around with your cowboy hatted buddies and you throw on a tape and everyone says, great tunes, man. And you're happy about that. But, you throw on a piece by Tchaikovsky and you're in a different subculture, and who the hell are you? And the people in your group will say, man, who listens to music like that? And that's a trivial example in some sense, but I believe it's one that everyone can resonate to. It's very hard on us not to be where we know that what we want is going to happen. We hate that. And no wonder. So, and then, there are varying degrees of that, obviously. You can really be where you don't know what's going to happen, or you can only be there to some degree. But by and large, we're conservative creatures, even if we're liberal in temperament. We can't tolerate that much uncertainty. And you might ask, well, why? And the answer is, well, because you can be hurt. Pain, you can be damaged, you can become intolerably anxious, and you can die. So it's no wonder you're sensitive. We're very sensitive to negative emotion. And so our identities, functional identity regulates your emotion, but you do that in concert with other people. In the first chapter of the new book, Beyond Order, the rule is don't casually denigrate social institutions or creative achievement. That's that balance again.
Okay, I want to dive in here, and I'm going to see if I'm tracking all of this, because I'm putting this in a larger context of this really matters, and it applies directly to something that's happening in the world. It seems to me that you don't dive into things unless they have real relevance. So is it fair to define identity as the self-narrative that emerges from a nearly infinite number of interactions with other people and nature itself?
Well, I would say yes, but that gets to the point where it's so broad, it starts to lack definition.
So I can take it finer than that. I am trying to sort of find the borders, and then I will work in. Okay, so if we still remain true at that point, then having in the book, you walk through a lot of some of the people that you've done psychoanalysis with. And so we get a lot of insights into the actual people that you're dealing with and how people can begin to tell themselves a narrative that is very dysfunctional. And you help them out, I don't want to say easily, because that sounds like it cheapens it, but pretty straightforward in helping them reframe. And framing is something I'm obsessed with. And so our identity is based on this. It's a self-narrative that we tell ourselves based on the interactions we have with other people and nature, such that we begin to solidify a set of behaviors that make sense for us based on the goals that we want to achieve and where we're trying to go. Am I still good?
Yes, well, you improved your definition by adding the behavioral element, because I would say the fundamental element of identity is what you act out. Well, on top of that, there's the story that you tell.
Do I have to be consciously aware of it?
Well, you're consciously aware of some of it, not of other elements of it. You can't be consciously aware of everything you do.
And does the conscious and unconscious alike make up my identity as you define it?
Your identity is the story you tell about your actions in the world, but it's also your actions in the world.
You have a great book out. It's titled Not Just Another Vendor. What makes a vendor stand out from the crowd and seen as a true partner by sales prospect? What key strategies do you recommend?
Yeah, so the book, as you mentioned, Not Just Another Vendor, is really about how top sales leaders use account planning best practices to build trust and grow revenue. I think the book really highlights 4 key areas that certainly are areas that any company can focus on. So I think number 1, it's really about understanding who your key buyers are and how you solve their challenges. I think number 2 is really you have to align your sales process with your customer's buying cycle. I think number 3 is great deal execution and management. And I think finally number 4, and this really is the antithesis of the book, account planning. Account planning is all about growing and retaining revenue in your key accounts.
Okay. Now, why does my identity, and I assume as I understand it, why does my identity as I understand it matter to the course of my life?
Because it's the structure of it's the structure from which the plans that you implement in the world originates. And you're always acting in the world. You have problems to solve all the time. And you have to solve there's all sorts of problems you have to solve to stay alive. And you have to solve them for today, but you have to solve them in a way that works for today, that doesn't screw up tomorrow too bad and leaves next week intact and next month and next year. And so there's a continuum of you. So that's the other reason why your identity can't just be you, or how you feel right now, because you're not only who you are right now and how you feel right now. You're this strange entity that exists right now, but that already existed in the past and that is going to repeat itself into the future. And so you're actually a community of individuals stretched out across time. And the plans that you implement have to be beneficial for that entire community of individuals. And it's going to be the case that there isn't much difference between you acting properly with regards to your extended temporal self and you acting properly in relationship to other people.
That's interesting.
So you're stuck with society just because you know that there's a future. You're stuck with society even if you're solipsistic, right? If you think you're the only consciousness that there is, there's still the fact that you have duration across time, and that you have to take into account what the consequence for your actions is going to be on the 50-year-old Tom and the 80-year-old Tom. And so
now here's a question. Do you think that there's something that has pathologized the creation of useful identities in today's culture?
Well, I think each person can judge that for themselves to some degree. I mean, the more functional your identity, the better regulated your emotion. The more positive emotion, the less negative emotion. Certainly, negative emotion doesn't rise to an intolerable level. If you're fortunate, your identity is well constructed. I think that any insistence that identity is something other than a pragmatic set of actions, let's say, that orient you properly in the world is sufficiently sparse so that it isn't going to solve the problem the problems that have to be solved. So I might insist, I'm whoever I think I am at the moment, and if you were polite, you would go along with that. And to some degree, I would be right. We do that when we allow people to save face. But if I'm right, we go along with their presuppositions, presumptions. We don't call them on their mischief. And a certain amount of that's polite. But that doesn't alleviate the necessity for me of adopting a role that other people find valuable. Otherwise, what the hell do I have to trade? And you might say, well, why should I have to trade? Well, if you can live all by yourself, then you don't have to trade. But if you can't, you have to bring something of value to the table. And you can't insist on its value. Other people have to agree to that. And so I can't say, well, I'm my sexual identity. It's like, yeah, that's a part of your identity.
So this is where I wanted to go. So you brought up the idea or the example of somebody giving a sexual identity of some kind, and that was what prompted me to say, do you think there are things that are pathologizing? Is it just that people are trying to define themselves in isolation, like adopting their identity around a non-negotiated with the external people and world, a non-negotiated identity, and therefore when they try to use that as the lever by which they add value in this exchange that is life, that they're left going, what the fuck? Like, people aren't respecting it. They're not giving me what I think is my due. Is that where this begins to be a problem?
Well, I think that's certainly part of it, because it's a sparse theory of identity. It's not going to suffice, because other people have to go along with it, and they have to be able to go along with it. And you merely insisting that you're a certain way doesn't give anyone else any guidelines to go along with except for your whim. And that's going to change, and people aren't going to be able to predict it anyways. And so the thing is that in the identity politics world, there's an implicit theory of identity. Otherwise, we wouldn't have an identity politics. And obviously, the identity, it appears to be the case that the identity that characterizes identity politics is something like unalterable characteristics. They seem somewhat arbitrarily chosen to me, which is also a huge catastrophe, because it isn't obvious why those elements of identity should be paramount. Sex, gender, race, ethnicity. There's endless numbers of other possibilities, and I can't for the life of me see why they aren't equally valued, let's say. But even if we accepted the validity of those as identity categories, the theory under that is that constitutes a sufficient, what would you describe it? That constitutes a sufficient identity. Because you see, we're not having a discussion publicly about what identity is. That's assumed a priori. It's race, it's ethnicity, it's sex, it's gender. Well, no, it's not. And that's actually a big problem. Especially
and
when
it's
you
not because those things are not universal. Not all transsexual people think the same, act the same. So it's unnegotiated and ultimately misleading. Is that the weakness of something like that?
That's some of the weaknesses. It's also it doesn't provide a very useful guide to action across time because no one knows. It's a game no one knows the rules to.
Okay, so I think I'm starting to get a sense of...
That's not helpful, you know?
So,
and then, wait, there's one more thing, too, because there's also this analysis of culture that goes along with this that's part of, let's say, critical race theory. You take these categories, identity categories, and you accept the implicit theory of identity upon which they're based, and then you note that the world doesn't divide up its resources equally among all those categories, and then you make the assumption that the social world is prejudiced and corrupt because of that. Well, that doesn't follow, partly because the association between those identities and reward isn't obvious. Like, you can't make a living being black. You can't make a living being white.
So now give us an example of what can you make a living? Like, are there 4 or 5, like I was going to say, is this trying to push people to, you should have the identity of the hero or something along those lines that gives them something to strive towards a historically charged cadre of things that they know, okay, well, if I'm the hero, I'm going to need to be brave. I'm going to have to face down the dragon of chaos. You know, there is order and structure to the way in which I need to move through the world.
Well, remember at the beginning of the conversation, I sort of provided a nested theory of identity. So, for example, let's say you're a filmmaker and I'm a professor. Okay, we differ there, right? We're playing a different game. So you might say, and as you go down into the particulars of what we do, it might even become more different. So if you look at what a plumber does and a lawyer does, as you get more and more fine-grained, they get more diverse. But you might say, well, the lawyer and the plumber are both honest. They're both good citizens. And then you might nest that inside, well, they're both acting out the archetype of the hero. And like I said, after that, you're out of things get too abstract for us to, we can't go farther than that. I think the world is order versus chaos, let's say, the balance of order and chaos it's good and evil on a background of order versus chaos. And so you're either the hero or the adversary, or actually most of the time you're a mixture of both. And it's best for you, that's what our culture has decided, it's best for you to take on the role of the hero to the degree that that's possible. And that would be associated with love. And the love, and I define that in the second book particularly, the third book I wrote, but in Beyond Order, are you working for the betterment of being, or are you working for harm? And everyone has a sense of this, and they know when they're working for harm.
There is a doomsday clock that we use to track how close we are to nuclear annihilation. The closer to midnight.
Instagram takes up too much time. What I'm about to share with you is how my team and I shave off hours of sales and
theoretically, the higher the risk. If we had a doomsday clock for how close we are to a totalitarian takeover of the West, how close to midnight would it be?
It depends on what we decide to do. The opportunity's there for a pervasive totalitarian state, the likes of which we can hardly imagine, instituted with a rapidity we can hardly conceive of. That's there. It's right there in front of us. So that's the Eye of Sauron, by the way.
Why?
Well, if you dispense with God, you create a Tower of Babel, and
There's
that
like an
was
adorable
what was
little old
represented
lady
in the Lord of the Rings
who
as
was
the
talking at
Tower of Sauron, technological
a
tower.
hearing
What was
about
on the
gun
top
control,
of it? A big eye that could see everything.
and she goes, "I
Exactly.
grew up
So
in communism
if you don't have,
with
this is one way of thinking
Mao."
about it. If you forgo your relationship with the
Yeah.
omniscient,
And
that's a
she's
good way
like,
of
"So
thinking
can
about
you promise me
create a
that there is
technology that
no
replicates
chance
that for you, except
of a leader becoming a
there'll be nothing about it that will be your
totalitarian?"
friend, and it will watch everything you do. No
And he
matter
goes,
how
"No,
hard
I
you
can't
try to
promise
make
you
yourself
that."
invisible,
And
let's
she goes,
say, with the
"All
ring
right
of
then,
power.
so I'm gonna keep my gun. And you guys can fuck off."
Okay, so I want to understand what is the proclivity
And
in
she's
the
like
human
this
soul
sweet
that
little
leads
old
us
Asian
back
lady,
to
and
this?
she's like, "You
And
don't know anything." Like, I was like, "Yeah, fucking lay into this guy." The guy's laughing too.
I actually read the Gulag Archipelago.
And
That
she
sent
goes-
me on a terrifying journey of reading about every totalitarian state that I could get my hands on.
Oh yeah.
Really,
Ended up
he always
really
doesn't
scaring me
understand the
about
severity.
how humans can break bad in a way that I felt I was looking around and seeing people trying to gobble up power, top-down authority, a sense of I know what's right and therefore you should do what I say, and that even when it comes in the package of I'm going to save you, like Mao's China,
It's usually when the package it comes in.
yeah, and yet kills 100+ million people. So is it only darkness in the human soul? Is it only pride, or is there
The spirit
something
of
else?
pride. It's the eternal spirit of pride, allied with deceit and resentment and arrogance. That's the spirit that Milton characterized in Paradise
So
Lost.
apparently, my marble cards
Is it only human?
are in very high demand.
Clearly not. It
It's
exists.
not only human. What do you mean?
Well, it'll be there long after you are. It's immortal
go
in
up
a
to
way.
68.
That's a way of thinking about it.
But it feels like it would propagate
20.
only through the human mind.
What do you mean only?
That there is
Like the
no
first
other
fucking
option. I mean, we could get into
Marvel
AI, but I
card,
want to
okay.
segment this out. The reason I want to tease this apart is I believe that people are possessed by ideas. That if
They allow themselves
Why
to
is
become
it,
possessed by ideas. They invite them in. Yeah.
even better. People invite in ideas. Those ideas are going to govern the quality of their life.
Cool.
And then as enough of us aggregate around good or bad ideas, the quality of our lives get better or worse.
That's the
It is
war of
hyper-tangible.
principalities.
So
That's right.
what I want people to understand
see if my other
is
phone is in my bag?
Solzhenitsyn's idea of the line between good and evil runs through the heart of every man.
Mm-hmm.
We all have this temptation towards totalitarianism, born of pride.
Especially smart people.
So how do we avoid it?
Fear.
Milk?
Yeah.
Fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. Well,
what is God then?
The antithesis of the spirit of totalitarian pride.
Can I simplify that? So
imagine this. Okay, sure. Imagine this. Imagine that here's a form of hell. Auschwitz guard, enjoying his job. Okay, now I think it's fair to say that your experience exposing yourself to such things has convinced you that there's such a thing as evil. Okay, whatever is farthest in the opposite direction, that's God. What is that? Well, that's not a simple thing to say. I mean, God is ineffable. God is the ineffable spirit that unites all. That's a good way of thinking about it. So what does that mean? Well, it means an endless number of things, right? Many of which can't be formulated in words, much of which is directly experienced, embodied, imagined, felt, motivated, all of that, not just words. It's certainly not something that can be encapsulated in a set of declarative statements, which is partly what the West is confused about. We think that belief in God is adherence to a statable description of God or a creed. That's not what it is. That's a very small fragment of what it is, just as our...
Scientists now know there is a field that underlies all existence. It's estimated that millions of people worldwide have had a near-death experience.
Geometry is...
Verbal knowledge is a small fragment of our totality.
Can I give you what I think you're saying in my language and tell me if I'm getting
In
correct?
my language?
Okay, everyone's going to be familiar with the idea of the madness of crowds, and there is something terrifying. If you've ever been around a group that goes from a normal group and they snap over into fighting or whatever, you feel
short-term mob.
Yeah, you feel a spirit overcome them, where they are linked, and it changes something in the way that they are processing the inputs from their environment.
Definitely. It changes their perceptual frame. Yes.
Perfect.
It changes their emotions. It changes what they see. It changes what they're aiming at, even unconsciously. It's no different than, in some ways, it's no different than the spirit that unites a crowd when it leaps to its feet spontaneously after a particularly brilliant goal. Right? That's also a form of possession, although much more positive form of possession, because that's a celebration of the ability to hit the mark, which is the opposite of sin, right? Sin means to miss the mark. There's 3 separate derivations of the word sin that come from archery. Yeah. So that's what people are doing in the stadium, is they're allowing themselves to be possessed by the spirit that hits the target brilliantly. Right? All together, collectively. It's a form of worship.
What's interesting in that, so let's put 2 pins in things. So one, the hell is the exact opposite. It's when the crowd goes mad, it breaks bad, it kills, it smashes, it breaks. And then God is the exact opposite of that. It's expansive, joyful, uplifting, thriving.
And unifying, right?
Both
So,
can
so
be
it has
unifying,
that. It has that. Yes, it's the proper unity. That's another way. These are definitions, right? They're not statements. They're not statements. They're not descriptive statements about God. They're definitions. They're definitions. That's a very, very different thing. So imagine that there is a spirit that properly unifies. That's the monotheistic God. That's the God of Abraham. What is that? Well, who can say? No one can say. We can tell stories about it, and of course the biblical stories are stories about that. That's exactly what they are. But the fastest way in for modern people, I would say, is the route you took. If you don't believe in good, well, try investigating evil and see what you make of that. And then start to understand what that means for you and see what that does to you. It's one of the things I realized, because I started studying malevolence a very long time ago now. It's 50 years for me. It's a long time. And I certainly became convinced that in some ways there was nothing more real than malevolence. Now, there are arguable contenders. Pain, for example, is a contender. But if malevolence is an undeniable reality, and there's a price to be paid for denying that, by the way, because you turn the Nazi catastrophe into just a matter of opinion, right? If you don't believe in something like the ultimate reality of evil, it's just, well, the Nazis went about things a slightly different way. Who's to say what's right or wrong? And well, the opposite of that, there's an opposite of that, right? It's wherever you go. If you travel as far away from enjoying Auschwitz as you can possibly go. And people might say, well, no one enjoyed Auschwitz. It's like, really? What was the sign over Auschwitz? The joke. Work will make you free. People joked. You tell me they didn't enjoy it. It's like, if you think that people didn't enjoy Auschwitz, you know nothing about human beings and nothing about yourself. If you think you couldn't have enjoyed it, you know nothing about yourself. And that's terrifying and should be. And that it can lead you. You see, that leads you because it gives you something solid to stand on. Something terrible and solid, but nonetheless, something motivating. Because maybe you decide that you don't want to go to hell, so to speak. And maybe you don't want to bring everyone you love along with you. Maybe you don't even want to bring everyone you hate along with you. That's a good realization. Better to redeem than to damn.
You changed my life with a simple idea. And that simple idea was that I could find myself as the guard in Auschwitz and not as the person hiding Anne Frank in my attic.
5 of them.
Yeah, exactly. And that scared me.
You saw that in COVID.
Yes.
I mean, God, the thing, it just terrified me in Toronto. It was something remarkable to behold. All these butter won't melt in your mouth, hyper-moral Canadians, secure in the fact that they're nothing, for example, like the warmongering Americans to the South, delighting in the fact.
Want to know the secret to my success? I hired an accountability coach. Let me explain. Everything changes when you realize two things. One, winning in business is not about ideas or ambition. The left one? It's about action. And two, mental isolation kills your ability to take action. Look,
Yes.
if you've ever felt overwhelmed, unfocused, or procrastinated on your best and boldest ideas as an entrepreneur, it's not your fault. See, your monkey mind is hardwired to focus, execute, and win. Thank you. Only when you're supported and accountable. And without that, you're going to waste time and money chasing bright, shiny objects, getting buried in busy work, or getting lost in analysis paralysis.
That they could turn their neighbors over to the state with a phone call, willing to wear those goddamned masks for the rest of their life just to have the privilege of being a state informant. Brutal. Brutal. Awful.
So I look at that and I see myself and I say, okay, the line between which way I go on that runs through my heart. This is where I get obsessed with the idea of, okay, I'm going to be possessed by ideas. Which ideas do I want to invite in?
That's why Christ says that the kingdom of God is like a mustard seed. It takes root and grows inside you, like all ideas. Ideas are alive. Richard Dawkins figured this out, although he didn't take it to its logical conclusion. A living idea is a meme. All ideas are alive. And what do I mean by that? Well, they're instantiated in your nervous system. Like, how are they not alive? How do they not have a perspective? How do they not have an aim, a set of motivations, the desire to communicate? Even Nietzsche said, every drive attempts to philosophize in its own spirit. Nietzsche knew these things. And then you do. You incorporate, you take in, you eat. Sometimes things you shouldn't. That's the eternal sin of mankind, to incorporate even the forbidden fruit. What's the forbidden fruit? Knowledge of good and evil. What does that mean? You don't get to make the moral rules. And that's where Nietzsche went wrong. We can't create our own values. We have to abide by the intrinsic order of the cosmos. And Richard Dawkins knew this too. He wrote a paper stating that biological organisms had to be a microcosm of the environment in which they evolved. It's like, okay, Dr. Dawkins, how far are you willing to take that? A human being's a personality. Does that mean that the cosmos is a personality? Is it something you have a relationship with? That's how we're adapted. So he can take that however he wants. The avatar of the spirit of enlightenment rationality, right? That's a snake that's now devoured its own tail. So that's why the Enlightenment is coming to an end.
Yes, we are for sure going to talk about that. Before we get to that, though,
How did you notice that I said that?
You gave a speech. I listened to a lot of your stuff because you helped me think through complicated ideas. I'm a big believer in that.
By speaking, you're speaking so that you can understand, not necessarily so you can be understood. So I see people that I see have the bravery to actually think out loud and process through. Also, for anybody watching, they will probably have heard me talk about this before, and I was telling you this before we started rolling. I was very confused when you went from the internet's dad, you got very sick, and you came back as like the internet's theologian, and I could not figure out what that change was. But as somebody who I have seen be a very careful thinker, I thought, okay, what if there was something here that I'm just not understanding yet? Let me try to map it.
Break free from the traditional norms of costly investment, commission expenses, and account fees. Milo introduces the...
Today, I am going to be showing you how to submit cards to PSA for grading so you can turn cards like these into cards like these. Let's get it. So I decided I want to do something a little different with you guys for this Friday video, and let me know in the comments if you guys like this video. So I am sending a Pokemon submission to PSA before the end of the month because there's a $15 per card submission deal going on right now. And I have 20 cards. Got some Wash Rotom, Lucario, some old stuff, Leafeon, Cynthia, a lot of good stuff I'm sending to PSA. 20 cards total. And yeah, I just want to walk through how to send stuff to PSA the easiest and most efficient way so everybody can understand. So before we get to the computer part, I want to show you guys how to package a card up to send to PSA. I'll do another video to what to look for a better grade, but for this video alone, I'll teach you what to put it in. So you put it in a penny sleeve. You put the card in the penny sleeve, and then you get a card saver 1 or 2 for Pokemon cards and most thin sports cards. I prefer card saver 1s because they fit better. So you get card saver 1s. You put the card in the card saver, and then I usually team bag them up so no dust gets into the card saver. You guys don't have to do that. That's optional, but I do it just to make the card more protected. And yeah, I do it with every single card to ship it out. But yeah, let's get right online and show you guys how to submit each of these cards. The first step is to have a computer with a printer because you're going to need to print stuff from PSA, unless if you have a phone that can print to a printer. And now we get on the computer. Step 1 is now completed. Okay, so first things first, we have to go to PSA.com. Whoa! Shh! That's not PSA.com. PSA.
What was it?
Porn.
We'll type in
I
PSA.
knew it.
Type in PSA.
Wow.
PSAcard.com. Go to the homepage.
And
then you sign in. If you don't have an account, try make an account for you guys.
Right?
You know what? I'm going to do that. Okay, you're on the PSA screen. You type account, and if you don't
Whoop,
have an account,
that's not
let's
PSA.
make one real quick. Let's make one together. We'll walk you through it.
Yeah.
So I'll make a Crane's Collectibles account real quick. First name Jordan. Last name Crane. Crane's Collectibles. We'll type the password real quick. Okay. We'll make an account real quick. Verified. Let me verify it real quick. Alright, as soon as you verified it, it just let you have access to everything. So, first things first, we go over to services. We go to
You talking to yourself?
trading card grading. You tap on
Can
that.
I fly off that
And
scuffle?
then you scroll down and it gives you different submission types.
I don't know,
Grading,
can you?
crossover, review,
No.
reholder. If you want to get a card graded from scratch, you do grading. Oh, let's just learn more. Ready to submit your card, that pops up and you start submission. Build your card submission and it tells you turnaround times for everything. You start. Boom. Start new submission. And there's a whole bunch of different ones. You got Funko Pops, which is like action figures. You got tickets, packs, coins, blah, 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 blah. We want the regular or small size cards that are memorabilia autos. If it's just a normal card from a pack, it's usually the first one. Tap on that. Submission type, grading, reveal. Grading, review, crossover, reholder. If you're grading a card from Raw, you go grading. Review would be, I think, I don't know what review is. Crossover is like if you have a Beckett slap.
Leave it out there.
What?
Like, the Kennedy still posted his video even after he saw his porn thing.
Okay, so back when I was just a
Did
fresh
they,
face paramedic,
ban him?
one of the first things I did was the Pokemon Celebrations unboxing, and being as jammy as I am, I actually managed to open one of the chase cards of the set, the Gold Star Umbreon. So this was actually gifted to me by Card Market as a kind of welcome to the team kind of thing, so I really cherished that, and I really thought that was a nice gesture, so it's actually one of my favorite cards that I own. Then, when I was doing the script for the launch for the grading platform, I noticed there was a line that said you can even hand deliver the card if you wanted to, and this kind of got my brain going, and I realized, hey, I'm actually only a couple of hours away from the Bielefeld where they do the grading, and it might be fun to do a little excursion out to see how they actually grade cards and the whole process. So that's what I'm here to do today. I'm here going out to this town that apparently does not exist to get one of my favorite cards graded. So hopefully this will be a nice little fun day out for you. I'm towards the grading center now, so hopefully that won't be too much of a long journey. Hey, what's happening? How you doing? Sweet. Welcome. Right, so you just arrived at the grading center itself. You even have a little sign at the
So
front
that
indicating
face.
the card breaker grading is done here. It's actually a really nice building. I can't wait to go inside and see exactly what the whole grading process is like. Finally get this bad boy graded. Okay. I walk up to the offices and they are superb. They're just super professional, super like amazing. Even just to look at from the outside, don't even get me started on the inside. And everybody in there just as professional. Really looking forward to getting this card professionally graded. So I step into this amazing office and I'm met by one of the founders, Geog, who walked me through the grading process step by step and showed me exactly how your cards go from arriving at the grading center to being graded and finally being shipped out.
We are a team of 10 people with over 150 years experience in TCGs together. We're the only legally certified TCG experts in Germany.
Magic.
If we receive your cards, we will open the package under camera. So we film every package we open to have a look at it, to see what is inside. Is there that inside what you told us that is inside?
So just explain to me real quick. So when you get the cards in, you record the opening and you record like each card. Why?
Oh, cool.
Because sometimes people buying gradings, like 20 gradings or 30 gradings, and they send us 29 or 20 cards. Or sometimes maybe more.
So first things first, I'm brought downstairs and I'm taken to the authentication step where they basically take my card and make sure that it's real based off of a bunch of different criteria.
The card for the layer that you see here, you can see that it should be the original card. That is the second layer of the last
once
layer.
that's been verified, it's actually locked away in this safe, this super secure safe that you basically need 2 keys to open that are kept in 2 different places at any time.
This safe is bought from a German bank, and we are only able to open the safe with 2 different keys. So normally with 2 keys.
You need that double confirmation that you can get it. And luckily, because I'm here and we got to do this rather than waiting the couple of weeks it's currently taking, I managed to get my card sent up to grading straight away. So that was pretty exciting.
One of our graders. And then we will grade every card, the front and the back, and every 4 subgrades. So surface, the centering, the edges, and the corners.
They even have like tools to check the centering. Like what a niche tool.
Centering scale, so we can put the scale on top of nearly every TCG card. Then we can
Wow. Is he grading that card? It's gonna worth like 10 grand.
What?
Yeah. It's a blue eye white dragon, different drawing.
off center, like 40 to 60%. It's still graded 9.
Oh, why?
Here's a secret recruiters don't want you to know, but I've partnered.
I don't know how much the card's graded at.
I can't imagine my life without it. Okay, so back when I was just 8.
It's still 9. If you got a little bit off center, like 40 to 60%, it's still graded 9. And everything what is more off center, like around 70 to 30% or 80 to 20%, is much lower.
You weren't more than that.
So yeah, then I got to watch as they use different types of like magnifying glasses and a microscope even to really check the surface quality, the corners to make sure that everything was in top-notch condition.
What we're looking for in a card is every kind of imperfection.
Hopefully I didn't squeeze the sides.
Like wearing on the surface, like frying on the edges and corners, or whitening on the edges and corners. Every of the subgrades takes like 25%, so that is exactly the same. Only the front side and the back side is different.
Yeah.
The back side is like 25% of the final note, and the front side 75%.
That makes sense, like with the whole, the earth being the bit you look at and everything. So
we are grading here with different microscopes and microscopes glasses with different zooms on it, and the microscopes are projected on a screen so that we can see really every small detail on every card.
Luckily, I managed to keep my greasy mitts off the card enough that you managed to get a 9.5, so that was pretty cool, and I'm really happy with it.
Oh, so no.
So on to the next step, the labeling.
$100.
Yes. So immediately following the grading portion, I was taken to the labeling section where they print out a label of my card with the subsections and the subgradings on it, as well as the card name, the set it's from, and even a cute little QR code that you can use eventually to check your card on a database to verify if it's real. And I think that's really cool. Excellent. So now we have our label, we have our card. I guess the only thing left is to kind of seal it up and officially have it graded. So I guess that's the next step. Moving on to a process that I didn't necessarily think was going to be super interesting, but ended up being really interesting for me was the actual sealing of the case that the card is kept in. Big machine for, and how do we actually seal the card? This is
Seal the card.
We are using the welding process and not any glue or anything to protect the card. There is no heat during the welding process, so the card is totally safe.
So once your label's put inside,
9 to
you
5.
have the card placed inside your case,
and then up to 4 it'll turn off.
using an ultrasonic
Battery's on
sealer, and it vibrates at like above 20,000 hertz, which is really fast, and melts these kind of plastic wedges inside the case, sealing it permanently. Once it's sealed, you can't open it. I wouldn't mind seeing this thing in action myself. So if
I haven't caught it before it turned off.
where it actually seals the card, I kind of want to see that. That sounds pretty cool.
The card?
Two hands.
Operate the machine.
So you go. That's it.
That's so cool. Just like that. Sealed, just like that.
It's done.
That's one of the coolest things I've seen like all week. 9.5.
Okay.
That's actually pretty.
9.5. So that was super lame.
Indeed.
Some cards. I talk like this.
$15 per card.
Yeah, that's an actual grading. If you want a cheap grading, it's $5. You look at it and they tell you, oh, it should be about that. It's not even official.
Yeah. So why do people do it?
You have an idea? You read out an idea?
What happened to my lighter?
What happened to your lighter?
Okay.
Bounce.
Bounce. Bounce.
Bam, bam, boom, zoom.
Ow.
What?
Oh, my butt hurts.
Wow.
Well, that's not why. Butt stuff, because butt stuff is icky. Are you chewing on your paw?
Giacomo Yundo.
Why is my computer so hot? To the outdoors.
Oh my god, you going to the outdoor?
Yeah. Oh, it's terrible out here.
assassination attempt. These taxpayer-funded propagandists immediately exploited the deadly attack at a Trump rally to smear the ex-president and his supporters. Outrageously, the CBC's shifted blame onto Trump, fueling the same dangerous hatred that motivated the gunman. As Trump literally bled from a bullet wound to the head, CBC hacks rushed to point fingers instead of condemning the violence. They disgracefully blamed Trump's violent rhetoric for inspiring the attack. Right, because Trump's supporters are totally going around shooting people up. This is the disgusting build Canadians pay billions for annually from the bloated Trudeau vanity market. It's nothing but 24/7 war propaganda vilifying normal conservatives and emboldening the radical left. Imagine being a Trump supporter gunned down at the rally and having to watch taxpayer-funded CBC minions rant about how you had it coming. Is there no limit to how low these socialist Pravda shills will sink?
That's bad.
While patriots like Polyev rightfully condemn the bloody attack, CBC jackals pounce to exploit the chaos. They displayed a vile disregard for truth and basic decency in rushing to slander their political opponents before victims were even buried. Welcome back to Street Politics Canada. Before we dive into today's video, take a quick second to follow us on Twitter. You won't find the blunt truth about Trudeau's endless scandals in the mainstream media. Their liberal bias hides the real stories. Our Twitter feed breaks through the spin and cover-ups. We tweet multiple times daily, delivering straight facts on Trudeau's hypocrisy and failures. Leave you a link down in the description box. Tap that follow button now so you never miss our next live tweet posted to Trudeau. Now let's dive into today's crazy developments. Polyev rightfully condemned the heinous attack on former President Trump at a rally in Pennsylvania. This extremist attempt marks the latest escalation by the radical left in their campaign to crush the rising conservative uprising across North America and Europe. However, true patriots like Pierre Polyev have only been emboldened by such challenges. He clearly stated his steadfast support for ex-President Trump in the face of this act of political violence. Polyev declared on X shortly after the shooting, "I condemn in the strongest of terms the attempted murder of former President Trump today. I am relieved he is safe. My prayers are with other innocent people harmed or killed by this heinous act. I am also happy that the suspected shooter is dead.
Oh, wow.
Democracy must prevail." Polyev's sentiments reflect those of millions of Canadians and Americans who see former President Trump as a defender of traditional values and a leader with the courage to stand up to radical forces seeking to undermine Western society. And while Polyev is out there condemning the brutal attack on Trump, CBC News, paid for by Trudeau and our tax dollars, has the nerve to blame Trump and his supporters for what happened.
And this picks up a little bit, I think, on what Alex was talking about. What would Donald Trump say? Again, back to rallies that I've attended and rallies that we've all seen on television over the course of years now. We've seen him in an animated fashion, when a demonstrator rises up. Get him the hell out of there, right? Things like that. That kind of language that Trump has used. And at other times, in other circumstances, the kind of language that goes down the path toward violence. How will Trump respond to this verbally? What will he tell the MAGA crowd about how he is, about what he thinks about what has happened? What will they think? To where Steve and Alex are in Milwaukee, where unless plans have changed, I'm supposed to go tomorrow. There is a giant security perimeter around the area where the convention is slated to happen. Security is about to go up, times 100. When I heard the news about this today, I was at home starting to pack for the convention, and I was taking a gas mask because there is the certain potential for violence at any of these such events these days, especially as we've been saying throughout the afternoon here, especially in this time of such deep division and polarization. And the violent rhetoric, not just from President Trump at times, but from his followers and from others who are observers to this and participants in the various rallies and things like that. It's this is a sad time that it gets to this. This is our time to violence.
An innocent person is dead, another is seriously hurt, and yet CBC comes out with this nonsense. This is the kind of trash we get from Trudeau's puppet media, always pushing their anti-conservative woke extremist agenda while real lives are affected. Seriously, shame on CBC, and shame on the liberal government for funding such blatant propaganda. Trump grabbed his right ear as a bullet narrowly missed. The ex-president then defiantly raised his fist, blood streaming down the side of his face, before Secret Service agents rushed him from the stage.
You see something that said, take a look at what happened. When you're ready, on you. Ready, go. Move. Move. Go. Ready?
Stop.
Good. Rivers down. Okay, good to go. Let's move. Let's move. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. I got you. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, your head is bloody. So we gotta get you to the car. Watch out.
He knocked his fucking shoes off. Holy shit, dude.
We're going to test and compare the NVH, which is the noise, vibration, and harshness of various control arm joints, and show why medical Duraflex joints are the best choice. Get it all. That's right. You don't have to sacrifice ride quality to get maximum articulation on your Jeep. But reducing vibration is key to keeping your rig in one piece. So protect your Jeep's components from untimely wear with the best NVH dampening joint you can get. The Metal Coat Duraflex joint. It's known for its superior misalignment properties that offer the best flex. But did you know the natural...
While the bullet only grazed Trump's ear, this attack represented the gravest threat to a U.S. president since Ronald Reagan was shot in 1981. Tragically, one rally attendee was killed and 2 others were critically injured. However, the Secret Service responded with tremendous speed and professionalism, immediately killing the would-be assassin. Trump later said on his Truth Social platform he was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. He thanked the Secret Service and other law enforcement agencies for their rapid response. The former president extended condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. The FBI has named Thomas Matthew Crooks, 20 of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, as the gunman. Kevin Rojek, the FBI officer in charge, declared they had not identified a motive for what he called an assassination attempt on our former president.
My name is Thomas Matthew Crooks. I hate Republicans. I hate Trump. And guess what? You got the wrong guy. Thomas Crooks.
Haley Madison Rapali.
A witness at the scene reported seeing the gunman on the roof before the shots rang out.
So we walked up, and probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea, But we noticed the guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, and, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. and the police were like, "Oh, what?" Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, "Hey, right here on the roof, we can see him from right here. We see him. He's crawling." And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him up the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2 or 3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots rang out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes.
He was up there.
You saw him up there for a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes.
And you were telling the police and the Secret Service.
We were telling the police. We were pointing at them from the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree.
Could they see
binoculars?
Could they see him?
Probably not, because the roof, the way the slope went, he was behind where they could see. But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here? Yeah. I mean, this is not a big place.
Poilievre gets that this assassination attempt is more than just an attack on Trump. It's an attack on democracy itself. Trump's vision for America, focusing on traditional values, strong borders, enforcement, and the Constitution, has struck a chord with millions. The radical left, unable to beat him at the ballot box, has turned to violence in a desperate bid to stay in power. But they won't win. They can't stand Trump and his massive support, so Biden won't even admit it was an assassination attempt. I don't have any facts.
I've been thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government as to the situation, based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to him shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America where this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And so I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that are engaged in making sure that people we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to, if it's not convenient for you all. The bottom line is that the Trump rally is a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. Everybody must condemn it. Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I'm able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. So far, it appears he's doing well, number one. Number two, that there's thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have some reports, but not final reports. And every agency in the federal government, and I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing as anything happened. They learned more in the last couple of hours. So thank you very much. And I'll get back to you if I do. Okay? I don't know enough to. I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts.
Poilievre put it simply, democracy must prevail. Conservatives across North America need to unite against these extremists trying to undermine our government through violence. We can't let political disagreements turn into violent attacks. That's a recipe for chaos and anarchy. True conservatives denounce violence no matter where it comes from or who it's aimed at. By strongly backing Trump after this assassination attempt, Poilievre is showing what real leadership looks like. He's putting a country over party and standing up for what's right, even when it's tough. There's no room for wishy-washy moderation or appeasement when facing violent extremism. We need leaders who are ready to take on the radical left and defend our values with courage and clarity. Poilievre is proving he's up for the challenge. His comments show he's firmly aligned with the growing populist movement Trump leads. Poilievre's endorsement of Trump sends a clear message. Violence won't intimidate or discourage those who prioritize their country over extreme woke ideologies. This terrible attack only strengthens the case for the populist uprising that Trump and Poilievre now lead. Millions of people are fed up with the corruption and incompetence of the elites who control our institutions and ignore urgent issues like inflation, border security, crime, and threats to traditional values. Box. Poilievre and Trump are the future, leaders with steel backbones who won't bow to the mob. Trying to take them down will only backfire, showing just how important it is to defend liberty against violent extremists. Their strong leadership inspires millions and promises bigger wins ahead. Poilievre strikes the right tone, offering prayers for the victims and condemning the attack. His endorsement of Trump will rally more supporters to their shared mission of bringing new life to our democracies. This moment will be remembered as a turning point when true conservatives united against violent extremism. Poilievre makes it clear there's no room for cowardice or appeasement in this fight. By condemning violence and backing Trump, Poilievre shows the path to victory for principled, common-sense conservatives across North America and beyond. Well, that's all for now. Does the CBC's rush to blame Trump for surviving an assassination attempt prove they're deranged hate-mongers? Let us know what you think in the comments below. And if you haven't, please subscribe and leave a like for this video. Your support helps us continue our work. You can also subscribe to our newsletter, where we share daily, uncensored, and unbiased news straight to your inbox. You can find the link in the description below. Thanks again for your support, and I'll see you in the next one.
This week only at Domino's, get unlimited mini-priced pizzas for 50% off when you order online. Choose any size you want, any crust you want, and any toppings you want. Oh, and any number of pizzas you want, too. Get 50% off your perfect pizza or pizzas this week only at Domino's. I am losing myself while trying to describe the pain left over.
There is no longer any doubt that Joe Biden is unfit to be our commander-in-chief. The Biden White House, far-left House Democrats, and the mainstream media are in complete disarray because they know this to be true and have been caught participating in one of the greatest media cover-ups in American history. For the last 3.5 years, House Republicans and the American people have been demanding details about Joe Biden's mental and physical decline. But every time we raise these legitimate concerns, far-left Democrats and their loyal stenographers in the mainstream media rushed to Biden's defense, claiming that the clearly diminished Joe Biden was as sharp as ever and accusing us of peddling conspiracy theories. The cover-up is over and accountability is here. For years, House Republicans have known that Joe Biden is unfit for office. We also know that he will go to any lengths to maintain his grip on power. This is why it is so crucial that we take every possible measure to ensure that the 2024 presidential election is free from election interference and is constitutional. As part of that ongoing effort, House Republicans are bringing to the floor this week Congressman Chip Roy's Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, which requires individuals to provide proof of citizenship when registering to vote in federal elections. Not surprisingly, the White House, whose far-left open border agenda has let in millions, over 10 million illegal immigrants, is against our bill. This is a very similar ideological concept rooted in the Constitution. Only American citizens should vote in American elections. Also this week, House Republicans are moving Mary Miller's CRA to stop Joe Biden's radical efforts to roll back women's rights and change Title IX to allow biological men to access women and girls' rooms, locker rooms, and sports. Next week, we are looking forward to uniting in Milwaukee behind President Donald J. Trump's America First agenda, which created the greatest economy in generations, the securest border in modern history, the lowest gas prices in years, and peace through strength around the world. With that, we're honored to be joined by Chip Roy, who is leading the SAVE Act this week on the floor. Chip.
Well, I want to thank Chairwoman Stefanik. I want to thank the entire Republican leadership team, particularly the Speaker. Republicans are united. We are united behind a simple notion that I think at least 81% of Americans, maybe as high as 87%, depending on which poll you look at, believe in a simple concept, that only American citizens should vote in American elections, as Elise just said. Not surprisingly, our Democrat colleagues, in particular the President, yesterday in his statement of administration policy, take a different view. They don't believe that we should require only citizens to vote. Our legislation is very simple. It's already unlawful, as our Democratic colleagues like to point out, for non-citizens to vote. But unfortunately, we don't have a mechanism for ensuring that that is the case because the courts have interpreted the law to prevent that. So our legislation simply fixes that. Our legislation provides for ample avenues for American citizens to be able to vote. In no way will Americans' right to vote be hampered. But instead, we will ensure the integrity of our elections by requiring that we have documentary proof of citizenship to vote. Like, this is simple. You either want to preserve and protect what it means to be a citizen in the United States and preserve and protect this great country and do what the vast majority of Americans want to do, and that's what Republicans want to do, or you go down the path that our Democrat colleagues want to go down, which is to try to continue to prop up open borders and the efforts to, frankly, undermine the integrity of the elections by allowing people to vote who have no business voting and making the decisions for our country. I'm really proud of the work the Republicans have done on this. This is very simple, and I think the American people will see it for exactly what it is. Republicans who want to stand on the side of the average hardworking American family who simply wants their country back. That's what this legislation does. We'll see what happens on the floor of the House. We expect that we'll see the Democrats vote in the face of the president clearly standing against the will of the American people for citizenship.
Thanks, Jim. It's a big week for House Democrats. They have to figure out what they're going to do about Joe Biden, who recently proved to the world what Republicans have been saying now for years. He's not fit to be president. And they have to twist themselves into a pretzel to explain why they're advocating for letting illegal immigrants vote in our elections. Let us be clear. Only American citizens should have a say in American elections. It's sad that today's Democrat Party has gone so far that this needs to be clarified. No amount of spin changes the fact that Congressman Chip Roy's SAVE Act, which I'm proud to co-sponsor, is simple. It protects American citizens' right to vote by requiring proof of citizenship for voter registration and the removal of non-citizens from voter rolls. Safeguarding our elections should not be a partisan issue. But the Democrats are hell-bent on making it one because it's part of their grand design. First, Joe Biden and the Democrats allowed over 10 million illegal immigrants to invade our country. Now they're opposing efforts to prevent these illegals from voting in federal elections. Don't just take my word for it. Democrats' House leadership has launched a united effort against the SAVE Act. Then the Biden administration came out with a statement against this common sense bill as well. If illegal immigrants are not voting in our elections as Democrats contend, then why are they working so hard against this bill? It's no secret what their motives are. And it should be alarming to every American, regardless of their politics. And by the way, there is evidence out there that shows non-citizens have been on voter rolls and voted in U.S. elections. While Democrats work for illegal immigrants, House Republicans are going to continue to work for the American people. Our message, again, is simple. American elections are for Americans only. And with that, I turn it over to our leader, Steve Scalise.
Would you still go to your job if Amazon sends you a paycheck every 2 weeks? Because there's a little loophole on Amazon right now that you can use to get Jeff Bezos to pay you. And you don't need any experience, technical skills, or...
Thank you, Whip. It's interesting to watch the Democrats right now expressing disdain over Joe Biden's performance at the debate. Let's be clear, first of all, the reason so many people are recognizing that Joe Biden did so poorly is because President Trump did so well in the debate. President Trump actually articulated how we can get this country back on track, how we can get back to a place where under President Trump, we had a secure border that we no longer have. We had low interest rates where people, a first-time home buyer, could actually afford to go buy their first home, which we don't have today. You could go to the grocery store and actually buy all the things you needed for your family and still have a little money left over to fill up your car because gasoline was less than $2 a gallon. President Trump knows we can get back to those days, and that's what President Trump talked about. And then the President Biden that so many people saw, frankly, is the same Joe Biden that we've been seeing for the last 3.5 years. The White House has been trying to cover up for a lot of his failures But everybody up here in this town that's interacted with the president has known for years that this is the Joe Biden that we've all seen. And then the whole American public got to see it on display at the debate. In fact, if you go down the hall right now, the Democrats are literally behind closed doors talking about jettisoning, throwing out the votes of 14 million Democrat primary voters who chose Joe Biden to be their nominee. Think about that. The party that loves lecturing people about democracy is in a smoke-filled room trying to throw out the democratically chosen nominee for president by the Democrat voters. 14 million of them said they want Joe Biden to be their nominee. And Democrats are openly talking about discarding all of those votes and picking somebody else behind closed doors. No wonder when you look at all the Democrats that are abandoning Joe Biden, that he opposes a bill that says illegals can't vote. I guess he's looking for additional votes since he doesn't have his own party's votes anymore. But passing the SAFE Act is important to ensure the integrity of the vote, because every American citizen ought to know that when they vote, their vote is not going to be nullified by someone here illegally voting when they're not supposed to. Why not have a safeguard to ensure that only American citizens vote in America's elections? And so that's what this important bill is going to do that Chip Roy is bringing forward. A lot of work went into this by a lot of people to make sure that this bill achieves that purpose, that we protect the integrity of the vote well in advance of the election that's coming up in November. And I think you're going to see active participation by millions of Americans, maybe record numbers of Americans who are going to be voting in this election, because so much is on the line. So much for hardworking families who are struggling under this failed Biden agenda, who cannot afford another 4 years of Joe Biden's America. They know that President Trump can deliver a better America because he's already done it, and he's ready to do it again. And we're going to also, by the way, protect the integrity of women's sports. We're bringing Mary Miller's CRA reverses a Biden-era regulation that eviscerates Title IX. President Biden wants to get rid of women's sports, getting rid of women's locker rooms. And so we're going to have an opportunity for everybody to go on record and say, do they protect and stand up for women's sports? We're bringing that bill this week as well as some other bills too. So we're going to continue to here in the House while Democrats are in disarray trying to figure out how to undermine their own democratically elected nominee for president. We are united behind Donald Trump. We're proud to be going to Milwaukee next week to help not only formally nominate, but set the stage to elect Donald Trump as the 47th president of the United States. And now our speaker, Mike Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Thank you all for being here on what is, I believe, the smallest crowd ever assembled for a Republican press conference. I don't know where everybody is this morning. Oh, they're chasing down the Democrats for a change. This is a really interesting phenomenon. And the reason it's so noteworthy, and the reason that most of the Hill press are following the Democrats around, now, we had almost no one outside our conference meeting this morning. Normally, you're all there gathered in the hallways. They're busy because they're chasing down our Democrat colleagues and asking them about Joe Biden's mental acuity and their efforts to cover it up. That's what it's been. I mean, we could give you example after example after example. It's all on tape. It's all on record. Everybody knows it. Democrats, our colleagues, for 3.5 years have been covering up this glaring problem. The staff in the White House have been covering it up, and so have the Democrats in Congress. Just last month, I brought a couple of examples. Representative Dan Goldman said Biden was sharper than anyone he'd spoken to, and that he has, quote, a photographic memory, unquote. Representative Eric Swalwell said that Biden put many of us to shame with his energy. I mean, there are example after example after example, leading Democrats and noteworthy Democrats on the Hill who have not been in the dark about this. They've been saying things I think most of them understand is simply not true, and they've misled the American people. And this is dangerous. We have the NATO summit going on, the 75th anniversary of NATO here, all of our guests from around the world. What we're projecting from the White House is not strength right now, at a very dangerous time around the world. And that's why the American people are so alarmed by this. That's why the polls say that most of the Americans, people understand that Joe Biden is not fit for that office. And it's a terrible thing. The Democrats have misled us, and they need to be held accountable for that. They've also been misleading everybody about the SAVE Act, which will be on the floor that you've heard about this morning. It's a very important piece of legislation. They're claiming to oppose the bill because they say it's going to make it harder to vote, but they know that that is not true. Many of the Democrats want all of these illegals to participate in our federal elections. They want them to vote. There's no other that you can draw. When the White House announced they would veto the bill, they effectively handed our elections over to all of these illegal aliens that have come here. And the number is far greater than what is being reported. We were in conference this morning. One of our colleagues from the state of Kentucky down at the Texas border over the last week. And he was there with top border officials. It was down south of Laredo. And he said that he and colleagues that were there personally witnessed 9 illegals cross the border and disappear into the woods. And 2 Border Patrol agents tried to follow them on foot, and they lost them. And they came back, and our colleagues then asked, well, how will you account for those numbers, to send to DHS so they can add them to the number? And they said, we can't count them. What do you mean? Well, the secretary in DHS does not allow us to count anyone unless we can say conclusively that they didn't cross back over the border and go back. And we lost them in the woods, so we don't know. So they don't even count in the got-away numbers. This is how it's being done. Oh. Whatever number you think, whatever number is being reported is grossly underreported. I've been saying for some time, I think it's probably close to 16 million. That may be an underestimate. And it's a serious problem. And we cannot allow a federal election to be jeopardized by people who can run into the local welfare office, sign up for taxpayer benefits, and check a box that says, I'm a citizen and I want to vote. This is common sense legislation. Chip Roy has done an extraordinary job. Others have, preparing this, getting it ready. We have to make sure that we don't states that are trying to pass these some states have already done their own audits. This will make sure that we can prevent this from happening. And so we've got to do this. You should ask every Democrat if they're voting against this legislation, how in the world they can justify it. On the Title IX CRA, we'll be voting on that. It's very important. You've heard it articulated several times this morning. I won't reiterate it, but I'll say 2 weeks ago, we had an event here on the Hill celebrating the 52nd anniversary of Title IX. And we had Chairwoman Virginia Fox and Congresswoman Mary Miller, who's brought the CRA. We had Heather Higgins at the Independent Women's Forum. We had former Education Secretary Betsy DeVos, and we had Riley Gaines there. Some strong voices who advocate for safety and the protection of women in college athletics and in every other way. And it's interesting that the Democrats are on the wrong side of this. Also, a couple of weeks ago, just a few days before that event, Judge Terry Doty from the Western District of Louisiana, a federal judge, issued an injunction against the Biden administration rule that eviscerates Title IX and jeopardizes the safety of women. Here's what he said about it, quote, in the injunction: this case demonstrates the abuse of power by executive federal agencies in the rulemaking process, and this abuse of power is a threat to democracy. We completely agree with that. Unlike Democrats, Republicans know what a woman is, and we know that women are worth protecting. We are trying to advance that cause. The Republican Party is pro-women. The Democrats have to answer for that as well. More than 2/3 of Americans think that only women should be allowed to compete in women's sports, and this used to be common sense, and everyone agreed until the Biden administration, and they tried to upend that. I'm very grateful that we're going to be able to get this passed through the House. We'll send it to the Senate, and we will dare Chuck Schumer and the Democrats over there not to take up and pass the SAVE Act and not to take up the CRA on Title IX. With that, we'll take a few questions. Chad.
Clarify where we are on it, Karen. Question: would you build a website for a major brand with more than 200 million users using Wix? Well, we did. Hi, I'm Sivan. I'm an R&D manager here at Wix. Today, I want to show you how we use our own platform, creating some pretty complex functionalities that may surprise you. First, all of our web pages are built on Wix. They get a huge amount of traffic. Users that sign up to Wix come with all kinds of needs and goals. So to match them with the best solutions, we built an onboarding flow on the Wix editor using custom code. We also embedded a web component using the custom element feature. These can be developed in any client-side technology like React, Angular, Vue.js, your call. So what now? Push to production? Well, not just yet. That's where the Release Manager comes in handy. It's a built-in tool that allows you to gradually roll out new versions and test them safely. What about SEO? Go ahead. Google Website Builder, create a website, or any of the other 3,500 highly competitive non-branded keywords we compete for. Security? Done. No compromising there. Our whole business depends on it. So let's put it this way. You can do everything with Wix. See for yourself.
Okay, let's do it again.
Nope, we're done here.
What? What the fuck is this?
Indicated there was another resolution that she was going to bring forward. Is that going to in fact happen tomorrow? And do you support it? We've heard different things. I know what you've indicated before the recess, and things that are all on the table. You're looking at everything. She has indicated at least one or whether this resolution is how that would be.
I'm for being as aggressive as possible with holding Merrick Garland accountable. It is a very important institutional concern that we have that a subpoena by the House must be complied with by the executive branch or anyone that a House issues a subpoena to. As you know, Merrick Garland refuses to turn over the audio tapes of the interview, the questioning that Special Counsel Robert Hur had with Joe Biden. We have the transcript. But we have a responsibility to ensure that the audio matches the transcript. Now, everybody in America knows. We all know why they don't want to turn over the audio, because it will obviously, presumably, show exactly what we all saw on that debate stage a couple of weeks ago, or Thursday last, and that's something that they've been wanting to cover up. So they're going to great lengths to exert executive privilege, which has no. Here's a question everybody needs to ask: how can the executive branch, how can the attorney general who works under the executive branch exert executive privilege over something that is not in his purview? This is the special counsel. Outside of that, by definition, it's supposed to be a separate and independent decision maker. They don't get to exert executive privilege over something that is not theirs. So the whole thing, I think, will easily be defeated in court, and that's why we brought a lawsuit in federal court on last Monday to enforce our subpoena. So we're being as aggressive as possible. I've talked with Anna Luna and other colleagues about her inherent contempt motion, and she may well bring it. If it's look, if it's brought to the floor, I'll vote for it. But as a constitutional law litigator, a former constitutional law litigator, my preference is to follow the legal process, legal proceedings that protect the institution. I'm frankly have a little pause about presenting an Article 1 authority question to the Article 3 branch, to the federal judiciary, to ask the judicial branch whether they believe we have the right to enforce a subpoena in this unconventional way. I'd rather do it in the way that we've done in our present litigation, but we'll let the chips fall where they may. Every member has a right to bring a privilege motion like that, and Anna's very committed to the principle, and I am too. We all are. I think every Republican is, and so we'll see what happens with that. So, yeah.
So since Congressman was right there, do you plan on moving his 25th Amendment resolution forward at any point?
So I was asked, I think maybe the next day after the debate, if I were in the Biden cabinet. That was how the question was presented to me. Would I be mulling over the 25th Amendment, applying the fourth clause of the 25th Amendment, which has never before been employed in that way? And I answered honestly, yes, I would. In good conscience, if I was in the Biden cabinet, I would be raising that question because I would not that Joe Biden's it's a dangerous situation for him. It's a particular holders. There's a time to have it. Those were times confidential measures. I think the 25th Amendment is appropriate here. Now, we know, and Chip knows, we all know that the House doesn't have the authority to do that. It's the Vice President of the United States that has to initiate that process. We don't have any involvement unless there's a disagreement between the president and what the vice president and the cabinet decide. So we're far away from that eventuality. But I think the notion that the 25th Amendment would be appropriate here is something that most Republicans and frankly most Americans would agree with if they understood the process and how that works. And I think you'll hear a lot more talk about it. I'm under no illusion that they're going to do that, but If I were in the cabinet and Chip was in the cabinet, many of us were in the cabinet, we would have to honestly say that that's something we'd have to wrestle with. So, yeah.
Congressman James Comer is conducting his investigation against the Biden family business. As part of that, he wants Biden's doctor to come and testify because of possibly AmeriCorps investments, things like that, maybe compromise. Would you like to see Biden's doctor?
Yeah, I look. I'll follow the lead of our chairman, Jamie Comer, who's doing a great job on oversight. There's so much to oversee right now. The committee is exhausted because there's so many scandals and things to look into. This is an important one, though. It's important to the American people. They want to know if this has indeed been a cover-up all the way to the top. It looks like it has been, and what the physicians know and have known and what they've reported and all the rest. And as he's investigating the Biden family business dealings, which is certainly important to the American people, the scandalous things that we've seen and already uncovered there, I think that's an appropriate step for them to take. So if that subpoena's issued, we'll fully support it. Yes, ma'am.
Speaking of bringing those three forces together, the America Legion, the 25th Amendment, as well as also the sanctuary and President Biden's doctor, I'm wondering if you have any concerns that multiple House GOP actions around President Biden and Page will actually distract from current House Democratic ineffective decisions.
Well, it is not my preference to make headlines right now. They've got a lot to deal with over there, and we would take great, you would say from a political standpoint that we would be enjoying this, but we're not. I'm not enjoying this. I think this is a dangerous thing, a dangerous time for our country. I spoke at a Hudson Institute event yesterday about national security, and we talked about the reality that China and Russia and Iran and North Korea, now Venezuela and Cuba, are all uniting in this new China-led axis. The one thing all those nations have in common is they oppose the United States. And many of them get up every single day and think about how they could take us down a notch or two. It is not a good circumstance for us to have a commander-in-chief who is not on his A game, who can only work a few hours a day and can't answer questions or complete sentences. That's not a good look. And as all seeing this with their own two eyes, they're all following it. Look, we had to get control of the situation, and that's what the American people demand and deserve. November 5th cannot get here soon enough, and we cannot wait for Donald Trump to be reelected president. I'm absolutely convinced he will be, and we will return that strong hand to the White House, and we will get control of this situation. But right now, it's a serious matter. This is not a joking matter to us. There is accountability that's needed. That's what all these questions are alluding to. We're going to pursue it with every tool that we have. And with that, we appreciate y'all being here. Thanks so much.
The COVID-19 pandemic was one of the worst public health crises that our country has ever faced. We lost more than 1 million Americans to the virus, family members and neighbors, friends and colleagues, and millions more died around the world. The COVID-19 pandemic led to a once-in-a-generation event that not only threatened our public health, but also created unprecedented challenges to our economic and homeland security, as well as our very way of life. As Americans navigated the COVID-19 pandemic, they endured changing healthcare guidance, uncertainty and misinformation about how to best protect themselves and their families from this deadly virus. Today's hearing is intended to examine the available scientific evidence related to the virus that causes COVID-19 and provides some transparency to Americans who are continuing to have to navigate their exposure to the virus. As chairman of this committee, I led an investigation into the federal government's initial pandemic response. The report was called Historically Unprepared and included recommendations on how we can ensure that we're better prepared to prevent and respond to future pandemics. This March, I also launched a bipartisan biosecurity and life science research investigation with Ranking Member Paul to look into a wide range of constantly evolving biological risks and threats to better enhance our preparedness for future incidents. This morning, we're going to hear from academic experts who can discuss how COVID-19 pandemic may have started and how we can learn from this outbreak to better address future potential infectious disease outbreaks and protect human life. Better understanding of the possible origins of COVID-19 pandemic is not only important to our public health, it is also a matter of homeland security. We must learn from the challenges faced during this pandemic to ensure we can better protect Americans from future potential biological incident. Our government needs the flexibility to determine the origins of naturally occurring outbreaks, as well as potential outbreaks that could arise from mistakes or malicious intent. All that said, the history has shown us it is seldom simple or straightforward to identify the singular cause of an infectious disease outbreak. It can take months or years to pinpoint an origin, and in some cases, we may never find the answer. This is also the case with COVID-19. There are theories that indicate that COVID-19 began either by entering the human population through an entirely natural means, or possibly through a lab incident or accident. Given the likelihood that the Chinese government may never fully disclose all the information about the initial COVID-19 outbreak, we must use the scientific information available to better prepare for future potential pandemics. We must not only examine the scientific information we have about COVID-19, but also the tools and procedures the government has in place to understand such viral outbreaks and how we can prevent them from becoming widespread in the future. Today's hearing and our panel of expert witnesses will help us understand how the most recent pandemic began so that we can take necessary steps to protect the American people from future biological threats. Now I'd like to recognize Ranking Member Paul for his opening remarks.
Today we are here to examine one of the most critical and debated questions of our time. Did COVID-19 originate in a lab? To answer this question, let's revisit the early days of the pandemic and examine what some of Dr. Anthony Fauci's inner circle said privately about the origins of the virus. Discussions that were only revealed through FOIA litigation. Christian Anderson wrote, "The lab escape version of this is so friggin' likely to have happened because they were already doing this type of work, and the molecular data is fully consistent with that scenario." Ian Lipkin stressed the nightmare of circumstantial evidence to assess regarding the possibility of inadvertent release, given the scale of bat coronavirus research pursued in Wuhan. Bob Gary said, "I really can't think of a plausible natural scenario where you get from the bat virus, or one very similar to it, to COVID-19, where you insert exactly 4 amino acids, 12 nucleotides, and all have to be added at the exact same time to gain this function. I just can't figure out how this gets accomplished in nature." According to Gary, it's not crackpot to suggest this could have happened, given the gain of function research we know was happening at Wuhan. These are all private statements, which you'll discover today differ greatly from their public statements. Even Ralph Barrick, world-famous gain-of-function researcher and collaborator with Wuhan's Dr. Shi, admitted, so they, the Wuhan Institute of Virology, have a very large collection of viruses in their laboratory. And so it's, proximity is a problem. It's a problem. Federal court orders reveal that even Dr. Fauci himself privately acknowledged concerns about gain-of-function research in Wuhan and mutations in the virus that suggest it might have been engineered, just days before he commissioned the proximal origin paper. Despite these private doubts, publicly these so-called experts and their allies were dismissing the lab leak theory as a conspiracy. Within days, Anderson, Lipkin, and Gary were putting final touches on what would be remembered as one of the most remarkable reversals in modern history. In their proximal origin paper, these scientists concluded, "We do not believe that any type of laboratory-based scenario is plausible." Privately, they were saying one thing. Publicly, they were saying another. Media pundits parroted the narrative, while social media platforms censored discussion about the lab leak, labeling it as misinformation and stifling open discourse about the virus's origins. The cover-up went beyond public statements. Federal agencies and key officials withheld and continue to conceal crucial information from both Congress and the public. For instance, David Morenz, Dr. David Morenz of the NIH, deleted emails that could have contained valuable insights into early discussions. When he deleted them, he made the comment, "I think we're safe now." He deleted emails. He said, "The early emails I've deleted to Peter Daszak at EcoHealth, I think we're safe now." The ODNI failed to comply with a law that was passed unanimously. One of the senators on this committee got it passed. We were going to declassify this and revealed it, and the administration has refused. HHS and NIH have not produced documents related to the gain of function research that the chairman and I requested nearly a year ago. I've been asking for 2 or 3 years as an individual member with some other Republican members and have not gotten these records. I've now asked with the Democrat chairman over a year, and they're still resisting. They say it's not gain of function. Well, let's hear the debate. Did they debate at NIH whether it was gain of function and move on? If there's a debate, let's hear the scientific arguments on both sides. They will not give us that information. This has been a deliberate, prolonged effort to deceive the committee about certain gain of function research experiments that the agencies have been withholding. What we have found as we've gone through this is that at every step, there's been resistance. So the hearing today is to try to find out whether or not we can get to the truth. Do we know for certain it came from the lab? No, but there's a preponderance of evidence indicating that it may have come from the lab. Do we know viruses have come from animals in the past? Yes, they've come from animals in the past. But this time there's no animal reservoir. There's no animal handlers with antibiotics. There's a lot of reasons why there are indications that this could well have come from the lab. This is what the discussion we'll have today. This is a discussion that's long in coming. It's been over 3 years that we've been asking for this, but this is great. This is good. We'll have scientists on both sides of this issue, and I hope we have a spirited debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranking Member Paul. It is the practice of this committee to swear in witnesses, so if each of you would please stand and raise your right hands. Do you swear the testimony that you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. Our first witness is Dr. Gregory Koblitz. He is an associate professor and director of the Biodefense Graduate Program at George Mason University's Schar School of Policy and Government. He serves as editor-in-chief of the Pandora Report, an online newsletter that covers global health security, and as co-director of the Global Biolabs Initiative that tracks high-security labs and biorisk management policies around the world. Dr. Koblitz, you are now recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Peters, Ranking Member Paul, and other members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today about the origins of COVID-19 and its implications for U.S. biodefense and global health security. I've been conducting research and teaching on biodefense, global health security, and biorisk management for the last 25 years, both at the Schar School at George Mason, as you indicated. I come before you today in my personal capacity, and my views do not represent those of George Mason, the organizations with which I am affiliated. I've submitted a lengthy written statement to you, which I will go over today in detail, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have about it during the rest of the hearing. What I do is just highlight some key points. First, let me directly address the main topic of the hearing today, the available evidence on the origins of COVID-19. More than 4 years after the start of the pandemic, the origin of the SARS-CoV-2 virus remains a subject of debate. There are two pandemic pathways that have been widely discussed to explain how SARS-CoV-2 emerged in Wuhan in 2019, a natural spillover event from animals to humans, or an extra release of a pathogen from a laboratory. The possibility that SARS-CoV-2 was deliberately developed as a biological weapon has been unanimously rejected by all U.S. intelligence agencies. While the intelligence community is divided on the origin of the pandemic, most agencies have determined that the virus was not genetically engineered. I believe the available evidence points most strongly to a natural zoonotic spillover event as the origin of the pandemic. However, a research-related accident can't be ruled out at this time. A key obstacle to more definitive conclusion is the lack of transparency exercised by the Chinese government, which affects assessments of both potential pathways to the pandemic. Until there's an independent international transparent investigation it's unlikely we will be able to come up with a more definitive conclusion that will satisfy both sides of the debate. It's not my intention to review this debate today. Instead of looking backwards, I prefer to look forwards and plan for the future. The reality is that we're not as well prepared to prevent, detect, respond to, or recover from a biological incident or pandemic as we should be, regardless of its origin. The growing H5N1 outbreak in the United States is a testament to the challenges we currently face and the urgency of addressing them. The difficulty in determining the origin of COVID-19 is not unusual. Among the outbreaks and pandemics we've already experienced this century, it's taken years to identify the origin of a novel pathogen, sometimes in only general terms. Rarely is it possible to identify the exact sequence of events that led to the first human infection that sparked a pandemic. Determining the origin of an outbreak or pandemic can be divided into 4 stages: detection, identification, characterization, and attribution. Understanding how a specific pathogen entered and spread in a population to cause an outbreak is a multidisciplinary undertaking that requires expertise in epidemiology, human medicine, veterinary medicine, biology, genetics, bioinformatics, ecology, anthropology, and related fields. Seeking the origin of an outbreak requires collecting and analyzing a large amount of data collected from diverse sources by a range of agencies with a variety of scientific capabilities and disciplinary specializations. The quality of the data and the rigor of the epidemiological and scientific investigation will affect the level of confidence we have in these determinations. Determination of the origin of a pandemic or an outbreak are rarely definitive and need to be carefully qualified to reflect the strength of available evidence as well as gaps and uncertainties. Determining the origin of an outbreak can improve the effectiveness of response to an ongoing incident, or reduce the likelihood of or magnitude of future incidents, or even prevent future outbreaks altogether. Making this determination, however, is not always straightforward or successful. The process of investigating the source of an outbreak is like putting together a puzzle where you don't know what the final picture will look like. The pieces change shape and move around, and pieces are added and moved as you're trying to solve the puzzle. There are also several factors that can influence the success of an origin investigation, including the passage of time, the biology, epidemiology of the specific pathogen, limited scientific knowledge of pathogens, local and national politics, and economic considerations. We saw each of these factors at play in Wuhan in 2019 and 2020. Indeed, we see similar factors at play in the response to the current H5N1 outbreak in the United States as well. The key point is that determining the origin of an outbreak or biological incident is scientifically complex, but can also be politically fraught and subject to countervailing pressures by other actors with an interest in obscuring or delaying or halting the outcome of an investigation. So what should be done to improve our ability to determine the origins of a biological incident? I recommend that this Congress, working with the Biden administration, invest in strengthening biosurveillance and biorisk management in the United States and internationally. This will not only enhance our ability to determine the origins of future incidents, but also improve our capabilities to prevent them and respond more successfully to prevent an outbreak from becoming a pandemic. Biosurveillance in the United States suffers from fragmentation, chronic underinvestment in state and local public health capacity, and the lack of capacity to rapidly develop and deploy diagnostics. In my written statement, I provide further recommendations about biosurveillance. In the interest of time, I'll get just to the recommendations on biorisk management. And this is a field that encompasses field and laboratory biosafety, laboratory biosecurity, and oversight of dual-use research. Even if the origins of COVID-19 is proven to be the result of a natural zoonotic spillover event, the pandemic raises important questions about the efficacy of our oversight of dual-use research of concern, including with pathogens with enhanced transmissibility or virulence. The pandemic is also dramatically illustrated the consequences if such a pathogen escapes from a lab. Last month, the administration placed a new age policy for research and concern, which represents a significant step forward in oversight of high consequence research. There are 2 immediate steps that Congress could take to enhance implementation of this policy. First, Congress could support the Biden administration's efforts to provide education and training to the wide array of stakeholders who are now going to be affected by this policy. This policy now covers 95 biological agents and toxins, up from 14. So there's a much wider swath of biological community that's now going to be subject to oversight, and they need to understand this policy in order to implement it effectively. Congress also needs to pass legislation to close a loophole in the current policy that allows privately funded research, including that with engineering of pathogens, to continue without any oversight. And I think it's in the power of Congress to solve that fairly easily. Over the longer term, Congress needs to modernize the U.S. virus management system. I think the most effective way to do that would be creation of an independent federal agency that would be responsible for virus management across both publicly and privately funded enterprises. In conclusion, we know about the two different pathways to a pandemic, both the demonstrated route of natural transmission, the potential of arbitrary accident, that we have enough information now that we can take action that will significantly reduce the risk posed by both types of risks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grobitz. Our second witness is Dr. Robert Gary. He is a professor of microbiology and immunology and associate dean for biomedical sciences at Tulane School of Medicine. Dr. Gary has been a professor of virology for over 40 years and has performed groundbreaking work in diagnostics for emerging pathogens, including the Ebola virus. Dr. Gary, welcome. You are now recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you very much. Chairman Peters, Ranking Member Paul, distinguished members of the Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee, thank you for inviting me to testify today. As Chairman Peters says, I'm a professor and associate dean at Tulane School of Medicine in New Orleans. And the reason you may know me is because I'm an author on a peer-reviewed paper that appeared in Nature Medicine entitled The Proximal Origin of SARS-CoV-2. In the Proximal Origins paper, my co-authors and I discussed several different possible origins of SARS-CoV-2. The three possible origins for the virus that are most relevant to today's discussion are: 1, direct spillover from a bat to a human; 2, spillover from a bat to an intermediate animal and then to a human; and 3, lab origin. At the time of writing the Proximal Origin paper in early February to mid-March 2020, we did not rule out any of these three pathways. Based on the current available evidence, I believe that the most plausible origin of SARS-CoV-2 is spillover from a bat to an intermediate animal and then to a human. I further believe the available evidence indicates that the spillover happened naturally, likely at the Henan seafood market in Wuhan, China. I do not believe that the available scientific evidence, when considered holistically, supports that the virus was created in a lab at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. However, I am first and foremost a scientist, and I will adhere to the scientific method. So I will continue to evaluate new evidence and reassess the validity of my scientific hypotheses regarding the origins of SARS-CoV-2. I look forward to continuing the scientific debate and peer-reviewed materials with other scientists, including those here today, regarding our different perspectives and interpretations of the evidence. That said, I'm heartened by the attention this committee is giving to a very timely and important topic: gain-of-function research. I welcome this opportunity to engage in an open and constructive conversation about the risks and benefits and appropriate safeguards and restrictions on this research. As Chairman Peters mentioned again before, I've been a virology professor for over 40 years. I've seen firsthand the damage that emerging viruses can cause. I researched HIV before we knew the profound impacts this emerging virus would have on all of society, and while the American public was still fearful of blood transfusions. I was present in Sierra Leone at the outbreak of Ebola in 2014 and witnessed the death toll and heartbreak, including many close friends and colleagues who succumbed. I am currently developing countermeasures to Lassa virus, a deadly hemorrhagic virus with up to a 7% case fatality. So I understand, perhaps better than most, the importance of assuring appropriate safeguards for research, including adequate oversight of funding, rules and guidelines regarding study design, including the types of viruses that require oversight, and universal standards for the use of appropriate protective gear when handling highly transmissible or pathogenic viruses in the laboratory or in field studies. But I also know the vital role of responsibly performed research, including on highly transmissible and pathogenic viruses. It advances public health and national security. Without gain-of-function research, we'd have no Tamiflu. Without gain-of-function research, we wouldn't have a vaccine. And if we don't know how they infect us, we cannot develop appropriate treatment for the next potential pandemic-creating virus. So I also encourage the committee to empower the scientific enterprise to address the certainty of viral threats that emerge from nature in the future. For example, potential pandemic viruses can infiltrate commercial animal farming industries. The wildlife trade in China was the only enterprise in the world comparable in size to the United States cattle industry. Multiple spillovers of SARS-CoV, the first SARS, occurred in 2002 through 2004, and they came from the Chinese wildlife trade. Evidence similarly indicates that this likely happened again with SARS-CoV-2 in 2019. I hope we treat these incidents as a stark and timely reminder that this can happen anywhere in the world. In fact, it's happening right in our backyard with the serious threat from bird flu that it poses to our United States cattle industry. As a member of NIID's Center for Research in Emerging Infectious Diseases, or CREED network, I know that gain-of-function research can be done responsibly and safely. The new guidance from the Office of Science Technology Policy shows that research with high-risk pathogens and the types of experiments that require review can be clearly defined in a way that does not obstruct low-risk research. I'm honored to be a part of this important conversation that will help define the future of a vitally important area of virology, and I urge the members of this committee to find a path forward that permits appropriate gain-of-function research to continue to help ensure our public health and national security.
Thank you, Dr. Gary. Our next two witnesses will be introduced by Ranking Member Paul.
Stephen Quay is an MD, PhD. He's the CEO of Atosa Therapeutics, a clinical stage biopharmaceutical company developing novel therapeutics for oncology. Dr. Quay has authored 400 publications in the field of medicine, including 32 on the origin of SARS-CoV-2. His work has been cited over 12,000, 1% of scientists worldwide. His paper, A Bayesian Analysis, concludes beyond a reasonable doubt that SARS-CoV-2 is not a natural zoonosis, but instead is laboratory derived. This article has been viewed over 206,000 times. Dr. Quay holds 238 U.S. patents and patent applications in 22 areas of medicine, including RNA chemistry, coronavirus therapeutics. Before his current role, he was a member of the Department of Pathology at the Stanford University School of Medicine. Dr. Quay, welcome to the committee. You are now recognized for your opening statement.
Committee Chair, Senator Peters, Ranking Member, Senator Paul, committee members, invited participants, ladies and gentlemen. I am a physician scientist and have a 50-year career spanning academic medical research, biotechnology, and scientific fraud investigation. My biography summarizes my career. I speak today, however, as an independent scientist. I do not receive any NIH or NIAID funding. Scientists dependent on NIH or NIAID funding may have pressure to publicly agree with orthodoxies that privately they admit are wrong. My approach to the COVID pandemic origin that killed 20 million plus people, caused $20 trillion in economic damage, is based on 6 approaches to the data and the events. I'll start with something Dr. Gary said privately, quote, "Someone should tell Nature," meaning the British journal, "that the fish market probably did not start the outbreak," end quote. I agree with Dr. Gary. Unfortunately, one reason we are having these hearings is that the public statements of many virologists have not been congruent with their private conversations. In any case, I'll describe the 6 approaches to the question that all support a lab leak as a source and can go deeper into each of those with questions. First, the virus was spreading in Wuhan and around the world in the fall of 2019, months before the first case in the Hunan seafood market. This is supported by 14 observations or evidence. The evidence includes the calculation of the time to the most recent common ancestor, hospital overloads in Wuhan, antibodies in patients from Italy, Spain, and the US, wastewater samples from Brazil, sick athletes at the October Wuhan military games, school closings in Wuhan, and dozens of documented patients. This dismisses out of hand the market as the origin. But second, let's look at the market data. The human infections, the animal samples, and the environmental specimens. These generate 8 observations. No infected animals in the market or the supply chain were infected. No infected wildlife vendors had SARS. All human infections are the non-ancestral lineage B. The environmental specimens with animal DNA have no SARS-2. One vendor had animals from southern China where SARS-2 came from, but this vendor and his animals are negative for SARS-2. Now, only one of 14 environmental samples with raccoon dog DNA contains SARS reads, and that contains one read out of 210 million. 13 of the 14 raccoon dog DNA specimens had no SARS-2. With SARS-1, literally 100% of the market animals were infected. I frankly think it is shameful for scientists to mislead journalists and the public saying these data I just described are evidence raccoon dogs were infected with SARS-2. This is why trust in science is broken. None of these data are consistent with an infected animal passing SARS-2 to a human at the market. The 1,500-kilometer distance to the nearest SARS-2 related virus is like the distance from Washington, D.C. to the Florida Everglades. Imagine you're at dinner at a restaurant in North Bethesda near the NIAID labs. You get sick, and you are told that the virus you caught is only found in bats from the Everglades, but it also happens to be under study at the laboratories you see outside the restaurant window. That's what the market origin people are asking you to believe. Third, documented events at or related to Wuhan Institute of Virology beginning in March 2019 are consistent with the expected activities when a lab-acquired infection has occurred. These timelines include unusual attention from the Chinese Communist Party, leading to the PLA physician soldier being put in charge. Large tender requests to repair biosafety equipment, a virus database disappearing in the middle of the night, large tender requests for a lab security force to, quote, handle foreign personnel, end quote, patents for a device to prevent a lab-acquired infection, rumors in the virology community of a new SARS virus in the lab, 30 vials of the three most dangerous viruses on the planet being shipped illegally from a lab in Canada to WIV in March, and then one of those pathogens being found as a major contaminant in a BLSA lab in December. These events taken together are a classic example of closing the barn door after the horses left. Fourth, the evidence that is found in a natural zoonosis with respect to the animal host, the virus, and the human are missing with COVID. 96,000 animals were tested and are negative for SARS-2. 43,000 blood samples from blood donors in Wuhan were tested. A natural spillover like SARS-1 would have produced about 260 positives. A lab accident would be zero. Of course, zero is what is found. With respect to the virus, a spillover produces posterior diversity in the virus genome. A lab leak does not. SARS-2 has no posterior diversity. Natural spillovers, as Dr. Gary indicated this morning, involve multiple markets. SARS-1 began in southern China, had 11 spillovers in 11 different markets in 9 different cities. Christian Anderson, the proximal origin in SARS-2, said SARS-2 was one person being infected with one animal. I agree. Fifth, the genome of SARS-2 has 8 features found in a synthetic virus that are not found in natural viruses. The probability that SARS-2 came from nature based on these features is 1 in a billion. These features are the backbone, the receptor binding domain, the furin cleavage site, the genetics of the furin cleavage site, the number, location, and pattern of cloning sites in SARS-2 that use the Barrick cloning method and the ORF8 gene. Based on SARS-2 cloning sites, I predicted how SARS-2 could be made in the laboratory. A year later, Barrick used the predicted steps to make an infectious clone of SARS-2. These same features were described in a 2018 DARPA grant by WIV and U.S. scientists. With respect to the grant, SARS-2 had the proposed backbone from the proposed region in China, the proposed adaptation to human killing, the proposed diversity from SARS-1, the proposed noceum cleavage site number, location, and pattern, the proposed human cleavage site at the proposed S1-S2 junction. Let's close with a thought experiment. It's 2018. Do you think a market spillover of a coronavirus could have happened in Wuhan? Dr. Daszak and Shi have studied coronaviruses for a decade, and they said no. How do I know that? Because they used Wuhan residents as control for a study looking for antibodies in coronaviruses in people living near bat caves in southern China. The rural residents had a 3% rate. Wuhan residents had 0. Let's flip that and ask the reverse question. Do you think a lab-acquired infection could begin in Wuhan, a city with the world's leading laboratory collecting coronavirus from nature, doing synthetic biology on coronaviruses, doing petri dish and animal research on coronavirus with a bat colony for testing, and that had written a blueprint to make a coronavirus that had 7 unique features found in SARS-CoV-2? I'll let you answer that question yourself. I have a number of specific reforms I believe should be implemented, and I would be happy to discuss them during the questioning. What happens if we have these hearings and nothing happens? The Wuhan Institute of Virology right now is testing a Nipah virus in a synthetic clone. This is a U.S. CDC bioterrorism agent that kills 3 out of 4 people. A lab leak with an airborne Nipah virus would quickly, within weeks, disrupt food and energy distribution, fire and police services, medical care. My analysis of this tipping point event is that it would set back civilization about 250 years. The work of this committee is critical. If we now fail to act with the knowledge we have, history, if it can still be recorded, will judge us poorly. Thank you for your time.
Governors, thank you. Professor of Chemistry and Chemical Biology at Rutgers University. He also serves as the laboratory director for the Waxman Institute of Microbiology, a position he has held for 37 years. Dr. Ebright has authored over 185 peer-reviewed publications and holds more than 45 issued and pending U.S. patents. He's the co-founder of Biosafety Now and a member of the advisory board of the Global Biolabs Project and the Institutional Biosafety Committee at Rutgers University. Previously, he served on the Antimicrobial Resistance Committee for Infectious Disease Society of America, the Controlling Dangerous Pathogens Project, and the Pathogen Security Working Group for the state of New Jersey. Dr. Ebright, welcome to the committee. You are now recognized for your opening statement.
Chairman Peters, Ranking Member Paul, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to discuss the origins of COVID-19. I'm Board of Governors Professor of Chemistry and Chemical Biology at Rutgers University and Laboratory Director at the Waxman Institute of Microbiology. In my statement, I will present my assessment of the origin of COVID and will summarize key lines of evidence that support my assessment. I assess that a large preponderance of evidence indicates SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID, entered humans through a research incident. I base this assessment on information in publicly available documents, press reports, and scientific papers, on my research experience in microbial genomics, microbial genetics, DNA synthesis technology, and recombinant DNA technology, and on my knowledge of and experience with biosafety, biosecurity, and biorisk management for work with pathogens. 4 key facts support my assessment. First, COVID emerged in Wuhan, a city that is 800 miles from the closest bats harboring SARS-CoV-2-like viruses that could have served as progenitors of SARS-CoV-2, but that contains labs that prior to the outbreak were conducting the world's largest research program on bat SARS viruses, possessed the world's largest collection of bat SARS viruses, and possessed the virus most closely similar to SARS-CoV-2. The large distance between Wuhan and bats harboring SARS-CoV-2-like viruses points away from a natural origin of COVID, and Wuhan's status as the global epicenter of research on bat SARS viruses points toward a research origin of COVID. Second, in the 4 years preceding the outbreak, Wuhan labs performed research that placed them on a trajectory to obtain SARS viruses having high pandemic potential. And in 2018, 1 year before the outbreak, Wuhan labs proposed research to obtain SARS viruses having even higher pandemic potential and features that match in detail the features of SARS-CoV-2. Wuhan labs performed high-risk virus discovery and gain-of-function research on bat SARS viruses. In their virus discovery research, Wuhan researchers searched for new bat viruses in caves in southern China, brought samples to Wuhan, and sequenced, cultured, and characterized new viruses in Wuhan. In their gain-of-function research, Wuhan researchers genetically modified bat SARS viruses, constructing viruses having enhanced ability to infect human cells and having enhanced viral growth and enhanced lethality in mice engineered to possess human receptors for SARS viruses, so-called humanized mice. Already in 2015, scientists expressed concern that the Wuhan Institute of Virology was conducting research that posed unacceptably high risk. At a 2015 Royal Society and National Academies meeting on gain-of-function research and its oversight, the research on bat SARS viruses by the Wuhan Institute of Virology and its collaborators was singled out as the research most likely of all research in the world to trigger a pandemic. In 2017 to 2018, with NIH funding,
The Wuhan Institute of Virology constructed genetically modified SARS viruses that combined the spike gene from one bat SARS virus with the rest of the genetic information from another bat SARS virus. Obtaining new viruses that efficiently infected human cells and obtaining at least one new virus that exhibited 10,000 times enhanced viral growth in lungs and 1 million times enhanced viral growth in brains and 3 times enhanced lethality in humanized mice. In 2018, just 1 year before the outbreak, in an NIH grant proposal, the Wuhan Institute of Virology and collaborators proposed to construct additional genetically modified SARS viruses, proposing to construct viruses having spikes with even higher binding affinities for human SARS receptors, seeking viruses having even higher pandemic potential. Also in 2018, just 1 year before the outbreak, in a DARPA grant proposal, the Wuhan Institute of Virology and its collaborators proposed to construct genetically modified SARS viruses having a furin cleavage site, a feature associated with increased viral growth and increased transmissibility. They proposed to insert the furin cleavage site at the spike gene S1, S2 border and to construct the viruses by synthesizing 6 nucleic acid building blocks and assembling them using the reagent BSM-B1. Third, Wuhan Labs performed this research on SARS viruses using an inadequate biosafety standard, just biosafety level 2, an inadequate personal protective equipment, just gloves and a lab coat. Lab accidents are common, even at biosafety levels higher than biosafety level 2. For context, the original SARS virus, SARS-CoV-1, caused lab-acquired infections in Singapore at biosafety level 3, in Beijing twice at biosafety level 3, and in Taipei at biosafety level 4. For further context, SARS-CoV-2 itself caused lab-acquired infections in Beijing in 2020 at biosafety level 3, and in Taipei in 2021 at biosafety level 3. The Wuhan Lab's use of biosafety level 2 for research on bat SARS viruses would have posed a high risk, a very high risk, of infection of lab staff upon encountering a virus having the aerosol transmission properties of SARS-CoV-2. Fourth, in 2019, a novel SARS virus having a spike with extremely high binding affinity for human SARS receptors, a furin cleavage site inserted at the spike S1, S2 border, and a genome sequence with features enabling assembly from 6 synthetic nucleic acid building blocks using the reagent BSM-B1, a virus having the exact features proposed in the 2018 NIH and DARPA proposals emerged on the doorstep of Wuhan Institute of Virology. SARS-CoV-2 is the only one of more than 800 known SARS viruses that possesses a furin cleavage site. Mathematically, this observation alone implies that the probability of finding a natural SARS virus possessing a furin cleavage site is less than 1 in 800. Taken together, the presence of a spike having an extremely high for human SARS receptors, the presence of a furin cleavage site inserted at the spike S1, S2 border, the genome sequence enabling assembly from 6 synthetic nucleic acid building blocks using the reagent BSM-B1, and the 1-4-1 match between these features and the features proposed in the 2018 NIH and DARPA proposals make an extremely strong case, a smoking gun, for a research origin. In summary, multiple lines of secure evidence point to a research origin. By contrast, as I hope I will have the opportunity to review in response to questions, no, 0 secure evidence points toward a natural origin. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to each of our witnesses. Dr. Gary, my first question is I'm going to direct it towards you. Of the evidence that's been presented thus far, it's still not clear to me how much is concrete, documented information, and how much is speculation, or perhaps just filling in the gaps with assumptions based on what's out there. So my question for you, Dr. Gary, is could you elaborate more on the specific hard evidence that supports your claim that the Chinese market in Wuhan was the most likely source of the virus?
Certainly, and thank you for the question. There is a lot of evidence that this virus emerged from the Henan seafood market in Wuhan, but let me just focus on 3 points. epidemiology, molecular forensics, and genetics. First, the epidemiology. The early cases from December 2019, before the disease was even described, all centered around, in fact, they painted a bullseye on the non-seafood market. The molecular forensics. Environmental samples were collected from the market after it was closed. The hotspot of SARS-CoV-2 positivity, the RNA, was in the southwest corner of the market. In those very same samples, RNA and DNA from raccoon dogs and mass palm civets was found in these samples, commingling with the SARS-CoV-2 RNA. Genetics. The SARS-CoV-2 spilled over at least twice in the market. The phylogenetics, the genetics of the virus are very clear about that. That is not compatible with a lab leak.
Dr. Gary, do we know that the virus that caused COVID-19 existed in the Wuhan lab before the pandemic? And if not, how could we find that out?
In fact, we don't know. The intelligence community has looked at that point very intently and has not been able to determine that Wuhan had the virus. We don't have the evidence from the Chinese. It's just one of the many things that we're missing that we would like to get from the Chinese government.
Based on the bat coronavirus that we know that researchers in the Wuhan lab are working on, would it have been possible for them to create this virus? Is it possible?
Not from a bat coronavirus. If you take the time to read my written testimony, I'm going to, in that document, I went through a lot of evidence that this virus did not spill over directly from a bat to a human being. It had to go through an intermediate animal. And it's not just the evidence from the non-market. There's other genetic evidence. The bat coronaviruses are viruses that are spread by the gastrointestinal route. For a virus like this to become a respiratory virus is just going to require too many mutations, too many changes for a bat virus to spill directly over to a human being. That could only really happen in nature with replication through an intermediate animal.
Very good. Dr. Kobletz, next question's for you. I'm aware that through FOIA request, a lot of information from U.S. agencies and U.S.-based organizations have been COVID-19 origins. However, it seems relatively little or nothing from Chinese agencies or the Wuhan virology specifically. So my question for you, sir, is what China would be most helpful in settling this origin debate?
Thank you, Senator. There's a range of information that would be useful for furthering our investigation of the origins of the pandemic. The Chinese government has collected lots of information about the samples that were both on the market and elsewhere in Wuhan and in other provinces where they sampled animals, but they haven't released the raw data. They've provided information, but not the data that epidemiologists, virologists wanted to see in their own analyses. Just last year, they did release more information through publications, but this is information they've been sitting on for quite a while. So there is more information that should be released and should be made, the raw data available to even outside experts to make their own assessments. In terms of the Wuhan Institute of Virology, there should be records about the research they're conducting. There should be records about the medical surveillance they're performing on their researchers, records on the maintenance operation of their biocontainment equipment, and all that. Those documentations would be could be reviewed by outside experts to determine if there's any signs that there was any accidents or any indications that there was that the virus was an escape from the lab. So that there's quite a bit. But obviously, the Chinese government is choosing to be opaque about what they have and what they know in a way that has frustrated people involved with looking at this in terms of assessing both the natural zoonotic spillover a pathway and also looking at the lab accident pathway.
Dr. Gary, you talked about the virus jumping from an animal into human, and we've heard the term spillover For the benefit of this committee, could you explain spillover?
Human diseases have come to us from animals. When we're talking about a spillover, we're talking about a cross-species transmission from one animal species to another. I mean, it could be another animal, but usually when we talk about spillover, we're talking about from an animal to a human. So animals have their own viruses, just like we do. The ones that are dangerous in the animals, though, are the ones that have the capacity to infect more than one species. You can think about a virus like rabies that can infect a wide range of mammalian hosts.
So do we know what animal or animals could have carried this virus, and were they at the market? Explain that more fully, please.
Sure. We don't know that for sure. What we do know is that when you look for the virus in the market on environmental surfaces and various places, you found it mostly in the southwest corner of the market. This is where the wildlife was sold. The animals like the raccoon dogs or the mass palm civets. And in fact, there were many of the samples there had SARS-CoV-2 and DNA and RNA from those animals right there in the same sample. You could imagine somebody maybe came and sneezed on that sample, but the most likely explanation is that the animals were in fact infected themselves with SARS-CoV-2. When you look at the drains outside of that one stall that had the most SARS-CoV-2, that drain also had virus. So it's we don't have the smoking gun evidence that there was actually an infected animal in the market, but I think we have the next best thing. This forensic molecular biology.
Very good. Thank you. Ranking Member Paul, you're recognized for your questions.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit statements for the record from U.S. Right to Know, Open the Books, America First Legal, Frontiers of Freedom, and Dr. Alina Chan.
Without objection.
So just in the last few minutes, Dr. Gary has told us that this couldn't have come from bats. It had to go through an intermediate host. That may well be true, but arguing against that is they tested 90,000 some odd animals, and there is no animal host that's been found. But what he also doesn't tell you is the animal host could be a laboratory animal. It could be passed serially through that, and that's one way of quickly adapting and pushing natural selection to adapt a virus towards humans. Dr. Alina Chan has written extensively about this, how this virus didn't show up clunky and poorly transmissible. This virus showed up immediately very transmissible in humans, as if it had been pre-adapted in a lab. Dr. Ebright, Dr. Gary tells us that he's wedded to the scientific method and that he considered all the different possibilities of proximal origins. I know you're a professor. I'm assuming you've been the senior author on many papers. I assume that you teach your younger researchers what is good scientific method and not good scientific method. In the abstract of proximal origins, Dr. Gary and his fellow authors state categorically that the virus is not a laboratory construct. That doesn't sound to me like open-mindedness, and I wonder what you would tell a younger researcher or someone you're instructing in the scientific method about putting categorical statements into a scientific paper.
Well, it's important to emphasize that the paper in question, Proximal Origin of SARS-CoV-2, published in March 2020, was not a research article. It was an opinion piece that was published as a commentary, which is the section in the journal that holds opinion pieces and editorials. So it was an opinion piece. The authors were stating their opinion, but that opinion was not well founded. In March of 2020, there was no basis to state that as a conclusion, as opposed to simply being a hypothesis. Moreover, we know that compelling evidence has been presented as a result of congressional inquiry in the House that 4 of the authors of that paper, Dr. Anderson, Dr. Gary, Dr. Holmes, and Dr. Rambeau, in their private communications, show clearly that they knew the conclusion that they stated in that article was invalid. So in terms of what I would tell a younger scientist I would be mentoring, I would tell a younger scientist that you do not state a conclusion without evidence, even in an opinion piece in a scientific journal. And you never, under any circumstances in a scientific journal, state conclusions that you know to be unsound. That represents scientific misconduct. It represents scientific misconduct up to and including fraud. And the paper in question, the proximal origin paper, has been recommended for review of retraction. 2 requests, one in 2023 and one in 2024, were submitted by teams of scientists to the journal in question, to the journal editors, asking them to add an editorial expression of concern and to initiate a review for retraction of the article.
I know of no other example in modern scientific history or publications where a publication has come forward pronouncing with such authority that the lab leak is implausible, it is not a laboratory construct, while privately saying, this is no friggin' conspiracy theory. It looks like it. I'm 90-10. I'm 50-50. But no doubt in the paper. In fact, we know that it went back and forth with Dr. Fauci and with editors who say, we want the statements to be stronger. We want the conclusions to be stronger. That was actually coming from Nature at the time. We want you to doctor it up and even be more strong because we're making a political point here. That's where we should have known we were off track, that these people were politicians and that they were pushing an idea because, as Dr. Collins finally admitted in one of the emails, this is about the business of science with China. This will disturb our relations with China if anybody questions this. Dr. Quay, the idea that this came from the fish market, I thought had been discredited by virtually all of the scientists. Now, I'm really surprised it's still being presented here. I know that the Chinese, the CDC, George Gao over there, basically said that they no longer consider it. And actually, if you think about it from their perspective, we're not sure if we can trust them. But at the same time, the Chinese, if they would rather have it come from a lab or the market, I think would choose the market over the lab. If anything, they would be, if we were going to think they were dishonest, would be dishonest towards saying, hey, we found some animals. But if you could review stepwise, just a little bit slower, some of the evidence for why it's not there, the amount of animals tested, the animal handlers compared to SARS-1, but also the idea of this genetic diversity that, when SARS-1 came about the first time, I think it tried hundreds of times because these animal viruses don't infect humans well in the beginning. It tried hundreds of times over and over again. And even at the end, SARS-1 didn't transmit between humans very well. That's why containment worked. And that's why quarantine worked, because it wasn't very infectious. We'll go through a little bit, step by step, the evidence of why anybody still maintaining that it came from the market is misguided.
Sure. I mean, let me agree with Dr. Gary about SARS-1 being a spillover. And let me elaborate a little bit. There were 11 cities, 11 markets, 3 different lineages, and a 30 nucleotide difference among the initial cases and patients, which approximates about a year of posterior diversity, as it's called. SARS-2, of course, it's either in one market or it's in no markets. There's no other proposal for a market origin from it. 457 animals were tested in the market. 0 were found to be infected. SARS-1, 92 animals, 100% infected. The vendors, the wildlife vendors in SARS-1 were all infected. We have 10 vendors here. None of them are infected. One vendor had bamboo rats from southern China, where the backbone comes from. He wasn't infected. His animals weren't infected. SARS-2 has no posterior diversity. So it really, as Dr. Anderson said, it's one jump from one animal to one human. The most likely place that happens is in a laboratory. And again, to be clear, when you say an animal, it could be a petri dish. It could be animal cells in a petri dish. The question of where the origins came from is the question of where the animal is. And they've tested 96 animals in nature, and they've tested 0 animals at Wuhan Institute of Virology. That's where we need to look.
Thank you. I'll reserve the rest for a second round.
Senator Hassan, you're recognized for your questions.
Well, thanks, Chair Peters and Ranking Member Paul, for holding this hearing. Thank you to all of our witnesses for being here today. Dr. Koblenz, one of the areas of inquiry in this hearing is obviously whether research funded by the United States government has appropriate oversight. However, private companies, universities, and independent research institutions are also engaging in cutting-edge research. While their research has the potential to cure diseases and boost our economy, unless they accept federal funding, there is very little federal oversight to ensure that private labs are engaged in safe and ethical research. What safety procedures are in place for research facilities that don't receive government funding? And are there oversight measures that either government or independent authorities should put in place to monitor work at these labs, including labs working on gene synthesis?
Thank you, Senator. The oversight of privately funded research is much less than that of federally funded research in terms of both biosafety, biosecurity, and dual use research oversight. What we've seen in the area of dual use research oversight, for example, in the most recent policy that the Biden administration released, only applies to federally funded research. However, there is the ability for federal agencies to require their grant recipients to apply this new policy to all research, including that's privately funded, but that requires special authority that some agencies may have, but others would need legislation to give them that ability. That wouldn't cover research that's only conducted by privately funded entities, but it would expand the scope of research that is. In order to expand the scope of oversight to all privately funded research would require legislative action. Along the lines of the proposal I included in my written statement for the establishment of a national virus management agency, that would have authority over biosafety, biosecurity, and dual use research oversight, regardless of source of funding. Because at the end of the day, it shouldn't matter where the funding comes from in terms of making sure this research is being done safely, securely, and responsibly.
Thank you for that. Another question to you, Dr. Koblenz. We've heard a great deal about the risks of certain types of research involving dangerous pathogens and the need for robust oversight on the type of experiments that are performed. We've heard less about the potential risks from researchers performing off-the-books or unsupervised experiments that may be risky or unethical. How serious are the risks posed by malicious or unethical insiders, and are the United States and international authorities equipped to sufficiently mitigate these risks?
Following the revelations that Bruce Ivins was responsible for the anthrax litter tax, which happened in 2009, the United States took a much stronger stance on trying to prevent insider threats at facilities. And so the Federal Select Agent Program, which focuses on biosecurity, included a number of measures to try and better monitor scientific access to pathogens in terms of ensuring that they remain, they do not become security risks. That kind of efforts to mitigate insider threats does not exist in the side of the dual use research oversight. There is a lot of emphasis on self-governance by research institutions and by PIs to basically govern their own labs and make sure that work is not being done that is, as you said, off the books or is any way unethical. But so it is really at this point on the onus is on research institutions to make sure that the work activity being done on their facilities is in compliance with all relevant laws and regulations. So that is an area that is currently a gap in our oversight of this kind of research.
Okay, thank you. One more question for you. When it comes to biosecurity, the U.S. domestic security is obviously tied to international efforts. What happens halfway across the globe can clearly impact us in the United States. Doctor, you're involved in the Global Biolabs Initiative, which is an organization that tracks all the highest biosecurity level labs in the world. Are there labs that are of particular concern? And if so, what action should Congress and the executive branch take to improve their safety and thus our national security?
As we documented in our report last year on global biolabs, there's been a building boom in BSL-4 labs since the start of the pandemic. And so there are a number of countries that are now building their first BSL-4 labs that don't actually have their national biosafety and biosecurity legislation regulations in place. And so countries like the Philippines, Kazakhstan,
That's so concerning.
Saudi Arabia are trying to construct facilities, but they don't yet have the regulatory infrastructure that they need to make sure those labs can be operated safely, securely, and responsibly. In addition, countries like China and India, who already operate BSL-4 labs, are planning on building additional labs as well. And so in all of these cases, there's a need for making sure that these, at the national level, that the right virus management policies are in place, and at the laboratory level, that these policies are being followed properly. And there are a number of measures that both the U.S. and internationally, the WHO and other entities could take to try and ensure that these regulations are in place and are being followed properly.
And can you elaborate on what those steps would be?
Sure. So there is a international standard for biorisk management that creates a framework for how do you ensure that safety and security is prioritized across your laboratory and your research enterprise. It's called ISO 35001. It was negotiated end of 2019, but has not been widely adopted yet by labs around the world. Having that kind of international standard is very useful because it provides the best practices for biosafety and biosecurity, and it includes a process by which you document how you're complying with that standard. That documentation then becomes available for audit in the event that you need to have any kind of investigation by local, national, international authorities to ensure that the facility is operating properly and is operating safely and securely. So that kind of standard provides an international metric for measuring whether or not a lab is operating to the international standards that we would hope they would be.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. You're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and the ranking member for holding this very important hearing. We need a lot more of these. I want to thank all the witnesses for your very detailed testimony. And I'd encourage anybody viewing this hearing to go online and read the detailed testimony. I think you find it very difficult to not come away after reading that we may not have the smoking gun, but the circumstantial evidence is strong that this was a man-made virus and that it was probably leaked from a lab, probably at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. One thing that's convinced me very early on, I've been convinced of this quite some time, is just the cover-up. I mean, the fact the Chinese took down data sets. So all of a sudden you couldn't find a smoking gun because it no longer exists. And
Yeah, but you got 2 minutes to get over there.
know that, but also the cover-up here within the U.S. government. I've been doing oversight on our response to COVID, which, by the way, was a miserable failure. We're 4% of the world's population. We apparently experienced 16% of the deaths. Supposedly the most modern medical system in the world. That's a miserable failure.
Yeah.
And so we need to do a lot of oversight, not just on the origin, which is an important aspect of this, but on everything. Okay? If we're serious about this, by the way, we got to start letting subpoenas start flying. I'll do this one more time. I've done this multiple times. This is the 50 final pages of Fauci's emails. By the way, the only reason we realize that Fauci was engaged in a cover-up with Dr. Gary is the fact that we had to FOIA these. They didn't turn these over, which they should have. We had to FOIA them. We had to go to court. Our staff has taken the 4,000 pages that we got that were redacted, narrowed those down to 400 pages, and they allowed us to look at these things unredacted in a reading room. 350 pages, but not the final 50. In terms of the cover-up, my guess is the smoking gun exists somewhere under these heavy redactions. So my suggestion, actually my plea to the chairman, is to issue a subpoena to get these final 50 pages. Then maybe we'll get a full extent of the extensive cover-up. Dr. Gary, I don't know, have you ever used the word conspiracy theory as it relates to the lab leak? Have you ever accused people who put that thing forward that they're a bunch of conspiracy theorists? Not in my public. Okay, well, I tell you who has, is the chief editor-in-chief of Nature magazine that published the proximal origin. He said, talking about your study, your cover-up, great work. We'll put conspiracy theories about the origin of SARS-CoV-2 to rest. Will you at least admit that people who are raising the possibility of a lab leak were not conspiracy theorists, that there were legitimate concern about gain-of-function research creating this chimeric virus?
Of course, sir. I mean, that would include us at the very beginning.
That's progress. That's progress because, again, an awful lot of people's reputations were ruined by this cover-up and by the accusations of people being conspiracy theorists. Dr. Ebright, the purpose of this hearing really is to talk about the danger of gain-of-function research. Right now we're about ready to be scaremongered. I think we're already being scaremongered on H5N1. Back in late 2011, the world learned of two scientific teams, one in University of Wisconsin-Madison, one in the Netherlands, that had apparently said each of these labs create H5N1 viruses that gained the ability to spread through the air between ferrets. the animal model used to study how flu viruses might behave in humans. That's pretty darn dangerous stuff, right? That is primarily what led to the moratorium on gain of function, correct?
That is correct.
What possible reason is there to be producing what nature probably couldn't produce? Why are we doing this?
It's important to emphasize that the research in question has zero civilian practical applications. Gain of function research on potential pandemic pathogens is not used and does not contribute to the development of vaccines, and is not used and does not contribute to the development of drugs.
So again, that rationale for all this research is exactly that. In case we have to respond, but that's the rationale. In case we have to respond to a bioweapon attack, okay, we need a defense mechanism. So that's the reason. For example, the Defense Department has spent $42 million, or funded Eco Health Alliance for $42 million, and USAID for $53 million. Correct?
So the current definition is research that is reasonably anticipated to increase either the transmissibility or the virulence of a potential pandemic pathogen. That research does not contribute to developing countermeasures against potential
Again, that's
pathogens.
the rationale they used. The thing they really scared the public on was the 1918 flu pandemic, correct? Even Anthony Fauci, most people who died of the flu pandemic died of pneumonia.
Yeah.
Because we didn't have antibiotics, correct? Again,
No way.
I think one of the things we have to provide oversight is the sabotage of early treatment using widely available, cheap, and safe generic drugs. We didn't do that. I mean, from my standpoint, the first thing we got to be doing in any kind of pandemic is there some way to treat this? And let doctors be doctors, let them practice medicine. I'm sure you're familiar with the concept of Miller's ratchet, correct? Miller's ratchet. It's basically what viruses generally do is they'll become more transmissible the less pathogenic. It doesn't do. A virus snuffs itself out. MERS snuffed itself out. SARS snuffed itself out, except there were a couple lab leaks that produced SARS outbreaks, correct? So again, my point is, are we making things worse with human intervention? Producing vaccines that are not sterilizing, that allow variants to be produced, and things like antibody-dependent enhancement. Again, there's an awful lot of concern that we don't even consider here because we're on this quest to have a vaccine for everything and produce vaccines for viruses that haven't even been created yet in the lab. Again, that's the question we ought to be asking this committee is, what in the world are we doing? What's the rationale for doing this? And are we actually causing more harm than good?
With vaccine development, I would disagree. The vaccines in general do not pose significant harms and offer significant benefits. With respect to the gain of function research, which creates new threats, biological threats that do not exist currently and might not naturally come into existence in a decade, a century, or a millennium. That research creates threats, and those threats are existentially risky threats. And that research is being conducted without a justifiable rationale. There is no rationale in terms of development of countermeasures. Industry develops vaccines and therapeutics against diseases currently in humans, not against diseases that don't yet exist and need to be made in a lab.
We could use a public debate regarding all things vaccine, the profit motive of it, and everything else, but that's for another day.
Senator Johnson. Senator Marshall, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's first of all, it's important to remember why we're here today. We're here today because we don't want to have another pandemic like this. I think it's important that we recognize that 1 million Americans have lost a loved one, and they're still looking for closure. We have 15 million Americans with long COVID, and perhaps if we knew the origin of COVID and the development, maybe that would give us a clue how to treat us. I want to start with Dr. Quay and go back to the diffuse grant for just a second. This is a grant by EcoHealth and Peter Daszak. Recall that Peter Daszak is David Moran's BFF. And that grant was denied but yet it lays out a framework for the development of COVID-19. And you went through 6 or 7 several reasons that are absolutely consistent, that they said they would do X and they did X. And what are the chances of all those things ending up in a COVID virus?
Yeah, well, again, just as a reminder, so they said they were going to go to a particular spot in southern China to get a virus. They were going to make sure that it had diversity from SARS-1 of about 25%. They were going to put it into humanized mice to enhance its ability to recognize the receptor binding domain. They're going to put furin cleavage site in a very particular spot. You know, out of 13,000 letters in the spike protein, they said in the grant they were going to put it at a spot called the S1, S2 junction. They said, and so all of those were found in SARS-CoV-2. Its nearest neighbor is from the same area. It has a 99% binding affinity for the human receptor. SARS-1 jumped into humans. It only had 50% of the epidemic changes it needed to become epidemic.
What do you think the chances of all 6 or 7?
I've quantified it because I like statistics, and it's 1 in 1.2 billion.
So a 1 in a billion chance all that comes to fruition. There were some comments on that grant in the margin. So Dr. Barrick, North Carolina, developed the technology for the protein spike. He taught Dr. Shi. He gave them humanized mice. Again, this was all funded with USAID grant money as well. What were some of the comments in the margin you think that are significant?
Well, this is important because the folks told DARPA, we're going to do this research in North Carolina under very high safety conditions in the grant. That's what they wrote. The marginal comments in drafts that were only obtained through FOIAs said a different thing. Dasick said, hey, we're gonna shift this over to Wuhan because it'll be cheaper, faster. We'll get a lot more done that way. Barrick says, boy, if U.S. scientists knew this was going on, they would think this is crazy. This is in the marginal comments. So they, in a way, they weren't truthful with DARPA in the grant.
So Dr. Barrick, who, along with Dr. Fauci, are the father of gain of function, knew that other scientists in America would have a fit if this was being done here.
Yeah, and again, so fast forward to January 2020. These two scientists, Dasick and Barrick, sitting down with the sequence of SARS-CoV-2, and a computer would know within 1 hour, this thing has all the features of what we proposed in that grant. And the fact that they either didn't tell anybody or the people they told didn't do anything about it meant that human transmission we were not aware of that, and asymptomatic transmission we were not aware. This is the first new respiratory virus that's asymptomatic.
Great. Let's come back. I'm going to use that. Come back to that point in just a second. We went through what I call the smoking guns that really show beyond a reasonable doubt that this virus was made in a laboratory in Wuhan, China. It was synthetic. Everywhere from the geography of where it shows up for the first time to the fact that there was virus already spread to multiple continents by the time the wet market outbreak occurs. They never have found the intermediate species. With SARS and MERS, it took months to find an intermediate species. Anyone that says the raccoon dog is the intermediate species is just laughable science. No progenitor viruses. And the timeline, they were developing a vaccine already in November 2019. Dr. Shi has taken down the DNA lab banks in September 2019. She takes down another the lab bank here in this country, maybe March of the next year as well. But of all the smoking guns, and this is the hardest to explain to people, is just the genetic makeup of this virus. And you pointed out the protein spike. The protein spike alone would be like a person. The protein spike that fits into a lung cell would be like the chances of a person walking in the room with a key that fits the lock on those doors. I mean, it was a perfect protein spike. You mentioned the furin cleavage site, other spots. But I wanted to talk about the ORF8 site for just a second. Dr. Crew, what's the significance of this ORF8 site?
So ORF8 is a protein that's down near the right-hand side of the virus. It is not in the final virus. It is secreted in the bloodstream, and it does two things. Early in the infection, it blocks interferon expression, so you don't sweat, you don't have a fever, you don't show the symptoms of an infection. And later in the infection, it blocks what's called antigen MHC presentation. So we learned from HIV that a virus that can block the ability of pieces of the virus to be presented to the immune system is a virus that is very hard to make antibodies against. It's very hard to fight against it. Two master's theses during 2015 that have only been published in Chinese, no papers came from it, at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, created a synthetic cloning system or fake. So gain of function research around things that make viruses asymptomatic and things that make them not be able to make antibodies to are beyond the pale of what Dr. Ebright has said in terms of the civilian use. There's no civilian.
So really, this ORF8 is a synthetic link sequence, never found in nature, and they place it in here, right? They place this link in here for the purposes of the two cardinal sins. The cardinal sin of asymptomatic virus, and then transmission without that symptom as well, and the inability to make an immune response. I mean, that's the cardinal sins of gain of function research. What purpose would there be if you're wanting to develop vaccines? Is there a civilian purpose, or is this in fact a bioweapon?
I can't say it's a bioweapon because that's in the mind of the person that made it, but it is highly unusual, highly synthetic. They were doing synthetic biology around it, and its two functions are quite remarkable with respect to what kind of research you would do in the civilian world.
Dr. Ebert, is there a possibility that it could have been a dual purpose, that it could have been used as a bioweapon?
So the original SARS virus, SARS-CoV-1, is a tier 1 select agent in the United States. So it is in the group of pathogens and biological toxins that our federal government has identified as having high potential for use as a bioweapon in biowarfare, bioterrorism, or biocrime. It, by definition, therefore, according to our federal government, is a bioweapon agent. It is not a bioweapon, but it is an agent that potentially could be used.
Is there any good reason to put this in the virus if you're developing a vaccine?
I would return to my general comment on gain of function research on potential pandemic pathogens. That research has no civilian practical application. Researchers undertake it because it is fast, it is easy, it requires no specialized equipment or skills, and it was prioritized for funding and has been prioritized for publication by scientific journals. These are major incentives to researchers worldwide, in China and in the US. The researchers undertake this research because it's easy, they get the money, and they can get the papers.
Here's Senator Marshall. Senator Scott, you're recognized for your questions.
First, I want to thank the chair and the ranking member for hosting this hearing. We should do this a lot. I think there's a lot that we still need to learn. The COVID pandemic was devastating for our country, as we all know. The response by the Biden administration and the media has done nothing but amplify the consequences of this crisis and erode trust in our federal government. Not long ago, anyone asking questions about the origins of COVID and the possibility of this virus resulting from a lab leak were branded as conspiracy theorists. Just like the Hunter Biden laptop story, the experts said this was disinformation and waged a campaign against members of Congress, medical professionals, and everyone else asking questions to discredit them as liar and extremist. Anthony Fauci led the charge of this public smear campaign, and I think it's great that he's not there anymore. We know that this is not only a credible theory, but the most likely cause of the pandemic. Communist China can't be trusted, and because the Biden administration has chosen weak appeasement of the CCP, we still haven't forced accountability or got the answers the American public deserve. HHS Office of the Inspector General did a review of the EcoHealth Alliance and its management of the grant contract. EcoHealth received funds and had the Wuhan Institute as a subcontractor. It's been understood that NIH requires annual data reporting for what we spend money on and the research data. The Wuhan Institute never provided or only provided partial data. EcoHealth either failed to submit or submit incomplete data. NIH failed to police their own grant program and allowed this to slide for years. About 85% of EcoHealth's budget comes from federal research grants. I have no idea why NIH would think it's a good idea to give U.S. tax dollars to Communist China. Seems like a pretty poor idea to me. Dr. Ebright, would it make sense to hold grant recipients accountable for the failure to comply with the terms of their grants? Why not require the prime grantee to fully reimburse the government if they or one of their subcontractees fail to fully comply with the terms of the grant? Seems like we do that with our personal life. If somebody does the wrong thing, they owe us the money back. So what do you think?
We do currently hold the grantee responsible, not only for the primary award, but for sub-awards, for subcontracts. When a researcher submits a grant proposal to NIH, when a researcher submits each annual grant progress report to NIH, the researcher signs a certification box. And that certification box says that the researcher will comply with the terms and condition of the grant and will provide full and factual information upon request, subject to administrative, civil, and criminal penalties. So the basis for accountability exists.
Has EcoHealth been held accountable? Have they given us any money back?
To my knowledge, there has been no clawback of funding from EcoHealth. There has, however, been an immediate suspension that went into effect a month ago, both of EcoHealth Alliance and then this month of its president, a suspension of eligibility for federal funding of all forms, and a referral for debarment from eligibility for federal funding from all sources.
Do you know any instances where NIH has ever held anybody accountable and gotten the money back?
Yes, so this has happened in a number of cases. Examples include data fraud. Other examples include sexual harassment or other forms of abuse that are outside the terms and conditions of the grant.
So why do you think they haven't gotten the money back from EcoHealth? Why haven't they been held accountable?
I would place that burden on Congress and on the White House, in that the NIH is unlikely to move toward clawback without motivation from either Congress or the White House.
It's their job.
It is their job, but it is also the job of our legislative branch through its oversight responsibility and our executive branch through its primary responsibility to ensure that jobs are carried out.
Do you know anybody at NIH that's ever been fired for failure to do their job?
You mean an NIH staff?
Yeah.
As part of the administrative staff at NIH.
Have you heard of anybody?
I do not.
Has anybody you know of ever been fired from NIH over what they did by not enforcing the EcoHealth grant program?
Not to my knowledge.
So as you said, EcoHealth has been suspended by further funding with possible disbarment, but they're currently appealing it. Do you think it's right to debar them?
Absolutely.
So how long should they be debarred for?
The debarment term specified by law typically is 3 years. The debarment proceedings determine first whether a debarment will occur and then determine the duration, the term of the debarment. I would recommend a permanent debarment given the number of terms and conditions of the EcoHealth Alliance grants that were violated and the severity of those violations.
So Wuhan Institute of Virology has been debarred for 10 years. Do you think it should be permanent? And why hasn't it been?
Yes, I do. I do not know why.
Why do you think it wasn't permanent?
I do not know.
So does anybody else have any background on why NIH doesn't enforce their own? I mean, it's their own rules. Have you heard of anybody from NIH being reprimanded, fired, or anything over the EcoHealth?
No.
Why do y'all think?
I think the retired head of the NIAID should be asked that question.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Romney, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ranking member, for the hearing.
Bless you.
I'd like to get a sense of, there's a lot of energy and passion around, was it from an animal or was it a lab leak? And I must admit, I don't understand why there's so much energy around that. It strikes me that we'll never be 100% sure, I presume, about one or the other. We might be 98% or something, but we'll always be a little uncertain. And given the fact that it could have been either, we know what action we got to take to protect from either. And so why there's so much passion around it makes me think it's more political than scientific, but maybe I'm wrong. And so the action, it strikes me that based on what I've heard, we shouldn't be financing gain of function research. What I heard was there's no particular reason for it other than military warfare. We shouldn't do that anyway. So one, we know that. Whether it came from an animal or not, we shouldn't be financing gain of function research. Number two, we should insist that any place we send money follows the international ISO standards. I didn't get the number, Dr. Kobelinks, but you had a number there that suggested that people have to follow. So we shouldn't be getting money or going to labs that don't follow those international standards. And number three, whether it was from a wet market or the Wuhan lab, China's to blame. Both those things were in China. And so if we're looking for someone to blame, we know who it is. It's the Chinese, and they should take responsibility for it and should have opened themselves up to complete disclosure. So am I wrong here? Is there a reason there's so much energy around whether it came from a wet market or a lab? In both cases, the action is simple. We should clean up the wet labs, and number two, we should tighten the wet markets, and number two, we should tighten the labs. Please go ahead, Dr. Quay.
Well, I'll just say briefly. I mean, I think the energy is around the fact that paychecks, salaries, careers are based on continuing gain of function research by some of the most vocal people in this debate. And I think if you follow the money, you'll see the answer.
Thank you, Dr. Gary. What's your thought?
Well, a lot of the talk around gain of function research depends on how you define it, and the definition is very important. I mean, there's some informal definition, right? Because if you define it in a way that basically interferes with a lot of biomedical research on viruses and on other things too, cancer research, everything, you're going to really cripple the biomedical research enterprise. So let's get that right. I don't think, just blanket, we should stop funding all gain of function research, because some of that is important, like, for developing animal models of new diseases as they come forth. You have to select for a virus that can actually replicate in a distinct animal that you can use in the lab. So if you don't permit gain of function research, we won't be able to respond to a new threat because we won't be able to make animal models. So getting that right, getting the definition right is very important. I think that the Office of Science and Technology Policy, new guidelines for this type of research is very clear. It's a good step forward. You should look at that and see what you can do best to codify that into some kind of legislation.
Yeah, Dr. Ebright, did you concur with that point of view, that we need to define exactly what kind of research is okay and which is not, which has a beneficial purpose and which has only malevolent purpose?
The definition of gain of function research has been clear. There is a legally controlling official definition from the U.S. policy that was in effect from 2014 to 2017, and there has been an official legally controlling definition in the U.S. policy that has been in effect from 2018 to the present. The definitions have never been in question, but the intensity that you asked about at the start of your series of questions, the intensity comes from those who are practitioners of gain of function research and related high-risk research on potential pandemic pathogens, who have for 2 decades successfully resisted federal oversight of their activities, for 2 decades who have insisted on self-regulation without external oversight, and who would like this to continue, despite the very real possibility, even though, as you say, not a certainty, of fact, the very real possibility that SARS-CoV-2, a pandemic that killed 20 million and cost 25 trillion, may have come from precisely that category of research. That is the basis of the intensity. Only after there is an acknowledgement, and I see this acknowledgement today in a bipartisan fashion among members of this committee from both parties, only after there is an acknowledgement that there is a very real possibility, not a remote possibility, but a very real possibility of a lab origin, will there be the political will to impose regulation on this scientific community that has successfully resisted and obstructed regulation for 2 decades. Every other component of biomedical research that poses risks or has significant consequences, has regulation, federal regulation with force of law in place. There's regulation of human subjects research. There's regulation of vertebrate animal research. There's regulation of embryonic stem cell research. But in this category of research, which is the most significant in terms of consequences and potentially existential risk, there is almost no regulation with force of law. No regulation with force of law for biosafety for any pathogen other than the smallpox virus, and no regulation with force of law for biorisk management for any pathogen. That needs to change. That's what produces this intensity.
And it strikes me that whether COVID came from a lab or it came from a wet market, that issue still has to be addressed.
Absolutely.
And so I'm not going to get so excited about where COVID happened to come from. What I know is that something very dangerous could come from gain of function research if it's not properly regulated. How to define where those boundaries are and what one can do and one can't do, that's something that we ought to be focused on. Even if we became 98% sure it came from a wet market, that wouldn't mean that gain of function research could by itself become a huge danger to humanity, and therefore we ought to regulate it. Is that something that you gentlemen agree with, or am I making a mistake?
I completely agree with you, Senator Romney. That's well stated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Romney. Senator Hawley, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for holding this hearing. Thanks for the witnesses for being here. You know, I have to say, I think one of the worst things that happened in the COVID era is that our own government deliberately withheld information from us, from the American people, tried to propagandize the American people, used the arms and agencies of government to actively censor Americans who dared to question the propaganda, and they're still lying to us. And I'll give you the proof of it. I wrote the bill that requires the administration to declassify the intelligence assessments and reports related to the origins of COVID-19. Now listen, I just want to say, everybody sitting on this dais has read these. I've read them. I guarantee you my colleagues have read them. I know what the Energy Department concluded. I know what the FBI concluded. I knew what they concluded years ago because we could read them when people like Dr. Fauci were out there saying the lab leak hypothesis was totally discredited and nonsense. You could go read the intelligence and know our own government thought otherwise. And at this late hour, this government still refuses to release the intelligence. They are blatantly disregarding the law that this body passed, the Senate passed unanimously. The propaganda involved in the origins of COVID-19 is astounding to me. It recalls the worst of the wartime propaganda in years past when the government would deliberately lie to people. And here that's what they have been doing with COVID-19 and are still doing it. You know, you had this whole cabal led by Dr. Fauci and others who, as soon as the lab leak hypothesis that we now know is a lot more than a hypothesis, as soon as it's mentioned, what did Fauci do? We know because this has all been litigated in the federal district court. In fact, in multiple federal courts. I've got the finding of fact from the court right here. They lay it all out. Fauci goes to the WHO, asks the WHO to intervene to discredit the lab leak. He then speaks against it multiple times from the podium at the White House. He then does countless media interviews. I mean, my gosh, what show has he not been on? He's still on TV, spewing this misinformation, as he would call it. But he did these multiple interviews where he says, no way, no how, lab leak not possible at all. And then he coordinates, and the whole federal government coordinates with the biggest tech companies in the world to suppress, and media companies to suppress any American who would ask questions about it. It's absolutely disgraceful. Dr. Gary, you were part of this propaganda effort. I mean, you were right at the center of it. It's astounding. You wrote this piece, this Nature magazine piece or whatever it was that we've heard testimony here today, Nature Medicine, March 17th, 2020. We've heard testimony here today from other scientists on the panel that it's basically an opinion piece. You said at the time that definitively SARS-CoV-2 is not a laboratory construct, is not a laboratory construct. Of course, our own government, key agencies have concluded otherwise. And on the basis of this, Dr. Fauci and others cited this piece and went out to use it to mobilize our own government to censor people who ask questions about it. People lost their jobs because of this. They lost their jobs. They lost their standing. They were kicked off Facebook. They were kicked off Twitter. Do you regret being part of this effort, this propaganda effort?
Sir, I was simply just writing a paper about our scientific opinions about where this virus came.
Oh, no, you weren't. You said in an email that we now have that you tried to withhold, but that we have February 2nd, 2020, you wrote, I really can't think of a plausible natural scenario where you can get from the bat virus or one very similar to it to this. I'm quoting you. I just can't figure out how this gets accomplished in nature. It's stunning. Of course, in the lab, it would be easy.
Well, of course. And I actually figured it out. That's the whole point of
You
that.
figured it out. You wrote this while you were writing your propaganda piece, while you were writing
I wrote
the paper.
that somewhere around February 2nd.
It was exactly February 2nd, and you testified that you were writing your proximal origin paper in early February. So you're saying that what did it come to you overnight?
There was new data that
like
came
a revelation from God.
No.
Overnight you concluded, I got it. I figured it out. And now I can definitively rule out. It's amazing. Is that what happened?
It's just the scientific method.
Oh, it's just science. Oh, it's the scientific method that happened at lightning speed and then was used to propagandize and lie to and shut down. As a scientist who's supposedly supposed to follow facts, do you regret the fact that your work was used to censor your fellow scientists? It was used to censor ordinary Americans who ask questions about the virus? Do you regret that?
When you write a paper, I mean, you get it in the journal. We can't control what happens after.
Oh, I see. So you're not responsible at all. It's amazing. Nobody who is involved in any of this is responsible. Never. Yeah. They're not responsible. Yeah. People have lost their jobs.
Yeah.
People have lost probably their health care associated with their jobs. People have been run out of public. They're not available in polite society. You can't show your face because, my gosh, you question. Yeah. But you don't have anything to do with it. Why are so many of your papers, your other papers, been retracted or subjected to formal expressions of concern?
Yeah, well,
why is that?
There's a long story behind that.
4 of them, right? I mean, you've had in July 26, 2021, Virology retracted a paper of yours. Also in 2021, the Journal of General Virology retracted another of your papers. In March of 2022, an expression of concern was added by an editor of yet another journal to another of your papers. In April 4th of 2024, a third scientific paper of yours was retracted from the Journal of Medical Virology. Yeah. Is this normal?
Those papers didn't come from my lab, but I'm certainly helping.
They're not yours?
They're not mine. No.
Oh, so your
I'm on
work
the paper, but they did not come
the work
from my lab.
that God gave you in a flash of inspiration remains absolutely unimpeachable, unimpeached.
We stand by that.
Do you stand by your assertion in your Nature piece that SARS-CoV-2 is not a laboratory construct? Could not be.
We do, and that's exactly the same
couldn't possibly be
conclusion that the intelligence community came to.
Oh, no, that is a lie. Let's stop right there.
Well,
that is a lie. I have read the intelligence community did not come to that conclusion. Multiple intelligence community agents and components have concluded it was likely a lab leak. And they concluded that at the same time that you and your people were propagandizing the American public and using the channels and influence of the American government to censor ordinary Americans. Yeah. That is the truth. I'm not going to sit here and allow you to lie any further. Dr. Gary, you have disgracefully participated in shameful propaganda that has been one of the worst chapters in this country's history, with the government propagandizing its own people. And you know what? You may be right about I'm not a scientist. I don't know. But what I do know is it is wrong. It is wrong to censor and lie to the American public. It is wrong to withhold critical information from them. And it is wrong to countenance that and to say, oh, I just had nothing to do with it. Gee, I wish we could have done better. You should have done better, sir. You should have done better. And because you didn't, people have suffered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Could I,
Dr. Gary, if you'd like to respond, I think you can respond to your question.
Yeah. So, actually, Senator Hawley, I'm going to agree with you about something. I do think that we should learn more information from the intelligence community, what they found. I agree with you that they should be more open and tell where those conclusions came from. At the FBI and at the Energy Department, all the agencies should come forth with with more information. So there's a point we can agree with. I mean, that was an interesting exchange, but all we did was write a paper, Nature Medicine, and 3,000 words. It's been one of the most scrutinized papers in history. It's held up very well. It wasn't an attempt to distort things and to mislead the American public. It was just simply a paper, like the many other scientific papers that I've written in my career.
Let's we'll move on to a second round. I'll tell the members we have a vote that I believe has already been called. We also have a hard stop at a little after 12. So the second round will be 5 minutes. And I'll start. Actually, Dr. I'll just pick up from your answer there. A lot of it has been directed towards the paper that you wrote and the research that went into that. Does the science since the paper came out strengthen your argument or weaken it? What does the science show?
It absolutely strengthens it. I mean, we published a series of papers after the proximal origins paper, all of them, conclusively moving towards the natural origin hypothesis. So nothing, we stand by that paper. It was a good paper.
We're currently seeing enormous changes in technology in the biological sciences, from artificial intelligence to biological design tools, even robot laboratories where experiments can be conducted from really anywhere on the globe. Dr. Koblenz, my question for you is, in your opinion, will these types of technological changes make it easier or harder for us to determine the origins of future pandemics?
The advances you just discussed will definitely make it more complicated to do that. On the one hand, we are going to have much more sophisticated capabilities to analyze viral genomes and do the kind of analyses that are some of the feature of Dr. Gary's work to understand the evolution of these pathogens and where they come from. And so that will be incredibly useful investigating any future outbreak. On the other hand, the fact that these technologies are going to be globally diffused, the fact that there are a growing number of high and maximum containment laboratories that conduct high consequence research will make it a more complicated process, because there will be more potential sources for outbreaks, whether they're naturally occurring or from laboratories. So the technologies are not a net negative, but they're not a panacea. But it's definitely going to be a much more complicated endeavor to go through this exercise in the future.
Very good. Dr. Quay, a question for you. We know the U.S. intelligence community has reported that a few scientists at the Wuhan lab got sick in December, the fall of 2019. But it's not clear that any of them had COVID-19. So my question for you, sir, is what evidence do we have that someone at the Wuhan lab got COVID-19 before anyone else did? And do you know if these scientists actually got tested for COVID-19?
No, I don't. All of my data around that relies on the State Department statement. There were 3 individuals. We believe we know one of them, at least, Ben Hu, was responsible for some of the synthetic work in the laboratory. Reasonably young person who was hospitalized, was said to have been hospitalized with a X-ray confirmed disease consistent with COVID-19, but not blood testing. We do know also that in May of March of 2020, Dr. Shi reported that no one at the Wuhan Institute of Virology had SARS-CoV-2. And with another individual, we did a statistical analysis of the probability of that with the incidence in Wuhan, and that is not a truthful statement because of that. And so those are the 2 facts I have.
Dr. Gary, you want to respond?
Senator Peters, could I read from the Intelligence Committee, the Director of Office of National Intelligence, about these 3 supposed sick workers at the Wuhan Institute of Virology? And they write, while several WIV researchers fell mildly ill in fall 2019, they experienced a range of symptoms consistent with colds or allergies, with accompanying symptoms typically not associated with COVID-19, and some of them were confirmed to have been sick with other illnesses unrelated to COVID-19. So the 3 sick workers at the WIV is simply a myth.
Dr. Quay, what specific hard evidence proves that the Wuhan lab did experiments that created the virus? Do we have specific hard evidence?
No, one of our biggest challenges is we don't know what they've done inside there. We know what they were doing in the past. We know what they did in the fall of 2019, all consistent with the things you would do if there had been a laboratory accident there. You know, you're filing a patent, the first patent out of 600 patents for a device to prevent a coronavirus infection in an infected worker. One of the inventors on that patent is a PLA military doctor scientist. The head of the laboratory was dismissed, and a PLA the soldier was put in charge of the laboratory December 2019. So we don't have access inside the laboratory. We probably will never have it. But the genome inside the virus comports to the diffuse gland in such a way that it's inconsistent. I mean, in a court of law, you find someone criminally for 95% or greater probabilities, and this is 1 in a billion, which is greater than that this is a synthetic virus.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth. So I mean, a lot of these are assumptions that you're making, not hard evidence.
The hard evidence is the incidence of the features of SARS-CoV-2 can individually be looked at in nature. They can be identified with the frequency in nature, and then you can say, what is the chance that each of these were combined in one virus at the same time? This is what virologists do all the time in looking for origins. And when you do that, you conclude that it has a 1 in a billion chance of coming from nature, and it meets all 7 criteria of the diffuse gland.
Thank you. Ranking Member Paul, you're recognized for questions.
Dr. Gary indicated that the intelligence community was somewhat unified, or a lot of them believe this came from animals, and that's just not true. The ones that have been vocal about this and talked a lot about it have been the DOE, which has more scientists than any other agency in Washington, probably other than NIH. They've concluded that it did come from the lab. FBI concluded it came from the lab, and we have a whistleblower from the CIA that says the scientists that were convened to study this voted 6-1 to say it came from the lab, and then they were overruled by superiors for political reasons. So there's a lot of evidence that people within the intel agencies actually do believe that there is evidence that it came from the lab. In addition to people getting sick, there's also about a week in October where they do imagery of who's using a cell phone, and nobody's using a cell phone in the lab for about a week. So the lab's completely empty for about a week, and some people think that was during a cleanup period. But if you're sitting at home and you're sort of an independent, you hear scientists over here saying gain of function's the best thing since sliced bread, and over here you're saying, well, we really haven't developed any meaningful vaccines or technology from this, you're like, who do I believe? And who you believe does go to character. And so we have to look at some of the statements. Like I say, I've never seen anything like this between public and private statements. So Christian Anderson, early on in this, sends an email to Fauci. And as Fauci says, Bob Gary, and a couple of the other virologists, we think it's inconsistent. This virus, this genetic sequence of COVID, is inconsistent with the expectations of evolutionary theory. So they believed it didn't come from nature. They had looked at this. These are smart people that when they were not looking at it, when they were trying to look at it through an objective lens, concluded one thing until they came to another conclusion that it might hurt the business of science and the arrangements they had going on with China, and concluded opposite. But with Christian Anderson, it's stark because he says, oh, Bob and all these, we all believe it's inconsistent with the expectations of evolutionary theory. A week later, Christian Anderson is saying, what I like to use when I talk to the public is I like to tell them it's consistent with the expectations of evolutionary theory. So he goes from inconsistent to consistent, complete opposite approach within days, maybe even simultaneously as these papers are being written. So really the hypocrisy of those involved and those who are saying not a laboratory construct, if you want to know who to believe, look at their private statements versus their public statements. So we have gain of function is the best thing since sliced bread, or gain of function is a real problem. Now, Senator Romney's like, well, what does it matter if there's a chance we should do something? I think he's right. If you believe there's a 1% chance we should do something. But if you think there's a 1% chance, or you want to sort of glad hand people at the end and say, well, we should do something, their argument for the people who think it's not likely to happen is going to be, oh, the administration's already fixed this. It's already done, and all we need is a few little regulatory things. We don't need legislation. We don't need independent oversight. We don't need people looking at this who aren't on the receiving end of the money. This is the whole problem of NIH. The people regulating themselves aren't getting the money. So the administration has put in place some regulations to try to, help with the buying of select agents. And Dr. Quay, if you could explain to us what a few MIT scientists did recently and how well the administrative regulations are working without
Sure. So 3 scientists at MIT said they were going to be a red to the FBI because what they were going to do was about to be potentially illegal, and they put together ricin and the 1918 influenza. Those 2 are select agents, and they're highly lethal. And they broke the genes up in a particular way. They added some benign genes, and then they put out test orders roughly following the White House guidelines, test orders to see if laboratories would send them the pieces they needed to build these viruses or ricin, or they would stop them. And in fact, in 94% of the time, they sent the pieces right to them. They purposely didn't make the active strain of the RNA. They made the inactive strain to show that they could do it. But they proved they could make rice, and they proved they could make the 1918 influenza under the guidance that had just come out of the White House in a way that
this gets at where we go forward. Our next hearing, or one of our next hearings, is going to be, what do we do for gain of function reform? What kind of committee do we set up to look at this? And if the answer is from the other side, oh, it's already done, the White House did it, this is showing you what the White House did, even if it was well-intentioned, didn't work. These scientists got the material off the internet to create the Spanish flu that killed 50, 100 million people. So this is not something we should scoff at and say, oh, it's not a laboratory construct. We don't do anything here. Let the administration do this. And I would say this if it were a Republican administration. I don't care which party it's in. I agree with scientists like Kevin Esfeld who equate this with nuclear weapons. This is incredibly important and needs congressional oversight on the select agents, but also on the gain of function. This just started. It's incredibly partisan. Answer then a more extensive answer. Dr. Ebright, are you part of the right-wing conspiracy? Are you somehow some kind of crazy Republican partisan?
I'm a registered Democrat. I voted for Biden. I had a Biden sign on my lawn and had a Biden bumper
All right, that's
sticker on
enough of
my
that.
car.
That's enough of that. But the main point I wanted to make is this isn't a partisan thing. In fact, when I've talked to Dr. Ebright, he says he got involved with this after 9/11 when the anthrax attacks came. But then more involved in 2010 as it heated up, and everybody was talking about in the scientific community when scientists took the avian flu, which is very, very deadly in humans, but like most animal virus, not very transmissible in humans, and they mutated it, Fouchier and others in Netherlands, to make it spread through the air and to spread to mammals. That's a crazy thing. And if people think that's a benign use of gain of function, we should never, ever listen to people like that. Who else thinks it was benign and we didn't need to do anything? Anthony Fauci. There have been these 2 camps. There has been this debate going on for a decade. I think this is a very good debate. It should be an intellectual debate, but realize these are the people, Collins and Fauci, who were saying, take these people down, take down the people we disagree with. This is not scientific debate. They were taking us off the internet. These are people who are not playing under the American rules, not playing under the scientific method, and they should be discounted. But we have to have a real debate over this. So as we move forward, and I'd like to ask you, Dr. Ebright, on this, how important is it that we actually have a law passed and that we actually have regulators that are scientists, but that are outside of the supply of money, outside of the exchange of grant money?
I think it's a matter of survival. It's that important. There needs to be an entity that is independent of agencies that fund research and perform research to eliminate the structural conflict of interest that has existed with current self-regulation by agencies that perform and fund research.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. We can answer your questions.
Mr. Chairman, in Eisenhower's very prescient farewell speech, he not only warned us about the military-industrial complex, he warned us about government funding of research. He said, to do that, scientists are going to be more interested in their grant, in obtaining a grant, than pursuing truthful science. He said you end up with a scientific technological elite that would drive public policy, and I think we witnessed that during COVID. They drove it in a very bad direction. So I want to talk about the cover-up again. Dr. Gary, how much have you received in government grants over your career? Do you have any figure in that, a ballpark?
Sir, I'm not sure.
Hundreds of millions?
Not hundreds.
So I have information that between you and Dr. Kirsten Anderson, since 2020, between 2020 and 2022, you received $25.2 million in grants from the NIH.
That's possible.
That's accurate? Okay, so after you write the proximal origin theory, you've been working with Dr. Fauci how many years?
Well, I don't actually work directly with
decades.
Dr. Fauci.
Well, I mean, you've certainly come to his aid and testified kind of in his support during AIDS. But the fact is, you cashiered $25.2 million in government grants after writing the proximal origin paper, didn't you? $25.2 million in grants. And again, it's Anthony Fauci.
It wasn't because we wrote
Anthony Fauci has let out billions of dollars worth of grants, right? He controls an awful lot of information. Again, the point being, why would they cover it up? January 27, 2020, Dr. Fauci is informed via email that NIAID has been funding coronavirus project in China for the last 5 years. Okay, so he's given, these are the emails that were FOIA'd. They weren't given to us, and they're heavily redacted. January 31st, he starts conversations with Dr. Anderson and et al., Dr. Gary. February 1st, Dr. Fauci emails, and my screen went dead on me here, rats. You have that? Fauci emails his principal deputy director, Hugh Auchincloss. And here's the... He said, Hugh, it is essential that we speak this AM. Keep your cell phone on. I have a conference call at 7:45. These will likely be over at 8:45. Read this paper as well as the email that I will forward to you. You will have tasks today that must be done. Now, that is somebody who's scrambling to cover up his backside for funding dangerous research at the Wuhan lab for 5 years. Is that correct? Dr. Ebright, I'll ask you that question, but in addition, you basically accused Dr. Gary of scientific misconduct, possibly as serious as fraud. Why don't you address that? Because I would agree with you.
Both on the proximal origin paper, I have signed 2 letters by teams of scientists requesting an editorial review of that paper for retraction for misconduct. And then on 2 of the market papers, there are only 4 published, only 2
but
published.
Again, what was the misconduct okay, so you've accused him, but what was the misconduct
the primary misconduct, the misconduct of highest importance was stating conclusions the authors knew at the time, contemporaneously, while writing the paper, submitting the paper, and publishing the paper were untrue. This is the most egregious form of scientific misconduct, publishing a paper where you know the conclusions are untrue.
And of course, the reason we didn't get those emails other than through a court order is that the emails themselves were so unbelievably incriminating.
That is correct.
They thought one thing and wrote the exact other for an article that then was quoted like 5,800 times. I mean, that, again, as Senator Hall and others have pointed out, destroyed people's careers. They were ridiculed. They were vilified.
Yes.
That is scientific misconduct and fraud. And Dr. Gary, I have to say, if people are bemoaning the fact that people no longer trust science or that we don't trust our federal health agencies, the reason the American public legitimately don't trust scientists and federal health agencies are because of people like you. You bear that responsibility for violating the public's trust from your scientific misconduct and fraud. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Gary, you
Thank
can.
you so much. So I would just encourage people to go and read the Nature Medicine article, The Proximal Origin of SARS-CoV-2. We didn't put anything in that paper that we didn't believe was true. The conclusions of that paper have held up very well. In fact, there's been an abundance of scientific evidence that has come forward since then to support all the conclusions, everything we wrote in that paper. So there's no fraud. Yes, indeed, some of the authors changed their mind during the course of writing that paper over a period of weeks. That's not fraud, sir. That is just the way that the scientific method works.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would ask consent to enter all these Slack messages from this, Dr. Anderson et al., that group. that have all these quotes into our hearing record. And we'll provide them to you. Thank you.
Objection. Senator Marshall, you recognize for your questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Gary, I think it's also important to point out a couple of things, and one is that you've received $60 million of grants from the NIH over the years, and you have your own vaccine company. And that obviously is a bit of a conflict of interest, and I don't think the scientific world really agrees with your conclusion that it stood up to the test of times. I think the Proximal Origins article is literally an editorial, an opinion page. But unfortunately, our intelligence community took it as the gospel. I think it's also interesting to me that within the scientific community, that two agencies, the Department of Energy and FBI, said they lean towards a lab leak origin of this. That's public knowledge. And that they had the scientists to actually understand what the heck we're talking about. They're realizing that there's no way that nature could have made this virus. There's so many things wrong with your theory. And all you come back to is, it started in the wet market. But you've yet to show us an intermediate host. You've yet to show us progenitor species. All the farms that farm these animals outside of the market, how many of those animals were positive? I think the answer is none. I want to go down this OD&I route for just